Chapter 18. "What the hell, system? What's with all this NA bullshit?" Sergey asked. He wasn't the only one who was confused. Everyone on Earth had received the same message. However, the boss didn't have much time to wallow in his confusion, since he and his team were instantly teleported back to St. Petersburg, appearing in front of the enormous cocoon that had been the entrance to the trial dungeon. "Get out of there, boss!" Solomon suddenly shouted over the radio. After all that time spent in total darkness, Sergey was blinded and disoriented by the bright sunlight. Fortunately, his regeneration skill allowed his eyes to adjust quickly, so it only took him about 5 seconds to realize that a brutal battle was raging all around him. The Shelter Army was fighting a horde of monsters, along with several unfathomably massive creatures. However, the Shelter Army had plenty of its own monsters, with dragons, the Kraken from Belarus, enormous beetles, mutant animals, and all the other fantastic freaks with unique skills the Shelter had recruited to fight in its army. Sergey glanced at his squad. Once he was sure they were all okay, he teleported them all back to the shelter. Someone had been kind enough to burn all the biomass in the area, so his teleportation ability wasn't blocked. The boss wasn't ready to leave the battlefield just yet, however. He was too pissed off. The devil and the container hadn't come back with him. However, he couldn't really fight with scorched stumps for arms, so he helped out by teleporting soldiers. The biomass was quickly withering away, so Sergey was able to use shelter functions without any issues now. He activated the King of the Moo skill and started transforming. He grew larger, and his skin was covered in a thin layer of brown fur. The transformation didn't heal his arms, but it helped his head start working better. It was a tough battle, but the shelter was well prepared. The city was being bombarded from the sea by the Navy, and artillery had already been deployed. Infantrymen were stationed on the ground and on raised platforms, covering the fighters with unique skills. Everything around Sergey was in ruins, including the hospital he'd come all this way to find. As he supported the army, the boss checked in on his wounded squad mates. He'd already sent them to the hospital, and they were now undergoing treatment. Grot was in particularly bad shape. He'd lost both arms and a lot of blood. The redhead's wounds were healing quickly thanks to their demons. The intelligent living armor could use its own flesh to heal their injuries, including bones, internal organs, and everything else. The armor's flesh would weave itself into the wound, and it would seem to disappear. However, this only worked until the demon ran out of flesh. The Shelter Army had brought some unexpected guests. An army of mutant animals and their sentient brethren were fighting on their side. The gigantic Level 4 bears, which were larger than 4-story buildings, were truly a sight to behold. They were at least 60 feet tall, standing on their hind legs. When the Scourge of the Deep, whose body was apparently underwater, died, all the worms and other defensive organs stopped moving, then quickly started turning yellow and dying, so the Shelter Army was only fighting monsters spawned by the biomass. However, the creatures had started acting strangely, as though they'd suddenly forgotten what they were supposed to do. The Scourge's death had taken a serious toll on them, but they were still a threat. The battle raged on. Sergey deployed reinforcements, vehicles, and civilian volunteers. He even brought the shelter's choppers into the fray. The helicopters had nothing to fear now that the anti-air worms were dead, so they could reap their bloody harvest without fear of reprisal. The shelter had 6 Mi-22 attack helicopters and 5 Mi-171SH transport helicopters, which were also pretty well armed. They flew around the battlefield, pelting the most dangerous foes with missiles and a hail of enchanted bullets. After Sergey joined the battle, the fight became more focused, and the number of casualties plummeted. The shelter army began clearing out the rest of the city, quickly harvesting all the buds and incubators before they died for good. They had a 100% drop rate and dropped excellent rewards after all. By sundown, St. Petersburg was completely monster-free. All the biomass had withered away and died, turning the Bay of Finland into a huge pool of murky goo. The scourge of the deep's body quickly decomposed, polluting the water all the way out to the Baltic Sea. How would this affect the local ecosystem, especially the fauna? The survivors didn't know, but they were definitely concerned about a new wave of mutated sea creatures. Groups of civilians gathered corpses, rewards, and coins, while others combed through the ruins, hoping to find what was left of the nanopods. Meanwhile, Sergey went back to the shelter and started thinking about L.A., which was supposedly home to the other hospital with nanopods. If he didn't find what he was looking for there, he'd have to scour all of North America in search of the company that had developed the pods. "What do you think, Doc?" Sergey asked, lying on a resuscitation table. "Fascinating," Professor Curie replied. After the boss returned to the shelter, the doctor had literally kidnapped him and forced him to undergo a series of experiments. The old-timer's eyes were blazing, and he had a huge grin plastered on his face. Curie looked older than last time Sergey had seen him, however, about 50 years older, in fact. Apparently, he'd gotten sick of looking at his young face in the mirror, and his hormones had started interfering with his work anyway. By young, the professor meant 40, by the way. "Your injuries were so extensive, even your bones had been rendered useless. However, the system medicine you took gave your regeneration skill a real shot in the arm, so to speak. Your bones are now literally expelling their own damaged parts." "So that's why my arms are all swollen?" asked Sergey, who currently had huge, Popeye-like forearms. "Indeed," the professor replied with a nod, his eyes still flashing. "You don't mind if I keep the flesh you slough off, do you? I simply must experiment on it." "Knock yourself out, Doc. Just don't do any experiments on people, okay? Heal 'em like normal," the boss grumbled. The professor flashed the boss a big grin and got to work. He started by changing into a techno-mage suit and pouring an insane amount of life force into Sergey. He was spending MP at a phenomenal rate, so he had to keep swapping out power cores, but the results were amazing. Sergey's arms swelled up even more. A moment later, he heard the sound of tissue ripping, and 2 gloves of dead flesh fell off to reveal new forearms and hands that were as soft and pink as a baby's butt. Before the boss could say anything, the professor ran over, grabbed the chunks of flesh, and tossed them into a container full of liquid. He carried them as though they were the most precious treasure he'd ever held. If Curie had had a child, he probably wouldn't have carried it quite so delicately or with so much love in his eyes. Sergey decided to leave the old man to his treasure. There was no point in asking the professor about the zombie farm or any of his other research. Curie would be dead to the world for the next couple of days. "I'm kinda hungry," the boss mumbled, patting his growling stomach. There had been a horrifying wound in that stomach just a little while ago, but all it cared about now was dinner. Regenerating so much damage so quickly had sapped all his body's energy, so he felt weak and exhausted. Sergey's malaise didn't last long, however. He teleported to the cafeteria and started emptying one pot after another. The amount of food he consumed seemed well beyond what could possibly fit inside a human body, but the owner of that body could feel that it was being used up before it even made it to his stomach. After an hour and a half of eating, the ravenous food monster finally felt full. As he stared at the huge pile of dirty dishes in front of him, Sergey genuinely couldn't understand how he'd eaten so much. He patted his distended belly, which was deflating before his eyes, and teleported back home. He had plenty to do, but it was going to have to wait until tomorrow. Right now, he just wanted to sleep. But as soon as he got under the covers, there was a knock at the door. Sergey didn't particularly feel like getting up, so he used his system vision and saw 3 young women on the other side of the door. With a weary sigh, the boss got out of bed and walked over to it. As soon as he opened the door, the redheads pushed Alice inside and walked away, casting a pair of serious glances at him as they went. "Serg," Alice muttered, realizing how absurd the situation was. The twins had gone to her, and the 3 of them had worked everything out. The girls had cried a little, then dressed Alice up in a sexy outfit from the harbor and given her an amazing makeup job with a little help from the professor and the frog who could alter people's appearances. And now here she was, standing in front of Sergey, completely tongue-tied. Alice began, but Sergey placed his finger over her mouth. He knew what the redheads wanted. "Those little shits read my mind, after all," he said, shaking his head. He met Alice's gaze. "Looks like I ain't gonna be able to wait till I save the world after all. But are you sure about this?" Alice replied by kissing him passionately. She would rather have had him all to herself, but it was either this or loneliness, anger, and bitter, all-consuming jealousy. As they kissed, Sergey briefly retreated into his own consciousness, just like the old Thai healer had taught him all those years ago. In the past, this trick had helped him get over psychological problems and force himself out of depression and other self-defeating states of mind. The old man had taught Sergey to visualize his mind as a house in which ordinary thoughts were furniture and negative thoughts were garbage and pests. The boss had used this relaxation method many times since his awakening in Paris, so his house was spick and span. But now there was a noise coming from the bedroom, a loud banging sound as though someone was trying to break down a door. The banging got louder and louder. It sounded like the door was about to fly off its hinges. Sergey walked over to the door, sighed, and opened it. The bedroom was where he'd stashed all his thoughts about love, emotion, and other touchy-feely stuff. He'd promised himself he wouldn't open that door until his mission was complete. But now, the door swung open, and the glowing silhouette of a woman ran up to him and leaped into his arms. "Alert! Your bond with Alice has reached level 3. Sergey opened his eyes. Alice was smiling happily, with tears of joy streaming down her face. "Alert! Alice's bond with you has reached level 3. Spiritual, physical bond established." Sergey disabled his spiritual-physical bond with the twins, then picked Alice up and carried her to the bed. She was a little dazed. She couldn't believe this was really happening. Was it real, or was she just hallucinating from overwork? Another kiss helped her snap out of it. "Do you need that?" Sergey asked, pointing at the contraceptive ring on Alice's left hand. "No," she said happily. Sergey carefully pulled the ring off her finger and tossed it aside. He'd decided that he had so many kids, at least one of them should be human. So far, they were all spiders, bugs, and mermaids. The mermaids had his DNA, so yes, they counted. Alice no longer had to read Sergey's mind to understand what he wanted, thanks to their spiritual, physical bond. So that night was the best she'd ever had. Her vastly increased stats gave her the strength and stamina she needed to go all night long. "I love you, Serge," the exhausted woman said, her face glowing with happiness. She still couldn't believe this was happening. She held on to her beloved as tightly as she could. What if it was all just a beautiful dream, and the second she let go of Sergey, he'd disappear, and she'd wake up? I love you too," Sergey said, forcing himself to utter the words. This was only the second time in his life he'd said them and meant it, but now the old wounds in his heart had finally been healed. "We're gonna have to get married now," the boss muttered. He looked at Alice, who suddenly froze as though she'd been turned to stone. She just stared at him, her eyes wide, her mouth agape. She would have sooner believed that the system was defeated and the world was saved than that Sergey would ever propose to her. "Serge, are you sure?" she mumbled, shocked to her very core. "It's time I took some responsibility," Sergey said, kissing Alice. Then he patted her belly. "You're gonna have my kid pretty soon, after all." "Yes," Alice replied, smiling brilliantly. Then she thought for a moment. "I'll have to work it all out with the twins. We'll need to pick a date and get dresses. We should invite the leaders of all the camps. Won't they be amazed when they see you up there with 3 brides?" Alice was talking a mile a minute, planning everything out in advance. Sergey just sighed, imagining what it would be like to have 3 wives at once. It definitely wasn't going to be easy. The future newlyweds had been up all night, and they were starving. They quickly cleaned themselves up and left for breakfast. "Keep it down, guys," Anne said loudly, then waited for everyone to stop talking. "Alice and the boss are coming. They, totally spent the night together." "Wow, that means Alice won. You go, girl," Katya cried happily. "Either that or Sergey's just a huge horn dog," Natasha said with a snort. "I guess he can get away with it," Oriane said, looking at Rain, who was surprisingly calm. "Sylvie, are you and that big tatted-up dude really together now?" Annette inquired. "His name is Grot, and—" "How do you know about that?" Sylvie asked, surprised. "They watched your trial, so they saw how good he is in the sack, from every angle. You turned your camera off, but since it was a trial, they could still see everything," the miniature platinum blonde said, sipping her tea. "Natasha!" several of the girls cried at once. The little troublemaker just tittered. "You guys are the worst," Sylvie exclaimed, horrified. "Get your own damn boyfriends," she shouted, banging her fist on the table. "What's all the hubbub?" Sergey inquired. "Nothing," Sylvie replied, glaring at Anne and the other girls. "Somebody's about to get all her hair pulled out, that's all." "Gotcha," Sergey chuckled, sitting at the table. The rest of the core group showed up soon after that. "OMG, look at them stuffing their faces," Anne whispered to Katya, who was sitting next to her. "Yeah, I noticed. They must be tired out from whatever they were doing last night," the white-haired girl giggled quietly. The professor didn't come to breakfast, which was hardly surprising. Sergey seriously doubted he'd even gone to bed. The morning meal was followed by the usual interrogation. Oriane was the first one under the magnifying glass. The first cows had been butchered at the livestock farm the previous day, and the pigs were 2 days away from sharing their fate. After that, the farm would need 2 more days to reach maximum output. The bears had also combed the forest and found some non-mutated animals, including deer, elk, and horses. They'd found a few smaller ones, too, but the bears hadn't been able to catch them without killing them. Orianne had decided to breed the new animals, but only in small numbers. The horses would be a little more numerous, however, since they could be used in the fields. The plan was to eventually bring their population to 20,000, which the Dryad thought was the perfect number. Orianne also reported record crop yields. They were harvesting over 40,000 tons of food a day. Sergey converted all that food into coins, and his eyes started blazing. "Orianne, grab Svetla and go talk to the bears. I bet they'll help us farm in exchange for a portion of the crops."
Boss," the Dryad muttered, "you're a genius. They've got gigantic bears the size of a house. They could plow a field in 2 minutes flat. Sorry, but I've got to go find Emmanuel and talk to him about this."
Orianne ran over to a small building near the houses. It looked like a bus stop, but it was actually a teleportation terminal. There was a guard stationed there 24/7, and no one could get in or out without his authorization. After passing through the checkpoint, the Dryad ran to the platform and was teleported to the industrial area. Emmanuel always had breakfast at work. Meanwhile, Anne reported on the rewards she and her team had opened. There were relatively few of them. The rewards now included Mizuru and Elf system items, but they hadn't found anything notable just yet. Sylvie had just gotten a report from the other weaponsmiths the previous day, so she had plenty to tell the boss about. They now had 1,500 suits of heavy Slayer 3 power armor, as well as 2,000 suits of medium armor and 700 of heavy armor. All the system equipment that had been damaged during the fight for the main cocoon had already been repaired, as had the mechs. Solomon's military report came next. The new recruits had finished boot camp, and the Army's main forces had been restructured. All the aliens and former slaves had undergone initiation, but only a third of them had joined the Army. People tended to prefer a nice, peaceful life without the constant fear of death. The newcomers would still have to earn their 1,000 rewards per race, however. 600 more humans from Earth had joined the Army. They were just ordinary people, not systemers, so they'd all been made into mages. There was good news, too. The alchemy lab had crafted 500 perfect respec potions at 5,000 coins each. That was expensive, but given that the potions had cost 22,000 before, it was a huge improvement. Azarus and the old alchemists Sergey had bought at the auction had done an amazing job. Solomon also told the boss that the first 2 symbiotes had reached level 2. The soldiers had already tried them out, and they were actually able to control level 2 mechs now. They were old mechs, however. They hadn't been sent to Tillian to be upgraded yet. At level 2, the symbiotes could affect their hosts' bodies if they allowed it. The brain bugs, as Sergey had officially christened them, could make their partners stronger, faster, and tougher. They also gave them photographic memories and lots of other nice bonuses. However, most people were still afraid of them, and they were nervous about their hosts, too. Chapter 19. Once he was done with Solomon's report, Sergey switched to Alice. Their night together had been so intense they hadn't had any time to talk shop. Alice started with the bad news. The first murder had taken place in the shelter. During an altercation with another citizen, a level 1 shelterite with the lightning skill had committed murder by frying the other man's head. All attempts to resuscitate the victim had failed. The two men had been fighting over a woman. The victim had been having an affair with the wife of the killer, who was currently in prison and awaiting punishment. Sergey would have to decide what to do next. "I think it's time to separate the police from the patrolmen and create a department of law enforcement or whatever. You guys can come up with a better name for it," Sergey said after carefully listening to Alice's story. The boss looked at Solomon, who nodded. Then he looked back at his fiancée. "We'll draw up a plan and submit it to you for approval," Alice said. "Okay, I've got a new job for you, Natasha," the boss said, looking at the petite platinum blonde who was curled up with her tea like a satisfied cat. Her smile instantly evaporated. "All right, I'll get on it," the lazy girl replied. Then Alice moved on to the good news. First of all, the aliens had acclimated well to their new home and were already working. Second, 280 purple-skinned Prytain beauties had joined the administrative department. They had psionic abilities and could sense people's physical and emotional states. The most powerful of them could even pick up small objects like pens, but only for a few seconds. They were smart, well-educated by harbor standards, and hard-working, and they really liked living in the shelter. Most of them had been put to work in various offices. 120 Matu women had also joined the administrative department. They looked just like humans, but their voices had a soothing quality, so they'd also been sent out to resolve issues. They were all nice, pleasant young women. The department had also recruited about 100 aliens of various other races, most of them young women. There were plenty of Earthlings in the department too, of course. The shelter now had a population of 273,000, so the administrative department was extremely busy. Something was always getting built or upgraded, newcomers were constantly getting recruited, and old residents still had plenty of questions and issues. It was going to take a long time for everyday life and work in the shelter to finally get settled. Until then, the administrative department was going to have its hands full. Alice went on to discuss recent developments in the small business sphere. A lot of cafes, small workshops, bakeries, candy stores, etc. had opened up, but according to the statistics the department had gathered, about half of these initiatives ended up falling through. There were a lot of reasons for this, but most of the time the entrepreneurs just overestimated their own energy and enthusiasm. The boss's second-in-command ended her report by going over major expenses and new developments. The administrative department had bought over 1,000 Level 2 translators for about 3 million coins. Alice had also created a new office called the Office of Arts and Culture. It would be responsible for representing the cultural achievements of Earth and alien species by putting on plays, concerts, and other performances, as well as printing short stories and illustrated histories. The Shelterites were very enthusiastic about this idea, so the office had plenty to do. Alice also told the boss about the new Department of External Relations. It was staffed primarily by Prytain and Matu, since they were good negotiators, although they were still learning the ropes as assistants. Sergey was pleased by what he'd heard. There hadn't been any disasters at all while he was gone. In fact, the shelter was running like clockwork, and it was all thanks to Alice. The boss repaid her with a gaze full of profound gratitude. When Natasha saw it, she started choking on her tea. Fortunately, Melanie was there to pat her on the back. Next up was Rain. The young woman seemed a little distracted, but she was still smiling. She gave the boss a report on the shards that had recently been added to the shelter. There weren't many of them, since they'd arrived at the planet soon after Sergey's trial began. Rain also gave the boss an update on Sergey. The Orc Lord had temporarily stopped suffering casualties, but according to Rain, he'd already lost several thousand warriors. When it was Louis's turn to speak, he just bragged about his new land battleship and its Tillian flamethrower systems. He asked the boss to come take a look at his baby as soon as he got the chance. Once breakfast and the interrogation were over, Sergey teleported to the hospital to check on Pyro and Grot. They were both doing pretty well. Grot was already smiling and waving his freshly reattached arms. After the final battle, Sylvie had carefully collected them and brought them back to the shelter. The boss stopped by the redhead's room, but they were both asleep, in the same bed, of course. Just as he was about to teleport away, the girls opened their eyes simultaneously and sat up. "Sergey! Boss!" Smiles appeared on the twins' faces, and they got out of bed. They were both wearing nighties, identical ones, of course. "How you guys doing? Did they give you a checkup?" Sergey inquired uneasily. "We're fine," the girl approaching him from the left replied. "Now that we have our demons," said the other, walking up to him from the right, "we don't have to worry about getting injured or sick or anything like that," the girl on the left said. Both sisters embraced Sergey, and he hugged them back. "I want you two to move in with me. Talk to Al and design a new house big enough for all of us," the boss said after a moment of silence. "Sergey, are you sure?" "Hey, a man's wives ought to live with him, am I right?" the boss chuckled. The girls froze, then exchanged puzzled glances, trying to make sense of what they'd just heard. "We're happy just being with you," one of the girls said with a smile. "Even if we're just your bodyguards," the other said with the same brilliant, genuine smile. "It's time for me to take responsibility for my actions," Sergey said, shaking his head, then patted the girls on the butts. "So decide amongst yourselves about the house, the wedding, all that jazz. I'll go along with whatever you want." Sergey left the shocked girls behind and teleported to Siri. The Beetle Queen had finished evolving 3 days ago, and the boss wanted to see how she was doing. "Father!" a choir of voices cried as Alyosha, Katya, and Boria walked up to him. They all looked good, especially the red one. Alyosha looked more mature, and maybe even a couple of years older. The three of them escorted Daddy to Mommy, then gave them some privacy. Siri's appearance hadn't really changed. She could control the shape of her body so she could look however she wanted. Sergey saw the same enormous Beetle Queen as before, although there were a lot more eggs around her than usual. "Hey, I told you everything'd be fine, right?" Sergey said with a big grin. "Boss, Sergey, I was worried about you. The trial, it was dangerous," Siri replied. He could hear joy in her voice. The house-sized Beetle Queen leaned forward, almost touching the ground, and looked at the man with her 6 massive eyes. "Fooled you," a voice cried happily. A moment later, Sergey found himself in a tender embrace. "Oh, sorry, don't want your fiancés to get jealous," the voice said again, and the boss was released. Sergey turned around and saw a human girl. She was 5'6", thin, with a modest figure, but cute. She had long black hair down to her butt, an attractive face, and 2 little antennas growing out of her forehead. She was wearing a white dress, cinched up with a red belt. Siri flashed the boss a playful smile and insisted that he comment on her appearance. "You're a little taller and maybe a little more grown up," Sergey said in surprise, looking the girl up and down. Then he smirked at his own thoughts. "No, it's not what you think," the queen objected. "Quit reading my mind," Sergey replied with a chuckle. "I can't.
We've got a bond now, Siri giggled.
So, there's two of you? Sergey asked with a serious expression on his face, pointing at the enormous bug.
Not quite,
Siri said, running her hands over her body. Sergey didn't follow her gesture, so she just giggled cutely, then sighed and adopted a serious mien.
This body is basically a puppet, she said,
then explained further, anticipating Sergey's next question.
I can split my consciousness now, so I left the role of queen and server for the collective consciousness to my main body. I can use this body to relax and do other things without being distracted by every single baby. All in all, it should vastly increase my efficiency, she said with a smile.
Gotcha, the man replied, then thought for a moment.
Could you please teleport us to the lake, boss?
Siri asked. Sergey looked at her and nodded. A moment later they were on the shore of the large lake. As usual, the weather was amazing. The sun was shining and a refreshing breeze blew through the warm air. The lake was dotted with fishing boats, although there were no fishermen in them yet. They would show up later, once the workday was done.
The air here is wonderful,
Siri declared after a moment of silence. A happy smile lit up her face, as though she'd finally gotten a vacation after 5 years of working late hours without a single day off. What are you gonna do now? Sergey inquired.
I want to get a job, walk around the fairgrounds, and do all the other things I've dreamed about for so long,
Siri replied with a sweet smile. A moment later her face grew serious.
But that'll have to wait a bit. We've got work to do first.
Sergey nodded and summoned 2 chairs. They both sat down and got to work. After evolving, Siri had 40 more points to distribute when designing offspring, bringing her total to 170. This greatly reduced the cost of breeding expensive species such as rhinoceros beetles and brain bugs. The Queen also had access to a more diverse selection of genes and abilities now, thanks to all the corpses the shelter had supplied her with. The bodies of the bears, electric birds, and frog people had been especially helpful. In theory, she could even start breeding bears and humanoid frogs, but they were complex organisms, so they would be expensive. However, if Siri were to receive more specimens, she could bring the cost down. Sergey decided to set this aside for now. Siri also told him that she would no longer feel pain when her soldiers died. Her main body would deal with that from now on. She was also going to create special brain centers to handle some of the collective mind. This would reduce the burden on her and make all the beetles more intelligent. Siri, Sergey said, smiling slyly. The Beetle Queen replied with a peal of musical laughter. Quit reading my thoughts.
I'm trying, but you had such a vibrant image in your mind, I couldn't help but see it,
Siri said.
Yes, I can try to do that, but how will people react?
They'll react how I tell them to react, the dictator replied with a shrug.
Well, okay then,
Siri stretched out languidly, allowing the refreshing breeze to caress her face.
But I like the idea of counting DNA. I'll talk to Alice about it, or maybe I should talk to Solomon instead. Alice seems pretty busy with the whole wedding thing.
You've been peeking, huh?
Of course. I'm the keeper of the shelter, after all,
Siri said with a sly grin.
You're the one who gave me the job, remember? Oh, that reminds me.
Alert! The Keeper of the Shelter has unlocked a new skill. The following Keeper skills have been enabled. Spacetime Sense, Spacetime Hunter.
Spacetime Hunter allows you to track arcs, identify their courses, and get some information about them. And that's not all. Spacetime Sense works better now. You can use it to get more information and find smaller objects, including system spawn and creatures that live in the Spacetime Ocean.
Too bad we can't try it out now since we're too close to that planet, Sergey replied with a smirk.
Yeah, Rain and I have been a little bored lately. Also, Gary's asleep and won't play with us, Siri said, yawning and lying down in the grass. It's so nice here. I think I'll take a little nap.
You'll get your dress dirty, the boss said, shaking his head, then summoned a picnic blanket. He left Siri to her nap and teleported to the military headquarters. It was surprisingly quiet there. There were no military operations happening at the moment, after all. Sergey found Hubert, and the two men talked about the shelter's current problems. While the boss was away, the shelter had helped the Allies in Norway a few times. Working together, they'd managed to clear out the entire area south of the city of Stavanger. Meanwhile, the Allies had teamed up with Berlin and cleared out all the sentient frog people villages in Denmark. The Russian alliance had asked for assistance twice, once with a wandering horde from Kazakhstan and once with a den of giant mutant animals. All in all, there hadn't been any real issues. The only tricky part had been transporting personnel. The teleportation platforms were inconvenient. It took half an hour to calibrate them, and they had to cool down a little between transports. The shelter army had grown substantially larger and was starting to run out of level 4 equipment. The average level of its soldiers had also dropped significantly. Out of almost 2,000 mages, 400 were level 13, and the rest were level 5 or higher. List of soldiers. Class, Mages. Number, 1,928. Average level, 11.1. Class, Archers. Number, 943. Average level, 11.3. Class, Heavy Infantry. Number, 2,066. Average level, 10. Class, Infantry. Gunners. Number, 565. Average level, 12.1. Class, Orcs. Number, 494. Average level, 11.2. Class, Knights. Number, 5,686. Average level, 9.6. Class, Cots Spearmen. Number, 2,509. Average level, 8.3. Class, Cots Other. Number, 5,454. Average level, 7.8. The alien noobs weren't on the list, since they were still in boot camp. Earth weapons and tactics were all new to them, but Sergey didn't want to train more brainless hack-and-slashers. They already had over 10,000 cots. The boss hung around the base for 2 whole hours, then went to Tillian to meet with the Patriarch of Rust Bastion. He could have talked to him through the vending machine, of course, but they had something important to discuss. Sergey soon found himself in Rust's central fortress, where he was taken to a large room. It was usually used for meetings, but the Patriarch was the only one in it at the moment. As usual, he was clad in metal armor, i.e. his cybernetic body designed for war. The numerous pupils of his yellow eyes were trained on his guest and partner. There was air in the room, so Sergey was helmetless. He wasn't wearing his usual Eliminator 2 either, since it had been eliminated. After the trial, the system had absorbed it along with everything else in the container, so he was in standard level 4 armor. "Greetings, Sergey. I'm glad you're done with your important business and able to pay us a visit," the large cyborg said. "Yeah, me too," the boss smirked, shaking the Patriarch's hand. "We've got a problem. Actually, it's more like Leshir's problem," the Patriarch replied. It was his turn to smirk now. "The situation there has gotten a lot worse since you stopped trading with them." "Well, they wouldn't let me into the city, and they refused to let me build a branch office there. You probably heard about what happened after that," Sergey replied. "Yes," the Patriarch said, shaking his head. "I've already knocked some sense into that paranoid idiot, so on behalf of all of Tillian, I request that you resume trading with Leshir. They'll set aside an area for you inside the bastion and allow you to move about freely." "Really? All right, I accept, but on one condition," the boss said, looking into the cyborg's yellow eyes. "I think he'll agree to just about anything," the Patriarch replied with a chuckle. "I don't want any rebels or other pissed-off folks breaking into my branch office, so before we start trading again, we're going to hold 3-party talks." "Talks? Yes," the cyborg said, forcing a smile, then sighed with his brand-new lungs from Aegis Corp. "I'll talk to him." "I'm counting on you," Sergey said with a nod. He was about to leave, but the cyborg stopped him. "Just a moment. We recently obtained a large batch of Shaza ore through you, so we can start mass-producing the power armor you ordered. As a token of our gratitude, the first 3,000 suits will be free." "Thanks," the boss nodded. He'd been waiting for that power armor for so long. The suits Rust had designed weren't just armor, they were a work of art. However, he'd have to deal with them later, after the shelter received its first 1,000 suits. The weaponsmiths were planning to dismantle them and rebuild them as system armor. Chapter 20. Once their main business was concluded, the two men just chatted for a while. The bastions all seemed to be doing fairly well. Rust, Garrett, and the new Aegis bastion were bringing all the survivors in the area together in order to maintain the population of their species and save their planet from destruction. This had become especially urgent in light of Tillian's increased difficulty level. The cyborg zombies were evolving at a furious pace, and survivors had already started encountering level 3 altered. The only thing holding the altered back from evolving even faster was a shortage of necessary materials. If not for that, there would have been 10 times as many of them. The Patriarch also told Sergey about a recent attack. Enormous combat machines from the age of the Great War had come to life and become altered. Garrett had already run into one of them, and to call the encounter disastrous would have been an understatement. The Bastion's army had lost a lot of mechs and pilots. The Patriarch also mentioned something about non-zombified sentient robots, but Sergey was only half listening. He wanted to hear more about the giant robots. Based on what the Patriarch told him, the robots seemed to be based on old, obsolete tech, the same tech as the Null, in fact. If the shelter destroyed a couple of them, they might be able to get some decent samples. Incidentally, the shelter's scientists were hard at work studying the Null, and the cyborgs had been enormously helpful so far. They'd already provided them with reference materials on ancient programming languages and other literature from their databases. The shelter's programmers were basically going to have to relearn everything they knew about coding, but once they did, they would be able to develop software capable of partially replacing the Null's AI, which would enable them to activate its manufacturing and defensive systems. Once he was done at Rust Bastion, Sergey headed to Shazamis. Located on the peak of a mountain, or rather inside of it, Shazam was the smallest bastion on Tillian, but also the safest. Almost all of its residents lived in caves that had once been abandoned mines. Shazamis mined lots of different kinds of ore, but its most precious commodity was shazite, which could be refined into an unusual metal called shaza that was primarily used in reactors, batteries, high-tech power armor, and energy weapons. Shaza had the unique ability to absorb and store energy, and Shazamis Bastion was the last place on Tillian it could be found. Mining shazite was a very labor-intensive process that required a lot of chemicals, so Shazamis's shazite mining capacity had been minimal before it started trading with the shelter. The expedition from the shelter had reached Shazamis Bastion and made contact with its government while Sergey was busy with the trial. Shazamis had been expecting them for a long time, so everything went extremely smoothly. It didn't take long for the shelter to build a branch office in the Bastion and start engaging in lucrative trade. The boss negotiated with the Bastion's leaders, discussing potential developments and other formal questions. Shazamis Bastion was ruled by a council of 6, each member of which represented a different portion of the population, including soldiers, miners, engineers, metallurgists, scientists, workers, and refugees. While Sergey was away, Solomon had helped defend Shazamis Bastion against a small horde of infected cyborgs that were interfering with its ability to trade. In exchange for this assistance, and some chemicals the shelter had bought from the Allies, the Bastion had given them 5 tons of shaza, which was considered a large batch. The current meeting was really just an excuse for Sergey to meet the council members in person and get to know them a little better. Emmanuel already had all the financial stuff under control, and Alice was handling the rest. After taking a tour of the Bastion and its mountain peak, Sergey went back to the shelter. The shelter had arrived at its destination, but the boss wasn't in any particular hurry to explore the new planet. There was still plenty of time, and he had no idea what might be waiting for him there. However, the system insisted that he go there in person, so he wanted to check everything off his extremely long to-do list before making the trip. Besides, the army needed some time to recover from the difficult Battle of St. Petersburg. After lunch, Sergey teleported to the capital of the Bear Tribe. Is this the right place? Did I go to the wrong branch or something?" Sergey muttered in confusion as he walked out of the wooden building containing the teleportation platform. This town bore no resemblance to the one he'd seen before. It had paved roads, lampposts, benches, and colorful storefronts. "Did I go to the future or something?" the boss murmured.
"No, boss," Annette giggled. "The bears like our city so much, they've started copying every aspect of our culture. We've been making a pretty penny off of them, actually."
"Where'd they get so much scratch?" Sergey asked, looking at the humanoid bears walking by. A lot of them were wearing clothes, and they fit properly, too. Some of them even had hats.
"They earned some of it themselves. They're sentient mutants like the Faru, so they earn rewards and coins just like them. They've been selling some of their rewards to us, by the way. The bears can earn special fruit that restores MP and heals wounds. They've also been selling us a lot of power cores. You told us to start buying cores from them, remember? If I remember correctly, we've already bought over 10,000 level 2 cores from the bears, half of which were elemental," Annette reported.
"Elemental cores were useful before, but not so much now. But whatever, I'm sure we'll find a use for 'em," the boss replied with a chuckle. "Maybe one day we'll have some half-decent craftsmen who know what to do with 'em." As Sergey strolled through the town, he saw a surprising number of humans, including a lot of construction workers. Then he went to a marketplace that sold fabric from the shelter, items made by local craftsmen. Crafts bears? bear system items, and a whole lot more. "I don't even want to think about what this place is going to look like in a month," the surprised boss pronounced as he explored the town. He eventually found the chief, but the big bear had his paws full at the moment. Sergey watched as the enormous chief, who was a little over 8 feet tall, fought an elderly Mizuru in a blue cloak, the supreme teacher of the School of Wind. It was an exhibition bout, so lots of humans, Mizuru, and bears had gathered to watch it. Both fighters were using skills, but thanks to his amazing agility, the monkey was able to dodge the mighty bear's attacks and land counterattacks with ease. The old Mizuru was like a leaf blowing in the wind, literally floating around the bear. He didn't do any serious damage, of course. The point of the match was to see who was stronger, not kill each other. The chief was only using his fists, but every now and then he would become significantly faster for a few seconds. Whenever this happened, his skin would turn red and steam would rise from his body. Eventually, a gong sounded, and the battle ended. Both warriors bowed to each other and shook hands. Annette explained that the bears were eager to start studying martial arts. Generally speaking, they made pretty lousy mages. Their tribe had shamans who were skilled in magic, but only a few of them. This was mostly because the bears preferred combat-based mutations to magic. The idea of becoming weak, feeble shamans just wasn't appealing to most of them. The bears were hot-blooded, and they wanted to fight. The tribe expressed their gratitude to Sergey by holding a feast in his honor, after which he offered them a very lucrative business opportunity. The boss told the bears about the idea he'd had earlier that morning, namely using mutated animals in the fields in exchange for a percentage of the crops. The bears had fallen in love with potatoes, so the chief accepted his offer right away. Emmanuel would work the details out later, but first, Sergey was invited to raise a glass to celebrate this new partnership. Sergey's alarm clock went off, and he opened his eyes. He immediately noticed that he had a splitting headache, along with all the other delights that come with a hangover. Then he realized that he had no memory of how he'd gotten home and ended up in bed. The boss scanned his bedroom and heaved a sigh of relief. He was alone. "What the hell were we drinking? I can't remember shit," the boss muttered. "Potato vodka with taiga herbs," Alice's voice said. A moment later, 3 women in shadow armor appeared. Sergey looked at their sly grins, sighed, and fell back onto the bed. After lying there for a few seconds, he sat up again and looked at the redheads. "Don't ever let me drink like that again, seriously. Tie me up if you gotta," he said. Fortunately, his regeneration skill had already repaired the damage from last night's bender, and his hangover was gone. The redheads nodded silently, but Alice knew that was too weak to tie the boss up. "What kind of crazy shit did I do last night?" the boss asked the girls. "Nothing," Alice replied with a brilliant smile. Sergey didn't believe that for a second, so he looked at the twins. "We brought you home. You were plastered," the redhead said, speaking in turn as usual. "Gotcha, thanks," Sergey replied with a grateful nod. Then he frowned. "Then how come you guys were invisible? All 3 of you?" "We woke up before you," one of the twins said. "I see," Sergey responded, sighing deeply. "Well, let's go grab some breakfast." Sergey got a lot of surprised glances from the gossip posse when he showed up to breakfast with 3 ladies, but the girls all fell silent as soon as he sat down. "Where's Syl?" Sergey inquired. "She spent the night at her alien boyfriend's house," said the queen of hot goss, a.k.a. Anne. "Gotcha," Sergey replied with a nod, then scanned the table. Looks like the prof ain't here neither. I sure hope those experiments of his don't drive him nuts."
After breakfast, Sergey went to St. Petersburg. The city was still covered in dead biomass, but the yellow goop was quickly drying up and getting blown away. The entire northern part of the former Russian capital had been flattened by the battle and artillery bombardment. The hospital was completely destroyed. The pods Sergey was looking for had been found in the rubble, but they were damaged beyond repair. The locals were grateful for the shelter's assistance in getting rid of the biomass threat, but they had no interest in joining the shelter or sharing their naval fleet. Sergey didn't insist, since he didn't really have time to deal with them anyway, and the shelter was already short on sailors. Once he was done in Petersburg, the boss went to the laptop to see how much money he'd made while he was in the trial dungeon. Your vending machines. Mother Russia. Vending machines 28. Balance 5,200,000. France. Vending machines 1. Balance 1,700,000. Allies, vending machines 11, balance 3,600,000. Germany, vending machines 13, balance 2,900,000. Tillian, vending machines 6, balance 2,100,000. Belarus, vending machines 5, balance 8,760,000. Huh. Revenue's way down. The total balance is only 91 mil, and that's counting the 10 mil worth of taters I sold to the store and the 5.5 mil I got from all the services the shelter's been providing. It ain't much. I gotta start selling more food to the store. Sergey scrolled through the balance app and pulled up a list of stored food. 368,000 tons of food? He cried, then pulled up the statistics. Got it. We're getting 45,000 tons of food a day. The cows and pigs will be up to full capacity soon, and that'll bring in a few thousand more. Way to go, Oriane. I ought to give her some kind of bonus or something. But what are we going to do with all that food? I mean, how am I supposed to sell 100,000 tons of friggin' food? Shelter balance 191,643,936. Alert. You've sold over 100 million pounds of food. The price has dropped permanently. New price, £5 per coin. "Ah! You sneaky-ass son of a bitch!" the boss shouted, slammed his fist down on the desk. Fortunately, he held back enough to avoid breaking it in half. "I should have sold 200,000, or maybe 300,000. Crapola!" Sergey swore a little more, then teleported to France in a lousy mood. He materialized at the small base the American paratroopers had built for the shelter. It was time to pay the so-called Southern Kings of France a visit. He decided to start with the city that was in the worst shape, Toulouse, near the Spanish border. According to the shelter's scouts, it was completely surrounded by red zombies. Sergey didn't want to attack the enemies swarming the walls head-on. The Reds were too unpredictable in melee combat, and they were getting smarter all the time. So he summoned a transport helicopter and rode it to the city. There was always a chance the chopper would get shot down, of course, so the boss and the pilot were the only two people on board. Hopefully the King of Toulouse wasn't a psycho. "There's way too damn many of them," Sergey grumbled as he gazed at the sea of undead beneath the helicopter. "I see new types, too." "That ain't good," the boss observed, spotting a few freaks that had lost any semblance of humanity. A few of them looked like gigantic, crawling anthills. "They're attacking, boss!" Annette shouted anxiously over the radio. One of the huge anthills had started launching hundreds of coconut-sized brown balls into the air.
The chopper was 1,000 feet above the Red Army, but the anthills were surprisingly accurate and able to cover a large area at once. "It's okay, boss," the pilot said, just as Sergey was about to teleport them. The helicopter started gaining altitude quickly, but the balls were faster. Just as they were about to hit their target, a sphere suddenly appeared around the chopper. When the balls struck the sphere, they burst, spraying acid everywhere. Fortunately, the acid did no damage to the sphere. In fact, it rained down onto the Reds instead. "It's an assault dome, boss," the pilot declared with a big grin. "They used a blueprint to make it. It kicks ass, right?" "You can say that again," the satisfied boss replied with a nod. He vaguely remembered reading the item's description. The shelter actually had 2 assault dome recipes. It was a fairly big Level 4 device that could be installed in any large vehicle, although there were limits on its maximum size. You couldn't install it on a ship, although no one had tried to combine multiple domes yet. The dome ran on power cores and was as powerful as a siege barrier. The pilot told Sergey that the dome had already withstood a 3-foot spike from one of Petersburg's defensive worms. The boss was tempted to get angry about his people risking such an expensive vehicle, but thought better of it. Over a dozen anthills were now bombarding the helicopter, with countless balls bursting against the barrier every second. But the higher the chopper went, the harder it was for the anthills to hit it. Once they reached an altitude of 1,500 feet, they were out of range of the enemies. "The barrier barely took any damage at all," Sergey said to the pilot as he examined the device, which looked like a small box. "Yeah, and whatever damage we took was mostly thanks to the acid," the pilot remarked. "Looks like," the boss replied with a nod, hanging on to the pilot's chair as he watched what was happening down below and on the outskirts of the city. The endless ravine in front of Toulouse was filled with red monsters, but the city itself, or at least the part of it that was surrounded by a wall, looked to be in decent enough shape. However, its defensive perimeter was empty, and there was no one on the walls. Nevertheless, the walls themselves were tall and looked sturdy. The leader of Toulouse had used the now standard post-apocalyptic fortification procedure. His people had demolished the buildings along the perimeter and cleared the area, then built a wall that incorporated the remaining buildings. After flying a few circles above the city and making its residents extremely nervous, the helicopter landed in a parking lot on a campus that, according to Annette, had once been a university. After climbing out of the chopper, Sergey sent it and its pilot back to the shelter, then summoned a table, a chair, and some food. The redheads had begged him to take them along, but he didn't really need bodyguards for this mission, and the girls had more important things to do anyway. They had a wedding to plan with Alice, after all. "You've got company, boss," Annette reported. "Took 'em long enough," Sergey replied. He was almost done with his coffee and cake. A column of military vehicles had arrived at the university. There were 2 APCs and 4 jeeps, but they didn't seem to represent a threat. 8 people got out and walked toward Sergey, but only one of them actually approached him. When the man saw the slice of cake the boss was eating, he suddenly collapsed. No one seemed the least bit surprised or concerned by this, however. On the contrary, they acted like it was an everyday occurrence. "Might I have your name?" the man asked weakly, his voice hoarse. He was bearded and of average height. In general, he looked like a mage who had been using power cores for a long time. The man was scrawny, with grayish skin and bags under his eyes, but he was wearing the same level 4 armor as Sergey. "Sergey, better known as the Supplier," the boss said, putting his coffee mug down.
Pascal Moreau, the leader of this city, the bearded man said. What brings you here, supplier?
I'm here to help you out and make some money. You guys probably got lots of coins, huh? The boss asked with a sly smirk.
Perhaps, but how can you help us? By yourself, the leader asked feebly, making no attempt to hide his skepticism.
I can sell you food, ammo, skills, military aid, and resettlement services. You name it, I can sell it to you, the man replied. Then he snapped his fingers, and half the parking lot was suddenly filled with sacks of potatoes. Chapter 21. When they saw that half the parking lot was full of food, 2 of Pascal's soldiers passed out. Another one ran over to the sacks, grabbed a dirty potato, and started eating it raw.
This isn't a trick, is it?
Pascal asked, his teeth chattering. Nope. The price is $1 a pound. That goes for meat, fruit, veggies, and all kinds of other stuff. We've also got special water that can heal wounds and restore your body. But first, I can tell you guys are all real hungry. So how about a snack? Sergey materialized 2 large tables and quickly filled them with food. There was honey-baked ham, steak, mashed potatoes, rice, and a whole lot more. Everyone dashed at the food like madmen. Even the people in the jeeps and APCs leaped out and ran to the tables as fast as their legs could carry them. The men who had lost consciousness were revived and dragged over to the food. Pascal was the only one who didn't move. Don't worry, you can eat this food even after you've been starving for a long time because it's filled with life force, Sergey said, seeing the leader's hesitation. Yeah, I got nothing to gain by tricking you. I'm interested in doing business with you long term. Pascal hesitated a moment longer, then ran to the food and started gobbling up rice and vegetables. Interestingly, no one even touched the meat. The survivors ate an enormous amount of food over the next 20 minutes, only stopping when they ran out and Sergey didn't summon any more. That better? The boss inquired.
Much,
Pascal replied. He looked a little bit better and his voice sounded stronger too. The life force from the food was quickly filling his body. Then let's talk business. Pascal tensed up. He was worried he was about to make a deal with the devil, but his fears turned out to be groundless. The locals found Sergey's terms to be exceptionally reasonable. The city immediately bought 240 tons of vegetables and 13,000 gallons of spring water. The people of Toulouse had been starving, and they really needed the water to get back on their feet. This was just the first batch, of course. Sergey had to summon people from the shelter to help feed everyone. The city was on its last legs. No one even knew how many people were left. Those who could still stand filled their bellies, then took food and wandered around the city, looking for survivors who were dying of starvation and thirst. They were assisted by shelter soldiers and eyes who told them where to go. The shelterites were horrified by what they saw in Toulouse. Tens of thousands of corpses of people who had starved to death, cannibals gone mad from hunger, half-eaten bodies, countless people who had been hanged or committed suicide, most of them cannibals who couldn't face what they'd done. The city had turned into a hunting ground where people killed and ate each other in a desperate struggle to stave off death just a little bit longer. Toulouse's army had been doing its best to fend off constant red zombie attacks. Every now and then strange zombies would suddenly scale the walls. This might have seemed like a source of food, but no, their corpses were poisonous. Then the zombies somehow managed to pollute the river, killing all the creatures in it and depriving the city of its primary source of water. All in all, things were bad. In order to keep the soldiers in something resembling fighting shape, the city's leaders had taken drastic measures. They'd rounded up all the troublemakers, murderers, and people who'd lost their minds and processed them in an edible biomass factory. Starvation, thirst, exhaustion, cannibalism, suicide, and red zombie attacks had reduced Toulouse's population to a fraction of what it once was. The Shelterites eventually managed to find all the survivors, assemble them in one place, count them, and give them food and medical attention. Sergey could have taken them all to the shelter, of course, but he wanted the city to endure so it could keep the Red Menace at bay. While his people were cleaning up Toulouse, the boss flew to his next destination, Marseille. He spotted a lot of Reds on the way there and even found their lair. It was in the city of Montpellier, between Toulouse and Marseille. There were enormous red tentacles sticking out of the ground, taller than apartment buildings. In fact, some of them actually emerged from the roofs of apartment buildings. The ground was completely covered in a kind of gray sludge. There were 30-foot-tall columns of flesh growing out of the sludge, and they were dotted with bright yellow growths that resembled ears of corn. "Balls," Sergey muttered despite himself, thinking about everything he'd seen in Petersburg. A video of the lair was sent to the shelter's military HQ. The helicopter eventually reached Marseille. The city was in decent shape, although an intense battle was raging along its walls. The Reds were attacking the city with unprecedented ferocity, leaving tens of thousands of their fallen brethren behind. Nevertheless, the defenders seemed to be holding their own. The Reds were primarily attacking from the north, but they'd also taken over a small section of the eastern wall. The west was covered from the sea. The survivors even had a small fleet of ships firing on the Red Army. Sergey had no intention of diving into the thick of the fray, but he still wanted to help the survivors, so he took up a position behind the red zombies, summoned some howitzers and infantry, and protected them with siege barriers. The artillery gunners started bombarding the Reds, punctuating their salvos with satisfied cheers. The merciless system gave them a penalty for using heavy firearms, but they still earned a ton of XP. Even level 1 Reds were worth 3 times as much as ordinary zombies, and the enemies were packed together so tightly, one enchanted round could easily kill at least 200 freaks. Needless to say, the defenders were surprised to see the battlefield rocked by a series of explosions. They were a little scared at first, but quickly realized that the newcomers were only attacking the Reds. Encouraged by the unexpected assistance, the soldiers started battering the undead horde with redoubled vigor. It didn't take long for the Reds to realize that they were being attacked by someone other than the defenders. Part of the army broke away from the city and headed for the new enemies assaulting their rear flank. The unfortunate zombies immediately ran into 1,500 level 5+ noob mages and 3,000 gunners. The squad unleashed all their might on the monsters, taking them out before they could even get close to their 300-foot-tall steel fortifications. The red zombies were an excellent source of experience, particularly since many of them were level 2 and 3. The Shelterites were leveling up like crazy, especially the mages. Even the level 5 mages were a force to be reckoned with, since they were equipped with top-notch gear and level 4 weapons. Their mana batteries and power cores allowed them to cast spells non-stop throughout the entire battle, which lasted a little over half an hour. It only took one fireball for a level 5 mage to reach level 6. However, the fire mages were teamed up with wind mages who enhanced their spells, so they had to share the XP. Nevertheless, all the level 5 mages still reached level 7 in a heartbeat, and many of them made it to level 8. Once the last Red was dead, the army started gathering corpses, rewards, and most importantly, coins. The shelter earned 1,700,000 coins from the Reds, which made up for all their expenses and then some. Unfortunately, the rewards were less plentiful since, like the biomass spawn, the Reds had a very low drop rate, about half that of ordinary zombies. This was despite the fact that they were many times more dangerous than a regular walking corpse, and some of them were as deadly as mutants. Needless to say, the strangers' aid didn't go unnoticed. A delegation departed from the city while the Shelterites were still gathering corpses and loot. The closer the survivors got to Sergey's army, the sadder they became. These strangers' gear was infinitely better than theirs, and they even had mechs. They had no idea stuff like that even existed. In light of what they'd just seen, the negotiators were very polite and flexible. It didn't take long for them to give Sergey permission to come to Marseille with a delegation of his own. Even from a distance, it was obvious that the city was flourishing. Factories were belching smoke into the air, a coal power plant was chugging along, the battlefield was swarming with quadcopters, there were vehicles driving around, and everyone was wearing matching uniforms. The walls were tall, sturdy, and reinforced with metal in a number of places, and the gate was a veritable fortress. Things looked even better on the inside. The city's infrastructure was up and running, although there were very few cars. The people of Marseille looked clean and well-fed, the streets were nicely tended, the stores were open for business, and the apartment buildings had been newly renovated. Sergey and his delegation had to hand it to the city's leader. Marseille seemed to be doing great. After walking through the city, Sergey's group met the other southern king, who turned out to be a queen. She was a tired-looking woman of indeterminate age, somewhere between 20 and 50, and obviously a mage, since only mages who abused power cores could look as bad as she did. The leader, whose name was Nadia, thanked Sergey for his help and asked him why he'd stopped by. A video of the siege of Toulouse, which was basically on her doorstep, made her a little more receptive to his visit. The city didn't need food, since it had plenty of seafood from the Mediterranean. It had also been trading with Corsica and Sardinia, which was surprising to the Shelterites. According to Nadia, they had no trouble with sea creatures. In fact, the people of Marseille had no idea mutated sea creatures were even an issue. They'd been trading with the islands peacefully, buying up plenty of coal, wheat, and meat. The queen didn't know where the wheat came from, but as long as it was edible, she didn't care. Sergey decided to pay these fantastical islands a visit at some point. Nadia hadn't been there in person and had no plans to go, since she had her hands full at home. The people of Marseille weren't starving, but they certainly wouldn't say no to a more varied diet, and they could afford it, since they were up to their eyeballs in coins thanks to the Reds. That was actually the main reason they hadn't destroyed the lair in Montpellier. However, the intensity of the Reds' attacks had increased recently, apparently because Toulouse had almost fallen. Nevertheless, Nadia still wasn't planning to destroy Montpellier. It was her main source of income, and she didn't give two shits about anything other than Marseille. As far as she was concerned, the rest of the world could burn in hell as long as her city was still standing. It was obvious that Nadia loved her city, and the feeling was mutual. She'd accepted every refugee who'd come to her, so the city's population had swollen to over 500,000. Marseille had already built new walls and expanded its territory 3 times. Thanks to their fleet, the people of Marseille had scoured the entire coastline from Genoa to Spain. However, Sergey got the impression that they'd just taken whatever they wanted without asking the locals for permission. The eyes had spotted damage to their naval vessels that clearly wasn't the work of sea monsters. The boss wasn't about to start judging Nadia, so he changed the subject and continued the meeting. Nadia was very interested in the shelter's skills, equipment, and most of all, its services. She was desperate for medical treatment. However, she was still suspicious of Sergey and refused to allow him to build a branch office in her city. Because of this, she wasn't allowed to enter the shelter. Sergey summoned a group of healers and saviors. It only took them an hour to purge the zombie virus from Nadia's system, and they even managed to fix her health up a little while they were at it. No one told her about the professor and his ability to make people young again, and the quick and dirty tune-up she'd received, which the shelter usually charged 50,000 to 100,000 coins for, depending on the customer, cost her $500,000. Nadia also ended up paying more for all the shelter's goods. Instead of 2,500 coins, she paid 3,500 each for AK-15s. Given that the guns had a prime cost of 2,100 coins, that was a pretty tidy profit, especially since Marseille bought 5,000 of them. Nadia was thrilled, since she knew the assault rifles would allow her to double her revenue. When she saw the sure shot skill in action, her eyes lit up and she bought a large batch of them right away. The shelter ended up earning 21 million coins in just 2 hours. Once the deal was done, the shelterites set up a safe zone and installed a vending machine about 2 miles from the city, then returned to Toulouse. However, the people there needed more time to get their strength back, so Sergey teleported to the small base north of the city. He'd decided to search the surrounding area. Not on foot, of course, he summoned a helicopter. He wanted to find another red zombie lair and take some of the pressure off of the city. While his men were looking for the lair, the boss teleported to his base near Leshier Bastion on Tillian. Miraculously, members of the government, including the Patriarch himself, were there to meet with the leaders of the resistance, and they hadn't even killed each other yet. The atmosphere was strained, and the cyborgs were unusually quiet. One group was clearly wealthy, with squeaky clean equipment, excellent armor, and powerful weapons, while the other looked like a bunch of bums. They were dressed in rags, with lots of missing synthetic skin and extensive damage to their bodies, and they were armed with a random assortment of system gear and homemade melee weapons. The teleportation platform started glowing, and Sergey appeared. "Whoa, you guys are all here, and you ain't even killing each other," the human said, scanning both groups with a surprised expression on his face. "This is hardly the time for jokes, Sergey," grunted the Patriarch of Leshier, who was clearly in a foul mood. The Patriarch of Rust had basically dragged him there, kicking and screaming. "For once, I actually agree with you," said an old robo-bum. He was in rough shape, and half of his left leg had been replaced by a prosthesis. Sergey couldn't help but think he looked a little bit like a pirate. "Fine," Sergey nodded, then summoned a chair and sat in it. "So what do you want from each other?" "I want them all to die and stop destroying my bastion," the Patriarch roared, glaring malevolently at the rebels. "It's not your bastion. You took it by force," the bums shouted. "So build your own bastion, or maybe go join Aegis," Sergey suggested. "And hand everything we've built over to him on a silver platter?" someone cried from the crowd. "You'd rather die outside the walls?" the boss asked. "You don't understand, alien. Leshier is our home. Many of us died to build it," a cyborg shouted angrily. "So 'cause of that, you're willing to doom your whole planet?" "I see," Sergey nodded, then looked at the Patriarch. "What do you got to say about that?" "What do I have to say?" They're imbeciles, that's what. Orgo and I built Leshir Bastion together, and yes, he should have been Patriarch, and he would have been if he hadn't become obsessed with that absurd idea of his, the Patriarch bellowed, pounding the wall with his fist. Idea? What idea? The human inquired. Blackmailing other bastions with our fuel, burning most of our oil fields just to generate scarcity, the cyborg replied. That's not true. Orgo would never do that, the rebels cried. I don't give a shit what you think, the Patriarch barked. I'm not talking to you. Now I get why the other patriarchs put up with you, Sergey said with a nod, then turned to the rebels. What are your demands? You guys want to avoid a war, right? We demand that Dias be removed as Patriarch. The Bastion should be ruled by a council elected by the people, the old cyborg said. Sergey noted that Dias was apparently the Patriarch's name. Over my dead body. You idiots have already caused so much trouble. If you were in power, you'd doom us all, Dias growled, barely able to contain his rage. So you won't even consider leaving the Bastion or making peace temporarily, just till your world's saved from the system? Sergey asked, then looked at the Patriarch. No. We'd rather die, the old cyborg said, shaking his head. I see, Sergey nodded. A large folder full of documents appeared in his hands. He handed it to one of the Patriarch's bodyguards. What's this? Dias asked, since Sergey hadn't bothered to tell him. It's a file containing the names of all the rebels in the Bastion, along with their addresses, stashes, and meeting places. It's also got the coordinates of their camps outside the city, the boss explained. What is the meaning of this? The old cyborg exclaimed. It's in my best interest for Tillian and its people to survive. I gave you guys a chance. I showed you a ton of proof that you're all about to die, but you just wouldn't listen to reason. So now your main base is in ruins and the survivors are being interrogated, Sergey replied. He waved his hand, and a squad of Argonan knights appeared, all clad in heavy power armor and wielding plasma shotguns. You never really wanted to make a deal, did you? The old cyborg suddenly realized. Sorry, but I've been watching you guys for a while now, and I know all about your plans, Sergey said, shaking his head. He was in an unusually talkative mood today. Despite their lack of skin and facial expressions, the cyborgs' faces were still somehow capable of expressing shock. The boss snapped his fingers, and the knights opened fire, reducing the rebels to scrap metal. So, I was bait? The Patriarch asked after a moment of silence. Nope. I really did want to hear both sides of the story, Sergey replied with a shrug. I've made my position clear. I need to protect this world, so I got no intention of harming the Bastions. I see that now. Thank you, Dias said with a nod. In that case, I'm going to head back to Leshir and order a purge. May I count on your assistance? Sure thing. But not for free, Sergey said, baring his teeth in a sly grin. Chapter 22. The boss's people really had been watching the rebels for a long time. After finding their base, they'd installed cameras there and gathered lots of information about the rebels and their plans. They didn't believe that Tillian was in danger, or that Rust Bastion had been under siege. They thought that all the video evidence Sergey had given them was just a clever forgery. The rebels had only agreed to the talks in order to kill the Patriarch. They had men waiting to ambush him, including suicide bombers, all of whom the Shelter Army had already dispatched. Killing the rebels netted the shelter 500,000 coins, 34 older Level 1 mechs, and 7 new ones, as well as about 1,000 pieces of system equipment, most of which would be sold to Leshir Bastion. Unfortunately, the system items and mechs they recovered needed repairs, and some of them were in pretty rough shape. Sergey left some people behind to negotiate with the Patriarch and teleported to... No, not the shelter. Everyone there was busy planning the wedding, so he headed to Aegis Bastion. Kitaro had promised him planes. A little while ago, in the shelter... "Annette! Annette! Oh my God, where is she? Annette!" Anne cried, bursting into the External Intelligence Department. She started running around the office, shouting for her friend. "I'm here! What the hell are you hollering about?" Annette exclaimed, running up to Anne. She assumed something terrible must have happened. "OMG, Annette, you're never gonna believe it. The boss is getting married!" Anne screamed, overcome with emotion and an overwhelming urge to tell everyone everything right away. "Holy shit!" Annette muttered with a dose of skepticism. It couldn't possibly be true, but Anne's excitement was undeniable. "So Alice actually won?" "No! He's marrying all 3 of them!" Anne shrieked. Annette just stood there gaping, unable to utter a single word. When?" Annette asked, once she'd overcome her shock. "Soon. Find all the girls. We gotta help them pick out dresses and find a venue and plan the reception. We gotta do everything. There's no time," Anne replied, barely able to stand still. "Sylvie! I gotta find Sylvie. Okay, you find Sylvie, and I'll get Katya. She's probably rehearsing," Anne replied, then ran off. Before long, the entire shelter had been turned upside down. Meanwhile, Sergey was dealing with the Southern Kings and fighting zombies. A small aircraft screamed through the sky 300 feet above the Tilian desert. It was rounded and slightly elongated, like the top half of an egg that had been stretched out. The plane was traveling at almost 2,000 miles per hour, and it hadn't even reached its maximum speed. A blue, flame-like glow emanated from its back. The strange craft suddenly did a loop, then went into a swift turn. A dozen streams of light burst from various parts of its body, some of them more intense than others. These streams of light allowed the craft to level out before flying forward at a tremendous speed, slicing through the clouds. A city eventually came into view in the middle of the wasteland. There had been nothing but ruins there just a month earlier, but now incredibly tall walls were being erected around the fledgling metropolis, and roads were gradually extending from its center to the north, south, and northeast. Enormous construction machines swarmed the ground like ants. Large groups of mechs patrolled the surrounding area, and nomad fleets had gathered some distance from the city. The aircraft froze in midair, then carefully landed on a special landing pad. "You're trying to kill me, ain't ya?" a man's voice said. Sergey emerged from the 30-foot-long egg through a small airlock. "Ha ha ha! She isn't designed for biological organisms like you," chuckled a cyborg in a white jumpsuit. He looked about 30. Sergey had no idea how old he actually was, although the biological organism assumed that only an old fart could be such a pain in the ass. Unlike the human, Kitaro Aegis was grinning from ear to ear, immensely pleased with the successful test of his new aircraft. "You're the one who wanted to go for a ride, remember?" the cyborg said with a dry chuckle. "Yeah, but nice and slow turned out not to be neither nice nor slow," the boss sighed, examining the supersonic egg. I'd rather have something simpler and preferably armed, something that could shoot down dragons or maybe knights riding weird-ass monsters or whatever, and it definitely can't be made out of tilium." "Right this way," Kitaro said with a sly grin. They ended up walking pretty far. After descending into the underground city, it took them another 20 minutes to reach a large hangar. The outside of the hangar was guarded by a platoon of armed cyborgs, and over a dozen engineers were tidying up the inside of the facility. It was obvious that no one had been there or used the hangar for its intended purpose in a long time. Kitaro led Sergey deep into the building. Along the way, the boss noticed a number of objects covered in cloth. Judging from their outlines, they looked like military vehicles similar to those made by the Null. The two men eventually came to an object that was short but still massive. Several cyborgs were already there, messing around with tablet-like devices. When they saw Kitaro and his guest, they leaped into action and started pulling off the cloth. "Well, what do you think?" the cyborg chuckled. "It's friggin' perfect," the satisfied man replied, gazing at a 20-foot-long miniature fighter plane with a 35-foot wingspan. It looked a little bit like a flying triangle, but with numerous devices concealed inside its body. "It's called a Strix. They used to rule the air during the Great War," Kitaro declared, then fell silent for a moment. "They also used to call them coffins, since their pilots had incredibly short life expectancies. Their speed, maneuverability, and powerful weaponry were offset by paper-thin armor." "Can you build 1,000 of them?" the boss asked with a sly smirk. "Are you sure? They're fragile and hard to fly," the cyborg replied, surprised. "If you can attach one of these babies to 'em, they'll be tough as nails," the boss chortled, then summoned an assault dome. It looked like a 3-foot-tall box, about 1.5 feet wide and 1 foot deep. There were a number of slots in it for power cores, as well as various indicators showing its battery level, total mana, and coverage area. The device was all one solid piece, without any bolts or screws. There was no way to open it without destroying it. What have you got there?" the surprised cyborg asked. "It's called an assault dome. It creates a barrier around whatever vehicle it's installed in," the boss replied. Kitaro's eyes lit up. Sergey was amazed at the quality of the man's cyber implants and their ability to mimic emotion. "The system won't give me any information about it. All I get is a message that says, 'System incompatibility,'" Kitaro intoned sadly, placing a hand on the hunk of metal. But a moment later, he had a brilliant idea. For the next 2 hours, 24 men, including Sergey, turned into little boys who'd just gotten a new toy. With the humans' help, the cyborgs activated the barrier around one of their mechs. Installing the dome was surprisingly easy. It just stuck to the vehicle, and then all Sergey had to do to activate it was give it a command. Once the dome was installed, they took turns hitting the mech, blowing it up, etc. They made a horrific racket and ripped 2 Level 2 mechs apart, but they managed to figure out exactly how much punishment the barrier could take, how it affected the vehicle's stats, and a whole lot more. Like all the Bastion's engineers, Kitaro fell in love with the assault dome, although sadly, he couldn't use it. However, the Tillians could always hire humans to activate the devices and fill their batteries with mana. One assault dome cost 400,000 coins and 500 Level 2 power cores, but Kitaro wasn't fazed by the price. On the contrary, he offered Sergey a pretty good deal. The shelter would provide him with domes at cost, and in exchange the Tillians would drop everything and start manufacturing Strixes right away. But first, they'd need to perform a few modifications based on modern technology. They also had to figure out where to put the dome and find a way to compensate for the extra weight. In other words, they had their work cut out for them. "Phew, I'm beat," Sergey said after teleporting home and collapsing onto his bed. He and Emmanuel had done a huge amount of work that day. After signing the contract with Kitaro, they'd traveled to all the bastions and offered them the new product. Needless to say, the cyborgs were all extremely interested in the assault domes, and over 500 of them were ordered. Some of the bastions agreed to buy domes at cost in exchange for other goods, while others paid the full price of 600,000 coins and 500 level 2 power cores each. But either way, they were all satisfied. The domes would make the Tillians' mechs much more resistant to attacks by high-level Altered, which would in turn allow them to save money on repairs and increase their revenue from hunting. The shelter stood to make 100 million coins in profit, not counting future income from installation, recharging, and repair services. On top of that, Sergey was confident that the bastions would develop a taste for the domes and end up ordering even more of them. While the boss was doing his thing, Solomon had been out squashing red zombies. The army had found a lair in a town north of Toulouse. It was almost empty, but as soon as the humans attacked, the incubators started spitting out all the monsters they had, including ones that needed a little more time in the oven. This didn't help them, however. 3 hours later, the town was a burned-out husk. Unlike St. Petersburg, the Reds didn't have AA systems or defensive organs, so the shelter army was able to steamroll the town. After that, the mages burned the underground part of the lair, which looked like an enormous root with incubators and other tentacles growing out of it. Stinger beetles dug through the soil and reported that the main route led north, apparently toward Paris. That was no surprise to Sergey, however. He already knew where the Red Menace had come from. The assault on the lair provoked the Reds, which started rushing at the army from all directions at once. There were millions, if not tens of millions of them. Some of the Reds attacking Toulouse even ran off to join them, but by the time they reached the town, neither the lair nor the cruel humans were anywhere to be found. "I'm hungry," Sergey thought. Just as he was about to get out of bed and grab a snack, 2 cute redheads appeared in front of him. "Sergey?" said a voice on his left. "Boss?" said the same voice on his right. "It's time," they said in unison. Sophie and Ellie were wearing identical, tight-fitting wedding gowns. Their shoulders were bare, and they had long trains that began just under their butts. Their red hair was down, flowing to the middle of their backs like a waterfall, but with 2 little waterfalls in front. The girls were wearing professional makeup that made their eyes even more expressive than usual. Their seductive red lips demanded to be kissed, but those eyes. The 2 little vixens were happy. They'd enjoyed Sergey's surprised reaction, and his thoughts delighted them. After all, what woman wouldn't be thrilled to know that her man was captivated by her beauty? The twins handed Sergey a tuxedo and a pair of dress shoes. He looked at the girls, then at the suit, a quizzical smirk on his face. "You mean right now?" he asked, realizing what was happening. "It's your own fault," the redhead on the left said. "You told us to decide," her sister added. The twins both giggled. "Yeah, suppose I did," the boss said with a grin. The girls helped him get dressed. "So much for my happy bachelorhood," Sergey groaned. The twins just giggled again. They still couldn't believe he'd proposed to them. They would have been happy just being his lovers, but Sergey had said no. He didn't want to be a philanderer and set a bad example for his people. Although there were already plenty of rumors going around about the boss having a whole harem of beautiful concubines. Sergey quickly donned his tux. The girls adjusted it a little and made sure it fit properly, and then the three of them teleported to the recreational area. They appeared in an undeveloped area that had been through some major changes over the last 24 hours. Sergey was pretty sure the entire shelter was there. There were way too many people. There was also a large stage, lots of tables, massive screens, speakers, and everything else the audience needed to behold this momentous occasion. "And here's the groom! Let's all say hi to the boss!" cried Katya, who was standing on the stage in a beautiful black evening gown. The cameramen, there were over a dozen of them, focused on Sergey and the twins, and a moment later, almost 300,000 people started clapping and shouting. The twins felt a sense of exultation unlike anything they'd ever experienced before. Everyone was looking at them, hundreds of thousands of people, and they were all applauding, congratulating them, and celebrating their beauty. The groom, however, was less pleased. "Couldn't you have made it just a little smaller? A little more modest?" he grumbled, gazing at the enormous crowd. "We tried," the redhead on the left said, hanging her head. "But word got out," her sister added. "There was no stopping it," the first twin said. "Anne, huh? I gotta find that chick a husband," Sergey grumbled. The girls just smiled. The boss put his arms around the twins' waists and walked onto the stage. Katya introduced both sisters, although no one could tell them apart anyway. Then Alice came on stage. She was embarrassed to have so many people staring at her, but she was still more confident than she'd ever been before. Her body looked like it was overflowing with life force. All the imperfections in her appearances had been eliminated, and everything that could be shown off was. Alice had never looked more beautiful. There was the time her appearance had been transformed by the charm skill, of course, but that hadn't been the real her. She was wearing a white wedding gown with a narrow waist and long train. Her neck and shoulders were bare, and there was a large slit running all the way down to the middle of her belly. Alice had big, beautiful breasts. They were her main weapon, and the feature she was proudest of, but now they were accentuated by her lovely dark hair and charming face. She'd been working out a lot, so she was in great shape, and the elven massages she'd been getting had made her body soft and delicate. Sergey knew this from extensive first-hand experience. She wasn't as athletic as the twins, but she definitely had a more striking figure. "And last but not least, the bride we all know and love, the boss's right-hand woman, the head of our government. Alice!" Katya announced. The audience erupted in a deafening standing ovation. Some people in the crowd shouted Alice's name and yelled about how great she was, although most of them were from the core group who, along with Sergey and Alice, had basically built the shelter. "Hi," Alice said with a brilliant smile as she walked up to the groom. "You look amazing," Sergey said, looking his bride up and down. "I know, right?" Alice replied with a giggle. She'd tried so hard to look nice for the wedding, she would have been surprised if he'd said anything else. "How'd you manage to pull this all off in just one day?" the boss asked. "What's so strange about that? We've been living like this for 3 months now, doing 1,000 different things every day," Alice replied with a grin. "Yeah, I guess it's been hard for you," Sergey smirked. He understood that his people worked just as hard as he did.
"We've seen how hard you work, and we've all tried to follow your example," Alice said.
She was about to say more, but Katya started speaking again.
"And now, let's start our amazing wedding," the white-haired girl declared loudly.
The lights suddenly went out. A moment later, spotlights illuminated the groom and host.
"Thanks to the boss, dozens of different races live in the shelter now, not just humans, so we've done our best to combine the wedding practices of all the races and nationalities who live here. Trust me, this is gonna be the most incredible wedding you've ever seen. Let's kick it off with a wedding dance by our beautiful fairies, also known as the Faru."
Chapter 23. Several fairies in beautiful outfits flew on stage, lit by spotlights and accompanied by thunderous applause. The women were wearing vibrant, colorful clothing, and the men were in green outfits that looked like leaves. The women outnumbered the men 2-1. Like mighty oaks, the Faru men protected their women against misfortune, while the women gave them joy and life, symbolized by colorful flowers. 3 more spotlights turned on, illuminating Sergey's brides. They'd left the stage when the lights went out and were now wearing Faru garb, although their dresses were even more colorful than the fairies'. This was their big day, after all. The twins were barefoot and wearing short dresses. They had beautiful wings on their backs. Their husband-to-be assumed they were just props, but then they started twitching. The girl's hair was woven into intricate braids and adorned with flowers and leaves. Sophie and Ellie's dresses were made up of 3 colors, yellow, blue, and green. Yellow symbolized closeness. The twins took a vow to always be by their husband's side. Blue stood for fidelity. They swore to remain faithful to their husband forever. Even if he died, they would stay true to him for the rest of their lives. Green represented strength. The girls promised to be strong and help their husband fight. Alice, on the other hand, was wearing a long and very unusual dress. Faru women had modest figures, so when one of their females actually developed large breasts, she was virtually worshipped and almost always became the wife of a king. Because of this, the Faru had special dresses just for women like Alice. The fact that she was wearing this kind of dress while the twins wore ordinary ones implied that they acknowledged Alice as the lead wife. Alice's dress was long, although it only looked like a long dress from the waist down. The top half of her outfit was hard to describe, but it left her stomach and back almost completely exposed. It was almost like a cross between a tube top and a bra, and it was very revealing. Her wings were larger than the twins, and they were also more colorful and vibrant. She almost looked like a butterfly. Alice's outfit was made up of 4 colors: red, white, purple, and blue. Red symbolized eternal love. Alice vowed to think only of Sergey, to dedicate her life to him, and to be a passionate lover. White represented their home together. She promised to make it comfortable for husband and handle the day-to-day housekeeping so he could focus on more important things. Purple stood for family. Alice swore to bear her husband children. According to Faru tradition, the brighter the shade of purple, the more children the wife promised to have. The purple in Alice's dress was very intense. She also vowed to act as the head of the household when her husband was away. As in the twins' dresses, blue symbolized fidelity. Alice swore to be faithful to her husband forever. The brides surrounded their future husband. Music played, and Sergey was slowly lifted into the air. This was accomplished by wind mages off stage, and their spell was enhanced by the special soles of Sergey's shoes. The bride's wings flapped, and they flew up into the air along with their future husband. Sergey looked at their short dresses, then at the crowd below, and frowned. "We've got little shorts on under our dresses," one of the redheads reassured him telepathically. The sky was lit up by light magic, so everyone could see what was happening. The brides spun around the groom in a Faru dance, while the fairies danced below them. They were arranged in a cone-like shape, with the brides and groom twirling around at the top of the cone and level 3 fairies, who were slightly shorter than the average human, dancing just below them. They were followed by level 2 fairies, who were the size of 12-year-olds, then level 1 Faru, who were about 1.5 feet tall. The brides couldn't dance as well as the fairies. They'd only had a couple of hours to practice, but they still looked lovely. They twirled and spun, pressing themselves up against the groom, stroking his hands, then flying away. This happened several times. The boss's brides gave him hints about what to do using telepathy and mental images. This wouldn't have been possible without Alice and her level 3 telepathy skill. The mid-air dance lasted 10 minutes, and then the males were allowed to pick their own brides. The men grabbed the women they liked, embraced them, and kissed them. The women could always say no and not allow themselves to be caught, but none of them rejected their suitors this time. Those without a paramour flew away and hid in the fog to give the newlyweds some space. Sergey kissed his brides one after another, and then the 4 of them landed on the stage to thunderous applause. The lights went out again, and the brides ran off, accompanied by the fairies. "Wasn't that beautiful?" Katya asked. The audience roared and clapped ecstatically in agreement. "I thought it was great, too. I'd love to have a wedding dance like that one day, but it doesn't seem like it's ever going to happen," the hostess said with a wistful smile. At least 1,000 humans and aliens dashed toward the stage, begging the white-haired girl for her hand in marriage. "That's enough sad stuff for now, huh?" Katya said, smiling sweetly. "Now for our next ritual. The Taru and Hiranians actually have fairly similar wedding practices, so we've combined them. A man who wants to marry girls as beautiful as Sergey's brides needs to be able to protect them, right?" Katya asked. Shouts of agreement could be heard from the crowd. "I'm glad you think so too, because our boss is about to undergo a test of strength." The lights came on, illuminating several mighty warriors, including beastmen, a wolf, and a bear, both humans with level 3 transformation skills. Termar, the strongest orc in the shelter, was there too, kitted out in top-notch Taru gear, as well as Agdamdur Susan. The Hiranian was wearing ceremonial garb that looked like a kimono, but with short sleeves and yellow pants. He was accompanied by an Argonan knight in Slayer 3T power armor, as well as several other fighters. The stage was covered in an aura dome provided by Kern the Aura Master, who was standing by the stage in formal attire. He was there to make sure there was no collateral damage from the upcoming battle between the shelter's finest warriors. On Hiran, the groom is tested by the bride's family, while on Taru, he's tested by the tribe. As you all know, Sergey and his brides have no living family members. Alice's son doesn't count, so the boss is going to fight the best warriors in the shelter. The first fighter to enter the arena was the werewolf. He was wearing leather armor crafted from the skin of the Snake King. It covered his chest and part of his legs. He was unarmed, since his claws were sharp enough to slice through metal. The wolfman howled and ran at Sergey. The boss activated combat reflexes, so time seemed to freeze for him. The werewolf also had combat reflexes, although it was only at level 1. All the shelter's melee fighters had this skill now. The wolfman knew the boss was freakishly strong, so he attacked him furiously, hoping to land a single hit. The audience gasped at his lightning-fast movements and incredible speed. What could an unarmed man possibly do against a creature like that? However, Sergey had no trouble dodging and parrying all the werewolf's attacks. He was just toying with him, trying to build suspense. The wolfman knew this, but he still fought as hard as he could. The boss's level 1 Biharu skill and the martial arts training he'd received from Agdam-dur made him a capable hand-to-hand fighter, so he was able to give the werewolf a run for his money. After enough time had passed, Sergey went on the offensive and knocked the werewolf out with a single slap in the face. The audience was shocked. After the first match, the boss fought a bear man in steel armor, but it quickly ended in ruined armor and broken ribs. His next opponent was Agdam-dur Susan. The Iranian warrior showed off everything his level 3 Biharu skill was capable of, but he didn't stand a chance against Sergey's incredibly high stats. The fourth battle was against an Argonan knight. He was protected by an aura barrier and equipped with heavy power armor and a level 3 sword and shield. It broke Sergey's heart to smash that wonderful armor, but he had to put on a good show, so he did it anyway. The last match was the most spectacular of all, Sergey versus Grot. The barbarian fought with his bare hands. Using his unique skill, he leaped from platform to platform, launching clever sneak attacks against his foe. He also used his barriers to defend against Sergey's attacks. Grot was a powerful and experienced warrior. Thanks to his mastery of his skill, he even managed to hit Sergey a couple of times, although the boss's aura barrier completely absorbed the damage. Then the warrior used his barriers to create obstacles for the boss, trapping him in a kind of maze that restricted his movements. Sergey eventually got fed up with this and started smashing through the barriers with his fists. Grot's MP suddenly tanked, and he almost stumbled. The boss kept breaking one platform after another, draining the barbarian's mana at a phenomenal rate. Grot eventually had to change tactics, but it didn't help. As soon as he saw a new barrier, Sergey would destroy it immediately. After 2 minutes of this, Grot took a powerful blow to the gut and dropped to his knees. The aura arena vanished, Grot was led away, and Faru tailors flew up to Sergey to repair his clothing. However, his tuxedo turned out to be completely undamaged. As a matter of fact, it wasn't even wrinkled.
What a battle! To be honest, I thought the boss was gonna use weapons, but he beat them all with his bare hands and didn't even break a sweat, Katya exclaimed, summoning an explosion of applause and excited cheers from the audience. Sergey had shown them just how strong he was, and they were ecstatic, especially the newcomers. Our boss is obviously strong, there's no doubt about that. But if he's tired, why stop now? The hostess asked. Some of the spectators started laughing. The lights went out again, and Sergey and Katya were the only ones left on stage. Our next tradition belongs to a small race known as the Or. In case you aren't familiar with them, allow me to introduce them. The lights came back on, and the audience saw 4 creatures, 2 male and 2 female. They were short, but sturdy-looking. The tallest male was about 5'2". The females, on the other hand, were skinny and about 2 to 4 inches taller than the males.
An elderly female and her husband told the audience about her people's traditions. Some of their history had been recovered using system equipment, and they still had folk tales that had been passed down orally. Using this information, the Office of Arts and Culture had managed to reconstruct some of their traditions, including those around weddings. A father who wanted to wed his daughter to a strong warrior would place her on a tall cliff. Any man who wanted to marry her would have to prove he was worthy of her by climbing to the top of the cliff before his competitors, then bringing the bride back down safe and sound. Sergey's brides had already donned their wedding dresses and were waiting at the tops of two cliffs, the redheads on one, Alice on the other. Alice's cliff was much more dangerous due to an abundance of traps and enemies waiting to ambush her suitor. Sergey was pelted with arrows and attacked with spells. Bird people pretending to be carnivorous mutant birds tried to knock the boss off the cliffs. There were even other competitors. If they got to the top before the boss, they would earn the right to give the girls a peck on the cheek. Sergey had his work cut out for him, but he eventually retrieved all his brides from the cliffs and was rewarded with kisses. That wasn't the end of the boss's suffering, however. The free-climbing ritual was followed by a bear race and a number of other wedding competitions with guests, including the leaders of the camps. There was a banquet, too, of course, although the brides and groom didn't get to eat. Sergey made flowers out of crystals. Then the brides danced around a bonfire dressed in animal hides, while the groom made rock statues of them. He only had just 20 minutes to do it, so the statues came out a little creepy. There were many, many different trials and competitions, but fortunately for the boss, they eventually ended. It was time for the main event.
Sergey, do you take Alice, Sophie, and Ellie to be your lawfully wedded wives? Asked a pink-skinned female administrative department employee in a business suit.
I do, the boss replied.
Alice, Sophie, and Ellie, do you?
The brides said their wedding vows and exchanged rings with Sergey. Then the boss kissed his brides, and the officiant pronounced them man and wives. The shelter exploded with cheers, congratulations, toasts, and more. The leaders of all the survivor camps the shelter did business with had been invited to the wedding, other than the southern kings, that is. Not all of them had been able to attend, of course, but those that couldn't be there had sent representatives in their place. Sergey listened to a stream of congratulatory speeches. A few camp leaders testified about how much he'd helped them. Leah and Reiner were the first to tell their story. If not for Sergey, they might have gone to war, and then both their camps would have been wiped out. Berlin's leaders talked about how Sergey had saved their city. The King of Lille told everyone about how the boss had helped him team up with the Allies. The Russians talked about how much better their lives were now that the bears were their allies rather than their enemies, and it was all thanks to Sergey.
Sergey and I met in a trial dungeon, Tatiana said.
The red-haired leader of Nizhny Novgorod was wearing a beautiful red dress that showed off her trim figure, so she had plenty of attention from the men at the wedding.
When we met, he saved me, but he looked...
Tatiana grimaced, remembering how horrifying Sergey's appearance had been. One of the video editors pulled up a recording of the trial and showed an image of the boss on the screen.
"Oh, man, you recorded it, huh?"
Tatiana said, blushing.
"Sure," replied Sergey, who was standing nearby.
"The whole thing got recorded."
"Well, even missing one hand, you were still a freaking badass. Zombies, monsters, weird creatures, you beat 'em all. Until you got tangled up with me, that is," she said with a giggle. "Thanks to you, I managed to survive the final boss battle. Then you gave me the vending machine that turned me from an ordinary girl into the leader of a whole city. Then I was able to help the other camps." "You sold us food for 3 times what you paid for it. Shame on you, woman," laughed the muscular leader of one of the other camps. "Well, let's not get bogged down in the details, okay?" Tatiana said with an endearing smile. "What matters is that over 20 camps have joined the Russian alliance, and we're not done yet. We're gonna free our homeland from the clutches of the zombies and the monsters." Everyone started applauding, but Tatiana wasn't done yet. Her assistant walked up to her carrying a cylindrical object wrapped in wrapping paper. "You guys sure are lucky," she said with a grin, looking at Sergey's 3 wives. "I was hoping to lock him down one day, but it just wasn't meant to be," she said with a sigh, then looked at Sergey. "Knowing Sergey, he'd never have a mistress, right? I certainly wouldn't mind." Sergey shook his head, but Tatiana just smiled. "I knew it. Anyway, I'd like to give you a little present. I know you're about to set out on a dangerous journey, so here you go." Tatiana unwrapped the present and handed Sergey a parchment. It turned out to be a blueprint for a suit of level 4 armor. "We found it a couple of days ago. It'd be a nightmare to craft this thing, but you're loaded, so I think you can probably afford it," she said with a grin. The armor was a 3rd-generation system item called Retribution. The shelter had already started receiving 3rd-gen items as rewards, but they'd all been low-level, since the shelter hadn't fought in any major battles yet. However, even level 1 items showed an explosive leap in power. Difficulty level 3 assumed that the planet had been consumed by war, leaving only the best warriors behind to fight the strongest enemies. "Thanks," Sergey said with a smile, then read the blueprint's description and sent it to the armory. It was similar to the Eliminator 2, but slightly more sophisticated. The celebration continued. Once the camp leaders were done, the leaders of the smaller races gave speeches, including Su-Alme. He'd regained his people's trust and was now the official representative of his species. The Scion of Sunlight waxed poetic about the shelter, describing the great battles his warriors had fought for it. At the end of his speech, he swore that the children of the sun would always fight for Sergey. Everyone gave speeches, humans, aliens, even Mila the dragon and Siri in human form, of course. The audience was shocked when she introduced herself. They'd always imagined the Beetle Queen as an enormous monster. Chapter 24. Siri congratulated the newlyweds and promised to always be there for them. She and her children vowed to serve Sergey and his descendants, but— "No way, Siri," Sergey said with a frown, stunning the Beetle Queen and everyone else in attendance. "We signed a contract. I help you, you help me, right? Or did you forget about your purpose?" The boss waved his hand, and everyone in the shelter saw the contract he'd signed with Siri. Terms of the contract. The Beetle Queen will become the shelter's keeper. As keeper, she promises to help Sergey and his representatives operate and protect the shelter. Sergey promises to feed the Beetle Queen and her children. The portion size and type of food are at his discretion. All of the Beetle Queen's children and their offspring will obey Sergey. Sergey will, to the best of his ability, help the Beetle Queen recover her memory and fulfill her purpose. "It's all right here in black and white. You're my business partner, not my servant. So let's keep it that way, 'kay?" Sergey said, offering the humanoid Beetle Queen his hand.
"Okay," Siri replied with a smile, then shook the boss's hand and hugged him. "Don't worry, I won't try to steal him from you," Siri giggled, looking at the slightly annoyed brides. The speeches eventually ended, and the newlyweds teleported to a suite that had been prepared just for them. It was as luxurious as the penthouse of a 5-star hotel. "You've got your work cut out for you tonight," Alice said with a smile. The redheads disappeared, leaving the two of them alone. "We flipped a coin, and I won, so I get to go first," the smiling bride said seductively, leading Sergey to the bedroom. "I still can't believe we're married," she grinned, sitting on the huge bed. "Yeah, we tied the knot all right," the former bachelor said with a sad smile, then walked up to his wife and kissed her. Her dress fell away easily, leaving her beautiful body bare. "I've only got 2 hours, and then it's the twins' turn," Alice said, diving at her husband. In the Spacetime Ocean, in a sector occupied by the medium-tier hog race, a battle was raging between 2 arcs. "For the Queen! Kill them all! War!" Tens of thousands of gray-skinned, 4-armed warriors bellowed. Locked in a tight formation, they approached the enemy army that had come out to meet them. Their foes were intimidating 10-foot-tall creatures with muscular bodies, almost completely flat heads, and enormous gaping maws in their chests. They marched toward the invaders slowly, trying to show them why the Mori archetype was so feared and respected. "Kill all the Shirashi scum! How dare they attack us? It's time to put them in their place!" the Ark's space-time lord roared. He was about 12 feet tall, clad in heavy armor made of crimson metal and wielding massive war hammers in both hands. The Mori were twice the size of the Shirashi and supremely confident in their own strength. As far as they were concerned, their victory was inevitable. They were feared throughout the entire sector, after all. The countless victims of their murderous rampages were proof of the threat they represented. Every now and then some other race would attack them in a quest for vengeance, but they always ended up falling prey to these mighty warriors. As the armies were about to clash, the Shirashi suddenly stopped. The front rows of their formation were made up of mighty warriors called sentinels. Clad in heavy armor, they gripped enormous shields in their left hands and spears in their right. The sentinels held their shields out in front of them, forming an impenetrable wall studded with sharp spears. Behind them, 4-armed warriors with slings started pelting the Mori with enchanted rounds. When the projectiles hit their targets, they exploded, splattering the enemy with acid, freezing them or shocking them. However, this only enraged the Mori, who roared with bloodlust. Then the Shirashi mages entered the fray. A 15-foot-tall wall sprang out of the ground in front of the army of 10-foot-tall warriors. The wall only stopped the Mori for about 2 seconds. Their mighty fists, hammers, and feet eradicated it with ease. The Shirashi weren't trying to stop the enemy, however. They were trying to get them to cluster together. As soon as the wall fell, hundreds of spell combos were unleashed against the Mori, killing thousands of them at a time. As the enraged and injured Mori hid behind the bodies of their fallen comrades or charged the enemy, the surprisingly powerful sentinels crouched and swung their shields open like gates. Lightly armored warriors behind them immediately started spitting acid at the furious attackers, crippling scores of them. Once the acid barrage was over, the shield-bearers stood back up, held their spears out in front of them, and covered themselves with their shields to defend against the impending Mori counterattack. They didn't have to wait long. The Mori seemed to be competing with each other to see who could reach them first and start gutting their gray-skinned enemies. A bloody battle ensued, and neither Spacetime Lord knew who would emerge victorious. "Well, is everything ready?" Sergey asked, scanning his crew. This time they were properly prepared for the expedition, not like last time when Tillian had blocked his connection to the shelter. They had 20 people, including the shelter's best warriors, along with plenty of food and equipment. To Sergey's surprise, Rain had begged him to bring her along on this mission. He had no reason to say no, so he'd agreed. "All right, if everybody's ready, system. I want to be the invaders," Sergey said loudly. "Are you sure? All the residents of this planet will be hostile to you." "Am I sure? Do you think I'm a friggin' moron or something? You lured me here on purpose, and you screwed my orcs over, too. I'm pretty sure they can't go back to their ark because the connection's blocked," the boss replied with a derisive snort. "So I want to be the invader." "You've chosen to play as the invaders. Select 5 deployment positions. Keep in mind that you will receive a reward based on your contribution once the planet is absorbed. If you defeat the defenders and the inhabitants of this world, you will earn special rewards, including a chance to receive the skill books of the enemies you have defeated." "Seriously? I get 5 portals at once, and I get to pick where they go? And how am I supposed to make contact with the planet and start earning XP? Or does deployment just mean going to some random-ass place? I mean, you're shitting me, right? It sure sucks ass to be the defender, huh?" Sergey fumed, but quickly calmed down. Screw you. Fine, I'll pick a damn position. Rain said something about a huge ancient forest and a volcano, but the whole goddamn planet's one big-ass forest. How am I supposed to find that volcano, huh? An image of the planet Iris appeared in front of Sergey. He could spin it and rotate it, but he couldn't zoom in. It was an Earth-type planet, and it was about the same size as Earth, too. About 70% of it was land, and almost all of it was covered in dense forest. However, it also had a desert the size of France. There were snowcaps on its poles, about 3 times the size of Earth's. "Maybe the locals know about the volcanoes," the boss mused, spotting meadows in the forested areas. They were round, so he assumed they must be man-made. There were 10 deployment points, but he could only open 5 portals. It was a tough decision. A large stone windmill stood on a small but steep hill. Next to the mill was the miller's house and a granary. A wormhole suddenly appeared in the middle of the granary and started sucking in air, dust, flour, and grain. It quickly expanded into a 3-dimensional portal, but by the time it stabilized, there was nothing left of the granary. All the sacks of grain and flour, even the boards the building was made of, were gone. "The air here's amazing," Sergey said, taking a deep breath after stepping out of the portal. He knew the air was breathable. The Taru could breathe it, so why couldn't he? So his helmet was retracted into his brand-new, super badass Level 4 Retribution armor. Like the Eliminator 2, it was a heavy, bulky black suit. It gave him plus 30 to all stats, and it had lots of other useful functions, too. "The grain! Oh, God, the grain!" a man cried, his voice full of pain and anguish. Sergey turned around and saw a muscular man accompanied by his wife and daughter. They'd been standing there ever since the granary had started falling apart. "You sure are great at picking places to deploy, boss," Pyro laughed. He and the others had walked out of the portal right after the boss. Judging from the man's cries, Sergey had apparently sucked up a granary. Sergey couldn't really argue with Pyro's comment. He already knew that Lady Luck wasn't on his side. "May I compensate you for your losses, sir?" the boss asked, walking up to the head of the household. He understood the locals' language and could communicate with them thanks to his level 3 translator. The miller and his family looked more or less like medieval humans, unwashed and smelly, with greasy hair and simple clothing made of coarse fabric. They were basically white, although the female's eyes were slightly almond-shaped. "Compensate?" the man stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Sure, why not?" Sergey replied, confused. "Nobles never compensate commoners for the damage they do to 'em," the man said. Realizing that he may have just offended this noble, he immediately fell to his knees. "Please forgive my impudence, my lord," he shouted. "Stand up, let's talk about this," the boss said. 100 coin appeared in his hand. He couldn't help but notice the way the miller's wife's eyes lit up when she saw it. He also noticed that the father was the only one bowing and scraping. The other two seemed perfectly calm. Once everyone quieted down, the boss and the redheads talked to the miller in his home. The guests were served tea. It tasted disgusting and had no sugar in it, but Sergey drank it all just to be polite. Annette zoomed her camera all the way out and searched the area from 300 feet above the ground. The hill the mill was on gave her an excellent perspective, since it loomed high over the valley, adding an extra 500 feet to the camera's altitude. The hill was surrounded by farmland, which was followed by a vast, medieval-looking city. On the other side of the city was a small forest and an enormous wall. "What's your name?" the boss asked the commoner. "Hizef, my lord," the man replied with a bow. His wife and daughter had gone to another room, so it was just the four of them. "Tell me about this place and its ruler, Hizef," Sergey said, tossing the commoner 100 coin. The miller caught it, then turned pale with terror. "I couldn't possibly accept such a generous gift, my lord," Hizef said, his hands shaking. "It ain't a gift. It's compensation for your building and payment for the information you're about to give me, so make sure it's accurate, 'kay?" the boss said with a frown. The intimidated commoner fell silent. "Yes, my lord," he replied, then started telling Sergey what he knew. They were in the fiefdom of Laris, which was ruled by Baron Edis Laris. Hizef had only seen the Baron once, but he'd been wearing a suit, gloves, and boots made of some kind of strange black leather. Sergey thought it sounded like level 2 armor, something similar to Earth's first-gen version. Pretending to test Hizef's knowledge of the world around him, Sergey started asking the miller questions such as, how many fiefdoms are there, what's on the other side of the walls, etc. Hizef didn't know how many fiefdoms there were, but he did know that they were separated from one another by great walls. If anyone wanted to go to another fiefdom, they needed permission, so neither he nor any of his friends and family had ever been to another city. According to Hizef, monsters from the fell forest roamed free beyond the walls. They were trying to consume the world, and the only thing standing between them and the people were the brave nobles and their troops. What do you expect from a commoner?" Sergey said, shaking his head to let Hizef know how stupid he was. "But you didn't lie, so that's good." "I would never dare to lie to you, my lord," the commoner exclaimed, falling to his knees. "I want to take a walk around the city, but I don't want anybody to know about me and my people," the boss said, getting up from the table. "Got any clothes that'd fit me and my traveling companions?"
"We only have commoners' clothes, my lord. You would befoul your bodies by wearing such filth," Hyzef cried.
"Got any other ideas?" Sergey asked, grimacing.
My wife could go into town and buy you some merchant's clothes. They're of good quality, and forgive me for saying so, my lord, but even if you were to dress as commoners, you'd still look like nobles," the paterfamilias said, bowing so low he actually hit his head on the floor.
Okay then. Good call. Way to go," Sergey replied. Hyzef beamed, overjoyed by the compliment.
Cheshire, come here at once. The gentleman's got a job for you," the man shouted.
Cheshire, who turned out to be the miller's wife and not a cat, as Sergey had thought, came running. Hyzef explained everything to her quickly and succinctly. She nodded and smiled, then took a length of thread and started measuring the gentleman and the two ladies. She was careful not to touch them, since she didn't want to get her hand chopped off. She also asked each of them for permission before taking their measurements. She was very careful and never spoke out of turn, but unlike her husband, she wasn't afraid. Once she was done, Cheshire broke a 10-coin coin off of the 100-coin coin, bowed, and left for the city. "Would you care for a rest or a bite to eat, my lord?" the miller asked. "Nah, I gotta do something about that barn of yours. Folks'll notice if it's missing. Do you get a lot of visitors?" the boss asked, looking out the window at the bare stone foundation where the granary had stood.
Yes, my lord. People come here almost every day to buy flour," the miller replied, hanging his head.
"Gotcha. Tell 'em you sold all your flour to some merchants and decided to rebuild the barn, or what do you call it again?" the boss asked, glancing first at his dumbasses who were sitting on the ground looking bored, then at the miller.
"A granary, my lord,"
Hyzef said, a little perplexed by the question. "Gotcha. Sit tight and don't look out the window, capiche?" Sergey walked out of the house, leaving the redheads behind. Just 15 minutes later, the old granary had been replaced by a nice-looking new one. There was plenty of stone in the shelter, as well as lots of bored earth mages. The new granary was twice the size of the old one. Sergey ordered his dumbasses to go inside. This building would serve as his temporary headquarters. He wanted to be careful in case the system suddenly cut off his connection to the shelter. The granary was divided into two parts. One half was for storing the miller's wheat, and the other was now the boss's secret base. "After we leave, the whole thing'll be yours. You can use it for now, but stay out of the other half," Sergey said, showing Hyzef his new granary.
"Thank you, my lord," the miller shouted, prostrating himself on the ground.
"Cut that crap out. It's getting on my friggin' nerves," the boss grumbled. Hyzef immediately stood up. Cheshire eventually returned with a sack of clothing and lots of food. She'd exchanged what was left of the coin for local currency, or, as Sergey called it, common money. One survivor coin was worth 10 silver coins, and one silver coin was worth 10 copper coins. The miller's wife had returned with 10 silver coins and 100 copper coins. The gentlemen and ladies were led to a room on the second floor of the miller's house, where their new clothes were laid out carefully on a small wooden bed. The redheads smiled. "Looks like you guys are gonna match yet again," Sergey chuckled, then turned around and looked at his beautiful wives. "Can't I see you in different clothes at least once?" The girls just smiled and shrugged, copying their husband's favorite gesture. Then they quickly removed their shadow armor and put the merchant dresses on. Sophie and Ellie were level 16, so they met the level requirement for shadow armor 2. Sergey couldn't help but stare at their beautiful bodies, but they got dressed too quickly. The twins were now wearing long green dresses with white stripes running from the collar to the waist. The stripes were pretty wide, covering part of their breasts. Sergey was wearing a tight-fitting suit adorned with embroidery and wooden buttons painted red. His suit was green, too, although it was a darker shade than the girls' dresses. A brown belt and a pair of brown boots completed the ensemble. The outfit actually fit him pretty well, and he didn't look half bad in it. "So, how do I look?" the boss asked his wives, who were gazing at each other as though they were looking in the mirror. They looked Sergey up and down for about a minute, then giggled. "Gotcha. I'll try not to look in any mirrors," Sergey chuckled. The three of them went back downstairs, where they were met by the miller and his family. Chapter 25. "Allow me to escort you, my lord. I know the city well," Hizef said. According to Annette, the miller's wife had suggested this. "That's a good idea, but I'm gonna need another escort, too. He'll be here soon, so go pick some clothes out for him," Sergey said, looking at Hizef's daughter. She was about 10 years old, but pale and sickly looking. "What's the matter with her? She sick or something?" "Yes, my lord. She's seriously ill, but thanks to your generosity, we're going to take her to the healer tomorrow," the man said with a low bow. My doctor'll take a look at her," Sergey replied. 30 seconds later, an intimidatingly large Hiranian man walked into the house. He was the best healer in the shelter. To the boss's surprise, no one in the miller's family seemed to care about the color of the healer's skin. Sergey assumed that there must be dark-skinned people living in the fiefdom. The healer was wearing Argonan attire, which looked more or less like local clothing. Every member of the expedition had already been supplied with similar garments. The healer walked up to the little girl and laid a hand on her shoulder. Sergey could tell that her parents were nervous, but too afraid to say anything. "There are parasites in her body. I'll neutralize them," the menacing man said. The girl's parents turned pale. Even Cheshire lost her composure and burst into tears. For these people, a parasitic infection meant certain death. In spite of this chilling news, just 2 minutes later, the healer smiled and tousled the girl's hair. "You're going to have a large bowel movement soon. It'll get rid of all the nasty stuff inside of you, and then you'll be healthy again," he said, then walked away. Mommy? I gotta go poop," the little girl said, tugging on her mother's dress. Cheshire immediately picked her up and carried her to an outhouse, which was basically just a wooden box over a pit. "Don't worry, Kay. If Tarmandur says she's gonna be okay, she's gonna be okay," Sergey said, looking at the black healer. "Parasites are usually contagious, so you should check him out too." The healer nodded and walked up to the miller, who was a head shorter than him. Hizef turned pale. He didn't want to die, but he knew that parasites were contagious. When someone contracted them, their entire family was usually burned along with all their property. "He's infected," Tarmandur said, then ran his hand along the man's belly. Hizef's knees buckled, and he fell on his backside. The healer chuckled a little. "I've eliminated all the parasites. He's healthy now. I'll go search the house and kill all the eggs." "Go ahead," Sergey replied with a nod, then cast a mocking glance at Hizef, who was scared half to death. A moment later, the miller grabbed his stomach and ran out of the house as though his ass were on fire. "We launched a quadcopter a little while ago, boss. We've got some video now. Would you like to see the city?" Annette asked over the radio. Sergey was eager to see the footage, so a tablet with the video file appeared in his hands. The city Annette was referring to wasn't the one Cheshire had run to for clothes. Compared to the city, the walled area these people were familiar with was just one tiny neighborhood, one of many, actually. The entire country was essentially one giant city divided up by walls. The video showed a number of different fiefdoms, with massive walls between them. The quadcopter couldn't show the entire megalopolis, as it were, but Sergey saw enough of it to get the point. He was especially interested in some modern-looking, smoke-belching factories in the distance, so he decided to risk exposure and lower the drone to ground level. The fiefdom of Lares was 40% urban, 40% rural farmland, and 10% forest. The remaining 10% was occupied by the Baron's estate. The population was poor, but they weren't starving. The walls were particularly interesting. They were 1,000 feet tall and about 130 feet wide, and there were train tracks on them, along with various structures that Solomon thought were barracks and warehouses. There were almost no people on the walls, however. The quadcopter only showed a couple dozen sentries. This was odd, since there was an enormous forest on the other side of the walls, and the miller had claimed that it was populated by vicious creatures that sometimes attacked the fiefdoms. The entire family returned to the house a few minutes later. The father and daughter looked exhausted, but satisfied. They'd expelled all the parasites from their bodies. Meanwhile, Tarmandur finished clearing out the house and immediately got to work on the miller's wife. "Here, drink this. It'll help you feel better," Sergey said, handing Hizef a large wooden mug full of spring water. The miller nodded and sipped the water. After his first taste, he almost downed the rest of it in one gulp, but remembered his daughter and forced himself to stop. When the little girl got her hands on the mug, she quaffed it in seconds. Her pale skin immediately started taking on a healthy pinkish hue, and she clearly felt much better. Her body was being filled with life force. The man looked like he'd just taken a shot of steroids. "What is this divine nectar, my lord? I feel stronger than I've even felt in my entire life," Hizef asked. He ran over to an open cask of water from his well, put his arms around it, and lifted it up. There were at least 25 gallons of water in there. "Incredible!" he gasped. "Don't tell nobody about that water, capiche?" Sergey ordered Hizef. He was just as surprised as the miller, although he didn't show it. "I swear, my lord, I swear," the man declared loudly, falling to knees and bowing low. "Now give some to your wife," the boss said. He waved his hand and another mug appeared on the table. The miller was about to express his gratitude, but then the door opened, and a grubby-looking young man walked into the house wearing filthy, tattered Argonan clothing. "Whoa-ho! Looking good, Danny boy," Sergey quipped, looking at his best fire mage. Yeah, yuck it up. Everybody else already has," Pyro grumbled. They'd tossed mud at him, then dried him off, then tossed more mud at him, then painted his teeth to make them look rotten. Then, for the finishing touch, they'd fed him some kind of disgusting food so his breath would smell like it was coming out of a cowshed. Pyro was wearing simple, threadbare clothes made of coarse gray cloth. Instead of a belt, he had a length of rope around his waist, and there was a poorly done patch under his left knee. He was wearing wood-soled shoes, but that was normal on Iris. The miller himself had similar footwear. "Maybe that'll learn you to keep your hands to yourself," the boss chortled. Pyro just hung his head in silence. He and some friends from his squad had gotten a little rowdy after the boss's wedding. Then, in a drunken stupor, he'd patted a pretty waitress on the butt. A few hours later, the shelter's guardians of law and order had paid him a visit. The system had notified them about Pyro's indiscretion. The mage had had to apologize to the girl, but the boss didn't think this was enough, hence the disguise. I understand, Pyro sighed, hanging his head in shame. The merchant left for the city, accompanied by his beautiful wives and 2 manservants. They took a stone road down the hill and found themselves surrounded by farmland. As they walked, Sergey heard a joyful shout. A few moments later, he saw a group of people congratulating a man of about 50. Next to him was a dead animal vaguely reminiscent of a pig. It was long, almost like a dachshund, but with 3 pairs of legs. "Looks like Scheitz was lucky enough to score a coin," the miller explained.
"Those animals must be domesticated mutants," the redhead on Sergey's left said telepathically.
"Must be," Sergey replied. "Check out the thing he killed it with," he added. "It looks a hell of a lot like one of our system maces."
"Yeah, it really does," confirmed the twin on his left.
"What level are you, Heizef?" Sergey inquired, looking at the broad-shouldered man standing next to Pyro.
"3, my lord. It cost me a pretty penny, but now I'm hale and hearty," the miller declared proudly.
"Not bad," the boss replied with a nod. They continued on their way. Before long, they were in the large, foul-smelling city. The streets weren't exactly crowded, but there were still plenty of people around, as well as a large number of artisans with various shops and workshops. Heizef led Sergey and his party to the most interesting spots in the city. He showed them a public garden where people could stroll around and gaze at trees and flowers. Then he took them to a noisy marketplace full of people. After that, they went to Fabric Street, where tailors made clothes to order and sold all sorts of cheap clothing, including tattered garments and even outright rags. They walked around the city until the sun started to set. There were no clocks in the fiefdom, so that was when evening began. It was lunchtime in the shelter. The fiefdom's time zone was about SST, Shelter Standard Time, +4. Once they were done walking around, Sergey and his wives went back to the miller's house. Compared to the city folk, the miller was actually pretty well off, and his home was considered quite comfortable, so it was hardly surprising that a merchant would decide to lodge with him. When they returned, Cheshire was parasite-free and cooking a celebratory dinner. Sergey turned the meal down, however. Instead of dining, he went up to his room on the 2nd floor, returned to the shelter, and teleported to his house with the redheads in tow. "Want a change?" the boss asked the 2 girls who were sitting on his bed. They smiled sweetly and shook their heads. "Showing off, huh?" They nodded again. Sergey shrugged, then changed into more comfortable, familiar clothing. While he was getting dressed, he talked to the twins about what they'd seen. They all agreed that they weren't going to be able to get the information they needed, at least not in this fiefdom.
"Oh my God, those dresses are freaking amazeballs! I want one too,"
Anne said excitedly when she saw the boss and the twins. Ellie and Sophie were pleased by the way everyone at the lunch table reacted to their outfits. Even Katya looked a little jealous. "Looks like old-timey dresses are going to be in style now," the boss chuckled as he plopped down onto his chair. "Want to go for a walk around the new city tomorrow, Al?"
"I've got too much work to do,"
Alice replied, shaking her head. "You've got a bunch of people underneath you. They can take over for a while. Come on, I insist," Sergey said with a smile, then walked up to Alice and kissed her.
"We'll totally help you with your dress, right, girls?"
Anne said. Everyone agreed. After lunch, the girls went to ask the fairies to make them medieval dresses like the twins. Annette took a lot of pictures and videos of the Irusians' clothes, and Natasha found digitized books and magazines on the subject on the shelter's network. They also asked some Argonan women for help. The female Mizuru from the Red Flower clan agreed to help too. The furry geishas knew everything there was to know about beautiful dresses. Meanwhile, Sergey fought monsters north of Toulouse, exterminating 500,000 red zombies that had returned from the lair the army had destroyed. The shelter earned 3.5 million coins from the battle, and that was after their expenses on ammo and repairs. Things in Toulouse were quickly settling down. The medical aid and food from the shelter was helping the residents regain their health, although their mental state was still poor. Fortunately, Pascal Moreau, the leader of the city, managed to find a good outlet for his people's pent-up rage. He spent a ton of coins on weapons and skill books from the shelter. Sergey earned 69 million coins from a single transaction. However, there were so many red zombies in the vicinity of Toulouse, it was entirely possible that the Southern King would recoup all his expenses very quickly. Nevertheless, he didn't want to rush into any large-scale actions because he was wary of provoking a massive assault. As the sun was setting, the boss went to see the bears, who were having trouble near Salikard, a Russian town on the Arctic Circle. They were being attacked by strange insects that could skeletonize a level 3 bear in 10 seconds. The shelterites burned down part of the forest and used rabbits from the shelter as bait, roasting the insects along with the bunnies. There was a survivor camp in Salikard, or rather what was left of it. The people there had also endured devastating insect attacks. Of the 15,000 survivors who had lived in Salikard, only 2,000 were left. They all joined the shelter. Thanks to intel from the survivors, the shelterites found out where the insects were coming from and burned down an enormous hive. The insect's queen, a level 4 mutant animal, burned along with it. "Not too shabby," Sergey said as he walked through his new home, which had been built in the same place as the old one. The new house was several times larger in order to accommodate Sergey's entire family. It had 4 bedrooms. One was for Sergey, that was the master bedroom. Another was for the twins, since they always slept together. The other 2 were for Alice and Pierre. The boy was about to turn 7, so he needed to have his own room. The wives had decided to have separate bedrooms so they wouldn't fight over who got to sleep with their husband when. There were also 2 bathrooms, 2 half-baths, a large living room, and a gym. Alice spent at least 2 hours a day working out, and the redheads used the equipment sometimes too. Sergey dedicated the rest of the evening to his new wives. While he was taking it easy, his people explored the fiefdom in shadow armor. They had 10 suits now. The scouts combed the entire fiefdom, including the castle where they set up a number of cameras. They also launched the drone during the night. The visibility was poor, of course, but it was enough to see the layout of the megalopolis and its fiefdoms. Interestingly, the city's infrastructure was located in the center of it, which had lights and vehicles and was bustling with activity. It was almost like another world. There were a few other little islands of civilization in the middle of these medieval fiefdoms. A small mountain inside the city was surrounded by factories, although most of them weren't operational. The main wall between the city and the forest also had electricity, with plenty of lighting, including large floodlights. There was a space of about half a mile between the wall and the forest. The ground in front of the wall was covered in bones and craters, and was so badly scorched no grass could grow there. This was only what the drone could see by the light of the floodlights, however. "Hey, system! Where's my reward?" Sergey suddenly remembered over breakfast. He'd been so distracted by his wedding, he'd forgotten all about his quest. "Some conditions have not been met." "Huh? What are you talking about?" You told me to go to the planet. Well, here I am. You told me to make contact with the locals. I did it. What's your friggin' problem, you jackass? Sergey asked, growing irritated. In order to make contact with the local population, you must kill one of them. I don't remember hearing anything about that. There was no response. The system's silence infuriated Sergey. As soon as breakfast was over, he went back to the fiefdom. He decided to leave Alice behind, just in case. Who knew what might happen if he brought her? "My lord!" Cheshire cried when she saw Sergey walk out of his room. She'd knocked on his door that morning to let him know breakfast was ready, but he hadn't answered. Now it was almost lunchtime, and he'd just woken up, but his companions were nowhere in sight. "Where's your husband?" Sergey asked the woman, who already looked like a different person. "At the mill. I'll go get him," Cheshire said, running off. Sergey thought for a moment. "Hey, Annette, is it just me, or does she look different?" "Are you serious, boss?" Annette replied, shaking her head at her laptop screen. "It's like an ugly duckling just turned into a beautiful swan. She's got to be twice as pretty as before." "Oh, yeah? Well, I guess that makes sense," the boss replied. He heard a weary sigh, followed by giggling behind him. The twins were there, but they were invisible. Their job was to guard Sergey without getting spotted. "My lord, you're awake. My wife said you needed me for something," Hizef said, acting as though he were a stranger in his own home. "Yeah, I'd like to try my luck with them critters you got here. Can you set that up for me?" "Yes, my lord, but I'll have to buy a Yusashi. They won't slaughter another one at the farm until tomorrow," the miller replied, hanging his head. "Okay, go ahead. I won't need the carcass, so you can keep it," Sergey said with a shrug. Hizef was about to object. He couldn't possibly accept such a gift, yada yada yada, but then he remembered the 90 coins he now had and held his tongue. A few minutes later they went to the field where the Yusashis, the 6-legged pig dachshunds, grazed. Hizef quickly made a deal, and Sergey bought an animal for 1 silver coin. Mace, level 1. Deadlier than a baseball bat, it's perfect for crushing zombie skulls, and other things, too. Sergey read the weapon's description and chuckled. It was exactly the same as on Earth. The system needed some new material. Then he looked at the Yusashi. It looked back at him, making a cute oinking sound. It had innocent eyes and an adorable little snub-nosed face. Then, "You've killed a mutant animal and earned 1 XP. Congratulations, you've completed your quest. Your reward is a special box and 1,000,000 coins. "Shit!" Sergey cried. The poor animal whose skull he'd just caved in started spewing coins like a loot piñata. Chapter 26. To say that the farmers who had gathered to watch the merchant try his luck were flabbergasted would be a massive understatement. Their enormous farms earned them maybe 5 coins a month, and now a single animal had just dropped an entire mountain of coins. And if that wasn't strange enough, a few seconds later the coins had suddenly disappeared. The redheads had teleported the coins as fast as they could, but the system wasn't done. As soon as the coins vanished, a reward box appeared. "I can't teleport it," one of the twins said telepathically. "It says it's only for Sergey," her sister added. "Looks like the system's trying to screw us," the boss replied, walking up to the box. "Special reward box. For Sergey only. It can only be opened after 48 hours. If you return to the shelter or let go of the box for more than 60 seconds during that time, it will disappear. Alert! The special reward box is extremely rare, as is the reward it may contain." "I gotta stay on this planet for 48 hours, Sergey told his wives, who instantly relayed the information to HQ. Unlike Sergey, who was in civilian dress, they were still connected to the internal network. "What was that?" one of the farmers cried, trying to make sense of the bizarre phenomenon he'd just witnessed. "A huge pile of coins appeared and then disappeared, and now he's got a box?" Another farmer asked the first, who was still in shock, staring at the dead animal with his mouth agape. He couldn't get the image of that enormous pile of coins out of his head. "Could it be the legendary reward we heard about?" babbled one of the farmers. Everyone suddenly sprang to life and started discussing what they'd just seen, staring at the box in Sergey's hands. "I'm gonna trust you guys to keep quiet about this," the mysterious merchant said, then tossed one of the farmers a coin worth 17 coins, one for each witness. Alice had prepared the coin very quickly after coming up with the idea to bribe the farmers. She was sitting next to Annette, watching her husband's adventures through the camera. "But if any of you tell anybody what you just saw," Sergey intoned menacingly. The box floated up into the air, Sophie picked it up, and a burst of flame shot out of his hands, just a little one. He didn't want to ruin his suit or burn his hands. The farmers instantly fell to their knees, almost burying their heads in the soil. One of them was so amazed, he called Sergey Master. The box floated back into Sergey's hands, and he walked away toward the miller's house. Hizef was frozen in shock at first, but then something invisible bumped into him, and he came to his senses and ran after Sergey. He noticed a barely perceptible motion of the man's hand, but paid it no mind. The gesture was a signal, of course. 10 people in shadow armor appeared and attached cameras to the farmers so they could keep an eye on them. There were 17 farmers, but only 10 suits of shadow armor, so the shelter soldiers had to move fast. "Hey, system, can I carry the box in a backpack or a bag instead of my hands?" Sergey asked telepathically. He didn't want to talk to the system in front of the miller. "Yes, as long as it remains in your possession." A leather shoulder bag, similar to ones the eyes had seen local men carrying, appeared in Sergey's hand, and he immediately dropped the box into it to make sure no one else saw it. The system hadn't blocked Sergey's teleportation ability or access to the shelter, so he relaxed a little and gave permission for Alice to teleport to Iris. He assumed there might be some issues, of course, but he didn't really care, since no one in this fiefdom was powerful enough to be a threat to him. Besides, the entire castle was covered in cameras. Nothing could happen there without the eyes knowing about it. The Baron was a young man who frittered his life away on drunkenness and debauchery. He didn't really have anything else to do, however. Every now and then he would solve problems for the locals, attend banquets at the estates of other feudal lords, or head into town to hunt for new concubines. Everything in the fiefdom ran like clockwork, and nothing really changed from year to year. There was nowhere to expand and no one to wage war against, and the fiefdom was already as technologically advanced as it was going to get. The shelter scouts had rifled through the Baron's papers, and the eyes had scanned and studied all the information they had access to. Everything seemed to indicate that the fiefdom had been peaceful for decades. Sergey and the miller walked back to the house in silence. The boss was talking to his people telepathically, and the miller was still in shock. As soon as they reached the top of the hill, however, Hizef froze. His eyes bugged out, and his jaw fell open. A young woman in a beautiful yellow dress was waiting in front of the house. The miller's gaze involuntarily fell to her luscious breasts, which were pushed up by a corset. He couldn't take his eyes off of her cleavage. Alice flashed the man a brilliant smile that filled him with incredible happiness. It was as though a goddess had descended from heaven to take him to the realm of the gods. However, instead of him, she walked up to the merchant and kissed him. Sergey embraced the woman and gave her an affectionate pat on the backside. "We're going to go for a walk around the city. We won't be back till tomorrow. If there's any problems, just go to the granary and knock 3 times on the metal disc on the stand," Sergey said, then took Alice by the hand and led her toward the city. The miller just stood there, staring at this mysterious beauty who had stolen his heart. Once she was gone, he decided to take a look in the granary. He didn't remember any metal discs. He found himself in a large room. The divider was gone, as were the merchant's noble associates, although the disc he'd mentioned was there, at the very back of the granary. At that very moment, the shelter's earth mages were busy expanding the underground base. Sergey had decided to hide it a little more carefully. It hadn't taken his people long at all. In just 5 minutes, they'd eliminated any trace of their presence and gotten to work building a little town inside the hill. "Everyone's looking at me," Alice said in embarrassment as she and Sergey walked into the city. "Yeah, 'cause you're so hot," the boss replied. He'd noticed the looks, too. He'd have to have been blind not to see that everyone was staring at his wife. It wasn't just pedestrians, either. Even the carriages were slowing down. All the women in the city were glaring at Alice, their eyes blazing with jealousy. "You know, boss, I just realized something. The girls on Iris are all flat," Annette said over the radio. "Huh, you're right," Sergey said in surprise, looking at the local ladies. "Should I go back?" Alice asked anxiously. "I promised you a date, so don't worry about the local yokels. Today, you're the most beautiful woman in the whole world," Sergey said with a smile. He would have kissed her, but he sensed that public displays of affection weren't acceptable here. Actually, Alice had told him that after reading the miller's mind. She read the thoughts of a few passers-by, but stopped quickly. They were just too nasty. Meanwhile, the shelter army was working with the Allies on a plan to repel a frog attack against a recently built base about a mile from Oslo, Norway. They'd been planning this operation for a while now. Once it was done, the entire southern part of the Scandinavian peninsula would be frog-free. Shelter aircraft protected by assault domes would attack 24 frog camps, provoking a massive retaliatory attack. An impressive fighting force had been assembled for this operation. Even the French and Germans had dedicated troops to it. Thanks to the shelter, they could deploy soldiers hundreds of miles away, then bring them back once the mission was over. It was fast, convenient, and above all, cheap. The Russian alliance wasn't involved in this operation, since it had enough problems of its own to deal with, including hordes of zombies invading from Kazakhstan and Turkey, an army of mutant animals outside of Voronezh, and a war with Ufa, which was run by cultists. "The food here sucks," Sergey grumbled, pushing aside a bowl of meat stew. "How do they even grow food? Isn't their soil contaminated by the zombie virus?" Alice inquired. "Nope. We checked it right after we got here, and it's clean," the boss replied, sipping a glass of mediocre, watered-down wine. "Maybe they know a way to purge the zombie virus from the soil," Alice cried happily. "Maybe," the boss replied with a nod. He already had a way to purge the virus from the soil, but it was very slow and expensive. It required a large number of oases and saviors, so it wasn't realistic, at least not for now. Besides, he needed to focus on saving the world. He also had to head to the United States to find the last nanopods and the factory that made them. He didn't have a safe way to cross the Atlantic at the moment, however. The Allies didn't have the resources to drop him there, and there was nowhere for civilian planes to land. Another option was to do what he'd done in Kaliningrad, fly there, then teleport the pilots to the shelter and jump out of the plane. He'd considered a number of different ideas, but they were all either too time-consuming or too dangerous. Sergey and Alice left the tavern without finishing their food and continued their stroll through the city. The boss bought Alice a few pieces of gold jewelry, then took her for a horseback ride. After that, they relaxed in a beautiful garden and went shopping. Alice tried on a ton of clothes, but they were all designed for less curvy women, so the shops had to make a few alterations for her. The city was huge. They spent the entire day walking around and riding carriages, but didn't even see half of it. There were a lot of interesting things to see. One street artist was so captivated by Alice's beauty, he drew her portrait for free. It was an amazing picture. The man had clearly put his whole heart into it. Even Sergey thought it was great. After that, they watched some circus performers and gave them a silver coin, then went to the top of an abandoned watchtower and enjoyed the wonderful view. As the sun was setting, they rented a room in the city's best tavern.
"Thank you, Serge. I had a wonderful day," Alice said, falling onto the bed and stretching.
"Sure you don't want to go back to the shelter?" Sergey asked.
"Pierre's been playing with Irene and Dominic all day, and he's going to spend the night there, too," Alice said.
The children were almost inseparable now. Giselle's kids frequently spent the night at Alice's, as did Giselle herself, since she and Alice didn't have any other female friends. "Gotcha. So how's about—" Sergey looked Alice up and down with a sly grin, then waved his hand.
"You read my mind,"
Alice giggled, getting off of the bed. She reached for her dress and removed her corset, so she could pig out. Sergey summoned a huge pile of food. They hadn't had a bite to eat all day. The food on Iris all tasted like Play-Doh. In the castle, in the private chambers of Baron Edus Laris, "Lord Baron! Lord Baron! Lord Baron! Lord Baron! Lord Baron!" a man shouted over and over again, banging on a large wooden door. Despite the lack of a response, he kept it up for another 5 minutes and seemed to have no intention of stopping. "Shut up already!" an infuriated voice roared. The Baron was finally awake. "Why did you wake me up?" "You asked me to tell you as soon as I heard anything, Lord Baron. The rumors about the beautiful woman have been confirmed. We've found an artist who drew several portraits of her. Look!" The man handed the Baron a picture, but the Baron couldn't see it in the dark. He flicked a switch on the wall, and the room was illuminated by a number of hidden lamps. "She's a goddess!" the young Baron cried, grabbing the picture out of the man's hands and staring at it hungrily, studying every inch of the canvas. His gaze was particularly drawn to the single largest pair of breasts he'd ever seen in his entire life. "Bring her to me! Now! Mobilize all the guardsmen!" the overexcited man cried, almost shouting. "Yes, Lord Baron!" The servant ran off. The Baron laid down on the bed, told his 4 concubines to leave, and gazed at the inconceivably beautiful woman in the picture. "I've overheard some interesting information, sir," an unremarkable-looking man reported after entering a large building. A white-haired man in level 3 armor was seated at the other end of the room. There were 6 other men with him, all level 2, eating dinner and relaxing after a recent reconnaissance mission. "Go ahead," the white-haired man replied, setting a cup of fine wine, by local standards anyway, Sergey would have scoffed at it, down on the table. A drunk farmer secretly admitted that he'd been paid a coin in exchange for his silence. And what did he see? He saw a merchant kill a Yusashi, and it dropped a huge pile of coins. Then the coins disappeared, and a golden box appeared in their place, the man concluded. A pile of coins, you say? And you're sure he's not mad? Well, describe this merchant to me, the white-haired man said with interest, sipping his wine. Yes, sir. The drunk farmer said he was tall, muscular, dark-haired, and dressed in green. Ah, could he be the same man whose lady is the talk of the town? The man inquired with a sly grin. This sounds like a chance for a spot of fun. I've grown rather weary of inspecting this backwater fiefdom. To arms, men! The other men at the table immediately started changing into armor and removing system weapons, including pistols, swords, and bows, out of a secret compartment in the wall. Meanwhile, in Sergey and Alice's room in the tavern, two people were lying on the bed, and one of them was moaning. Ooh. I ate too much. I'm actually a little queasy, Alice said with a giggle. Drink this. A plastic bottle of spring water appeared in Sergey's hand. It had been charged by the professor with a massive dose of life force. That's better, but I feel even fuller now, Alice said, patting her stomach after downing half a liter of spring water in a single gulp. Why'd you eat so much? Sergey asked, rolling over onto his side. I don't know. I've been starving all the time recently. It's almost like something's sapping all my energy, Alice replied. A few seconds later, she pinched her husband. And you ate 3 times as much as me, by the way. Huh. How about that? Sergey sat up and looked at Alice, then placed his hand on her belly. She'd taken her corset off a long time ago, so there was nothing but her dress between his hand and her body. Remember how the shelter makes things grow faster? The Riger twins were guarding the door to Sergey and Alice's room. Their mission, which they'd given themselves, was to keep their husband's room safe so he could enjoy some alone time with Alice. However, it wasn't long before they had company. The girls had been informed that a large group of men were on their way to the tavern. A squad had also been deployed to eliminate the threat. 20 guards burst into the tavern, including 2 of the Baron's knights, all equipped with level 1 system gear. 30 more men were waiting outside, surrounding the building. We're looking for a man and a woman. They look like this, one of the knights declared loudly, holding out a decent pencil sketch of the couple. Well, nobody recognizes them, eh? Then we'll just throw the lot of you in the dungeon and put you to the question, the knight said with an eerie smirk. They're upstairs. They went straight to their room without ordering any food, one of the customers shouted. The other tavern-goers all nodded. Which room? The knight roared through a stream of spittle as he grabbed the tavern-keeper by the collar. The 3rd floor, sir. Room 28. Here's the key, the panicking man replied. 2 of you, stay here. Everybody else follow me, the knight said to his men. He stood still for a moment, then started growing fur. His face stretched out, his teeth grew longer and sharper, and his nails turned into sharp claws. If you're lying to me, I'll make you my dinner, roared the knight, who had a level 2 shapeshifter skill. Yes, sir, the guards barked. As they ran toward the stairs, a beautiful girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking the stairwell. She had gray skin, long pointed ears, and glowing silver hair. Chapter 27.
"Who are you?"
the shapeshifter barked. He didn't recognize the girl's gear, especially her blades, which were truly terrifying. They clearly weren't level 2, or even level 3. Instead of answering, the girl raised her left hand, and all the guards, including the shapeshifter and the other knight, floated up into the air. Their bodies made a loud crunching sound as they were twisted up like rags. "You've killed a level 3 human and earned 9 XP. You've killed a level 5 human and earned 15 XP. You've killed..." The girl was inundated by a torrent of messages that blocked her view, so she immediately disabled notifications and glanced around the room. The tavern customers were frozen in horror. All the guards were dead. There were survivor coins next to their bodies and a skill book on top of the knight's mangled corpse. The girl reached out with her left hand and made a "come here" gesture. The corpses and loot floated up into the air and flew toward her, then started disappearing one after another. Once they were all gone, the girl vanished as well. The customers just sat there gaping. One of them eventually ran to the exit. He was quickly followed by the rest, including the tavern keeper. The guards stationed outside didn't see anything unusual about this. In fact, they thought the knights had done the right thing by kicking everyone out. Then one of the tavern-goers suddenly shouted, "They're all dead!" The guards dashed into the building, but they didn't live long. A group of men in system gear approached the tavern. They checked to make sure the area was quiet, then entered together. There were 14 of them, all at least level 5, and they had experience fighting humans. "It's too quiet," muttered a white-haired man. "We might be too late, Commander," said a man in level 3 magic armor wielding a long staff. "What do you mean?" the white-haired man asked, turning around. "Baron Laris is extremely horny," the other man replied. "Shit!" the commander exclaimed, realizing that there was an excellent chance they'd lost the treasure. 1 through 10, search the rooms. Everyone else question the locals. Find out if they saw or heard anything." "Yes, sir!" the soldiers shouted. The tavern's door and windows suddenly flew shut, and Ellie appeared on the stairs in her night witch form. She was wearing a helmet, so her face wasn't visible. "It's a trap!" the white-haired man cried, then pulled out 2 level 3 system pistols and started firing. He hit the girl multiple times, but none of his bullets were able to penetrate her armor's barrier. The soldiers spread out, and a battle ensued. Unfortunately, the witch's psionic powers didn't work well on systemers, and she'd also been ordered not to kill anyone. HQ had decided to take these men prisoner so they could interrogate them. The mage fired a tongue of flame like dragon's breath, but the girl just disappeared. As soon as the flames were gone, she reappeared and dashed at the mage. However, her path was blocked by a stone man who was ready to engage her in hand-to-hand combat. He got into a boxer-like fighting stance and attacked with his enormous fists, trying to crush every bone in the delicate-looking girl's body. Ellie dodged his attacks like a leaf blowing in the wind, spinning lithely around the stone man before slicing off both his legs. The night witch ran forward, trying to neutralize the obnoxious mage before he burned the entire building down. An explosion suddenly rang out, knocking her back a step. She'd been hit by an exploding arrow. Her barrier started vibrating as it was pelted with bullets. Ellie started dodging, but the white-haired gunner activated the combat reflexes skill. Ellie had a feeling this might happen. The man's skill was level 3, so his accuracy was extremely high. She responded by activating her combat reflexes skill. Thanks to her stats, the white-haired man had no chance of hitting her. Since she couldn't kill anyone, Ellie summoned an aluminum baseball bat in each hand and started breaking the soldier's limbs. She was particularly ruthless when it came to the mage, smashing his jaw and breaking his arms instead of his legs. "You little bitch!" roared a level 3 shapeshifter. He was a powerful fighter who could tear a fast mutant to pieces with his bare hands, but he froze in place, held fast by a psionic field. Ellie moved in a circle, dodging a fireball from another weaker mage, then leaped at the beastman and brought both bats crashing down against his skull. The shapeshifter slumped over, and his face smashed into the stone floor. 2 snake men had circled around the girl and started attacking her from the rear with level 2 swords, but she just vanished. A moment later, Sophie appeared in her place. Gudo the war demon was so flexible and agile, she virtually flew through the air, landing countless attacks that were as precise as they were merciless. Sophie and Ellie changed places every minute or so. Someone had to guard Sergey, after all. What if a soldier barged into his room and disturbed him and Alice? Just 5 minutes later, all 14 men were lying on the floor, horribly beaten. Some of them were about to breathe their last, others had massive concussions, and a few had lost all their limbs. A group of shelterites who had been hiding in one of the tavern's rooms ran into the dining room. The mages put out the fire while the medics gave the men first aid. The prisoners were tied up, knocked out, and dragged to teleportation platforms. Meanwhile, Sergey and Alice were lying in bed, talking about what to name their child, since Alice was obviously pregnant. Meanwhile, in one of the finest restaurants in the Spacetime harbor of the medium-tier hog race, 6 Spacetime lords from the great Shirashi race were gathered around a table. They'd been busy recently. They'd essentially turned the entire sector upside down. "I've wiped out all the arcs of the Nurians of the Mori archetype. The prisoners are being subjected to our most extreme interrogation techniques, but so far, I don't think it was them," said a warrior who had clearly seen better days. He'd been horribly mutilated in the battle with the flat-headed monsters, losing both left arms. He'd also lost 2/3 of his troops, but the loot he'd acquired more than made up for any casualties. Once he was done speaking, he looked at the man sitting beside him. "I ran into some Taru who've been wandering around the sector," said a mage in a black cloak. He'd sustained casualties too, although the Taru had attacked him and not the other way around. The mage had somehow managed to fight them off and force them to retreat. "I spotted 4 bloodsucker arcs, but didn't engage any of them," said a short warrior in leather armor. He looked at a steel-clad bruiser sitting next to him. "I enslaved 4 arcs of lesser races, but didn't find the culprit," the large man said calmly. The Shirashi queen had declared war. She was desperate for vengeance, but her quest had turned out to be more difficult than she'd thought. The other great races were far too active in this sector. Any of them could have been tempted by the substantial sum of money the trade arc had earned. Rumors had immediately started flying around about how much the Shirashi had made from the map at the auction. "My spies have found some interesting information," said one of the lords. He didn't have any military victories to report, but that wasn't his mission. "A Hyri ark recently came to this ark, an extremely wealthy one. Its lord bought the map. They say he immediately dropped everything and went to the coordinates." "So? His haste is entirely understandable," one of the warriors said in surprise. All the others agreed with him. "Perhaps. And yet my sources tell me that no one has gone to the planet on the map," the Lord said slyly. "Maybe he hasn't made it there yet. His arc could be slow, the steel-clad warrior said with a shrug. No, he flew away at high speed, quite high as a matter of fact, the Lord replied, tenting his 20 fingers. You really think some lesser race could have defeated the traitor's garrison? Absurd, the injured lord objected. It may sound absurd, but I spoke with the man in charge of this harbor, the Prime Minister, as he styles himself. I had to threaten him a bit, but he shared some very interesting information with me, the spy master said, baring his sharp fangs in a ghastly grin. The Hairy Lord bought all the slaves we captured on Earth. That's the planet that is currently blocked, and the Lord's equipment. The Prime Minister had never seen anything like it before. It was clearly crafted from a recipe and not a system reward. I don't need to tell you how expensive it is to craft high-level equipment from recipes. Could he be a world savior? Shouted one of the lords. You idiot! Everyone here just heard you say that, the spy master hissed. Looks like we'll have to kill them all. The sunlight was so bright, it felt like it was trying to sear Sergey's retinas. He eventually woke up, but there was no way for him to get out of bed without disturbing Alice, who was asleep with her head on his chest. There was also the bag with the box inside. Not being able to let go of it had made it awfully hard to sleep. "How's it going, girls?" Sergey asked the twins telepathically, reactivating his spiritual-physical bond. "Everything's fine," one of the redheads replied. "Don't tell me you guys have been up all night," the boss gasped, sensing how tired the twins were. "We needed to make sure you and Alice weren't disturbed," they replied. "You friggin' dumbasses! What do you think we got the eyes for, huh? Anybody can guard my room, but not my wives," Sergey cried testily. "Take 5, 'kay?" "Okay," the twins said, stunned. They were used to being Sergey's bodyguards, not his wives. A moment later, the two girls appeared in front of Sergey. They retracted their helmets and smiled sweetly. They appreciated how much he cared about them, but their husband was looking at them a little strangely. "Take your clothes off," he said. The girls exchanged glances and smiled, then started slowly and sexily removing their suits, but— "Shit! You're preggers, ain't ya?" Sergey gasped. He couldn't help but notice that their stomachs were sticking out. Not much, but definitely a little. He felt their bellies. Those were baby bumps, all right. The girls touched their stomachs, and shocked expressions appeared on their faces. They looked at each other, then down at their bellies. "We're pregnant," they muttered, still shocked. They had no idea. Their bodies had changed a little since they'd acquired their demons. The symbiotic armor helped with their digestion, so the girls didn't have to go to the bathroom anymore. It purged all the waste from their bodies, and they could even grow their hair and nails at will. Because of this, they hadn't even noticed the most important change of all. They were knocked up. "I'm going to send you to the hospital. Get a checkup, okay?" Sergey said, then kissed them both. A moment later, the twins appeared in the shelter hospital, fully dressed, of course. "Congratulations," Alice said. She hadn't been able to sleep through all the surprised exclamations. "When did you even have time to get them pregnant?" "That's a good question, although—" "You were drunk, weren't you?" Alice said with a giggle. "You always check to make sure I'm wearing a ring." "Yeah," the boss replied with a smirk. "Well, our trip's over. It's time to head home," Alice said, looking at Sergey. He nodded and teleported her back to the shelter, then quickly got dressed and went downstairs. The tavern was unrecognizable. "Looks like you had some fun last night, huh?" Sergey asked a shelter soldier who was sitting at a wooden table destroying a steak. The guy had been up all night, but he was full of energy thanks to his high stats and spring water intake. Two groups of guys showed up. The first one was from the Baron. We're not sure who sent the other one. The Baron's men were eliminated and the second group was taken prisoner, the soldier said, standing at attention. Sergey was about to let loose with some choice Russian profanity, but he bit his tongue and scanned the first floor of the tavern. There were plenty of bullet holes, scorch marks, and dried blood. It must have been a hell of a battle. What about the folks who were staying here? We gave them all a silver coin and kicked them out, said another soldier, the commander of the squad. He was a tattooed Iranian in level 4 armor. Sergey nodded and sat at one of the tables. A beautiful elf girl in shadow armor suddenly appeared in front of him. "Your tea and toast, boss," the smiling girl said as Sergey's breakfast appeared on the table. "Thanks," the boss replied with a nod, then started eating. The girl reported to the Iranian commander. She'd completed her mission and searched the men's lair, and now she was back for her next assignment. Solomon got in touch with the boss while he was eating breakfast. It was the middle of the night in the shelter, but he'd gotten out of bed to give his report. The Baron of the fiefdom had fallen in love with Alice and demanded that she be brought to him by any means necessary. The other group of fighters had heard that Sergey had earned some kind of box after killing a Yusashi, and they'd taken an interest in it. The Baron's men hadn't had anything interesting to say since they'd been killed instantly, but the second group was made up of strong systemers with decent gear. They were still being interrogated, but they were apparently royal inspectors tasked with keeping an eye on the fiefdom. They monitored its economy, development, and crime rate. Most importantly, they also eliminated anyone who was thinking about causing trouble or rebelling against the lords. Sergey ordered Solomon to make sure none of the inspectors were killed, since they could still prove useful. The Baron was being questioned, and his castle was already under shelter control. Sergey's people had started going through the fiefdom's library. It was pretty big, and most of the books in it were about economics, industry, trade, business, and administration. They looked old, although they'd been printed on decent paper with a printing press. They'd also found books on history and folklore, but Sergey was more interested in maps, especially maps with volcanoes on them. The Shelterites hadn't found anything like that yet, and at this point they didn't think they were likely to. This fiefdom was limited to medieval technology, so they probably weren't going to find an atlas, which wouldn't be of much use to a bunch of dirt farmers. "Okay, let's go check out this castle," Sergey said, finishing up his breakfast. Everyone got to work. A few minutes later, a carriage driven by shelter soldiers in disguise rolled up to the tavern. The boss sent everyone else back to the base. It was still early, but the city was wide awake and full of pedestrians. They didn't really affect Sergey, however. Anyone who didn't want to get trampled stuck to the sidewalk. The Baron's castle was to the north, and it was surrounded by gardens and a forest. It had 30-foot-tall walls, which looked a little ridiculous compared to the enormous walls around it. Interestingly, the castle and its external walls were all made out of reinforced concrete. The castle was small and consisted of a fortified building that looked like a fortress, as well as a few simple ones made of stone and wood. The fortress didn't have any windows, but it did have a mighty gate and a reinforced roof large enough for a few hundred soldiers to fire at an invading enemy from a position of relative safety. It was most likely intended to defend the castle against creatures from the forest. The fortress was surrounded by a garden, a sports field, and a small pond, as well as a large stable and 2 buildings whose purpose remained unknown. Sergey wasn't particularly interested in them, so he headed right for the fortress. The boss mused, looking around. The fortress had clearly been built using modern technology, although it was also very old, with rotting cables and pipes, non-working lighting, and rusty circuit breakers. Despite this, the floors were covered in rugs, and the walls in paintings. Sergey took a quick walk through the building and didn't find anything interesting. It was a typical outpost that had been attacked plenty of times. This was clear from the relatively new metal gate, which had been replaced literally 50 or maybe 80 years ago, as well as the patched holes in the internal walls of the fortress itself. There was an elevator in the fortress, but it was walled off. Chances are no one in the castle even knew it existed. It led to a bunker 300 feet underground, and it was surprisingly massive, easily large enough to fit the entire population of the fiefdom, if they were packed in like sardines. Aside from the elevator, there was also a staircase, which had also been walled off. Sergey's people quickly searched the bunker, then moved on. They found a radio room, which was perhaps unsurprisingly walled off. The equipment in it hadn't been functional for ages, but they still removed it and sent it back to the shelter for study. "Well, what do you think?" the boss asked the administrative department employees who were going through the Baron's papers. "There's nothing special here, just ordinary day-to-day paperwork," said a pink-skinned alien who was working with a Faru and 2 Earth ladies. "But we'll keep looking, just in case." "Okay," Sergey nodded, then took a walk around the library. It was a dusty room of about 400 square feet, full of people carefully reading its various books. Sergey had no idea why his people were reading the books there instead of in the shelter, but they seemed pretty focused, so he decided to leave them be. Chapter 28. "Boss, you're here!" an attractive young woman in an administrative department uniform cried, running up to Sergey. The boss nodded. "We've gone through most of the books. We haven't found the information you wanted yet, but we've found a lot of stuff about the history of the world. Mostly folk tales and legends, nothing concrete." "I'd like to learn more about the history of the world, especially from when the system showed up," Sergey replied. The woman led him to a miniature beauty who had kicked off her shoes and made herself comfortable in a cozy armchair. Natasha was so absorbed in the book she was reading, she hadn't even noticed the boss was there. "I didn't know you were such a bookworm," Sergey said, snapping her out of her trance. Natasha looked up at him, then set the book aside with a sly chuckle. "Reading is fundamental." "Okay, egghead, tell me what you've learned about this world, but give me the Reader's Digest version, 'kay?" the boss said, sitting down next to her. Natasha started regaling Sergey with an elaborate tale that combined all the legends and folk tales she'd read so far. It quickly became clear that everything she knew about Iris came from folklore. The boss couldn't help teasing her a little about this, but she didn't mind. The story went like this. One day, God grew angry at mankind for overpopulating and befouling the world, so he transformed them into flesh-eating monsters that destroyed civilization. He didn't transform all of them, however. He gave the worthiest of them a great power that allowed them to fight the monsters, which were very powerful. Then a great warrior found an amazing plant in the divine realm. This plant spread all over the world, making it fruitful and cleansing it of contamination, but instead of a blessing, the plant turned out to be an even greater curse. The entire world was filled with a forest that spawned monsters even more terrible than the old ones. Because of this, it was known as the Fell Forest. The people protected themselves from the Fell Forest and its monsters by building many gardens where mankind could flourish, protected by great walls. "So how long ago did all that stuff happen?" Sergey asked.
"I can't say for sure, but it's been at least 200 years, maybe 3 or 4,
Natasha replied with a yawn, worn out by the story and the sleepless night. After a few centuries, all the life force should have been sucked out of the planet. How'd it survive? The boss inquired thoughtfully.
"Maybe that hero of theirs came up with something. He must have had the shelter skill like you,"
Natasha replied through a yawn, starting to doze off. "Maybe," Sergey said with a nod. The story did say something about the hero traveling through the divine realm, which was obviously a reference to the world's savior and the Spacetime Ocean. Sergey teleported the sleeping girl to her room in the shelter and went back to exploring the fortress. Once he was done, he met with the administrator of the fiefdom. The young baron had foisted all his responsibilities onto this man's shoulders, so he could focus on boozing it up and getting laid, although running the fiefdom wasn't actually that big a job. "So you're telling me Baron Laris wanted to kidnap my wife and make her his sex toy?" Sergey said, sitting in a chair and looking at the pale, trembling administrator. He was a man of medium height, somewhat stout, with a wrinkled face and dark salt-and-pepper hair. The young baron had made the administrator's life a living hell, so he looked older than his years.
"Yes, sir. Please have mercy. I've got 3 children, sir. I was just following orders," the man begged.
"See that gadget on the desk over there? There's a circle with 2 vertical lines on it. Tap it," Sergey said, pointing at a tablet. The administrator reluctantly walked up to the desk and did as he was told. When he heard a voice and saw moving pictures, he leaped backward and fell to the floor, staring at the strange man in utter shock. "Keep watching," the boss ordered menacingly. The administrator ran back to the desk and looked at the video. Sergey could almost see him turn gray as he watched it. The video showed the administrator telling the baron about the beautiful woman who'd been spotted in the fiefdom.
"I implore you, sir, at least spare my family," the administrator begged, falling to his knees.
"I ain't gonna kill nobody," Sergey said, then paused for a moment. The administrator was no fool. He was waiting for the inevitable but. "But you're gonna keep doing things just like you did before, and you ain't gonna tell nobody the baron's been replaced. Not you, not anybody else, capiche? I see all. I know all."
"Yes, of course. I'll do whatever you say. No one will utter a single word, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much,"
the man cried, coming to life again and bowing deeply. "Serve me well and you'll be handsomely rewarded," Sergey said with a serious mien, then pointed at a glass of water. "Drink it. You'll understand what I'm talking about." The administrator was frightened, but drank the water anyway. The moment the life-giving moisture touched his throat, he couldn't stop himself from draining the entire glass. "It'll make you strong and healthy, but the effect's temporary. A drink like this is something you gotta earn," Sergey replied to the unasked question in the man's eyes. "Now scram," he concluded, waving the man away. "The servants and guards better be on my side too, or we'll kill 'em all."
"Leave it to me, Lord Baron. I know how to talk to them."
The administrator was led away, and the boss was left alone in the baron's study. "Huh, I ain't never been a baron before." Well, congratulations. You are, in fact, pregnant, the professor said, removing his hand from Sophie's stomach and sitting in an armchair. Sophie adjusted her clothes, covering up her bare belly, and stood up, as did her sister. Come see me every day for observation. Your babies are quite extraordinary, Curie said. The twins tensed up, as did Alice, who was standing nearby. She'd come to support the sisters, but had ended up being the most nervous person in the room. Alice had really taken a shine to the Ryger sisters. In a certain sense, they'd actually stepped aside and brought her and Sergey together. They'd also helped her, and besides, she just liked them as people. The professor immediately explained what was so extraordinary about the girls' babies. Despite everything that's happened to you, they're perfectly healthy, which strikes me as truly remarkable. The girls exchanged glances, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. They'd both almost died several times during the trial. They'd been sliced, crushed, impaled, you name it. If not for the symbiotic armor that had given them its own flesh, they'd never have survived. And they'd been pregnant at the time. You've put two and two together, I take it, the professor said, stroking his beard. He looked like an old man again, which was how he liked it. This way he wouldn't be distracted from his research by any youthful foolishness. Your husband, i.e. our boss and the savior of mankind, no, the savior of the world, is no longer a member of Homo sapiens. The girls nodded. Everyone knew that. When his regeneration skill reached level 4, Sergey evolved and became a more advanced life form. I call him Homo perfectus, the perfect man, the professor said, casting a self-satisfied glance at the twins. I'm confident that your children, that includes you, Alice, will be members of a new species. We are witnessing the birth of a new, more advanced iteration of the human race. The professor was beaming with happiness as he said this. He couldn't wait to start experimenting on this new species with no regeneration skill. What would the new humans be capable of? Would the zombie virus work on them? What about radiation or other Earth illnesses? Curie was dying to find out. The only downside is that, unfortunately, you're both having girls. If they were males, they could inseminate as many females as possible, and then this new species would spread many times faster, the professor said sadly. Then he looked at Alice, and his face lit up. I'd also like you to come see me every day for observation, Alice. I think we'll be able to identify your baby's sex within the next week, if not earlier. Okay, Alice nodded, then turned to the twins. Looks like Serge is going to have 2 girls, she said with a smile. 4 girls, actually. Sophie and Ellie are both having twins, the professor added. He'd forgotten to mention the most important part. Somewhat earlier, in the fell forest near Garden Number 21. Hurry up! Squad 6 has already been wiped out, and it won't be long before they reach us too, the commander of Squad 8 shouted over the radio. 3 rows of military vehicles were driving at high speed between trees so large their canopies completely blocked out the sky. All the vehicles had been modified to drive in the forest, so their progress wasn't impeded by rocks, small pits, roots, or other bumpy terrain. They could even drive over fallen branches up to 3 feet in diameter. The part of the forest near the garden had been completely destroyed by the humans several times now, but it just kept coming back. Over 100 years had passed since the last time the forest had been razed, but it was still young, so the tree coverage was extremely dense. It took a long time for the forest to thin out naturally, as the strongest trees survived and the others rotted away, becoming food for the creatures that dwelled there. Nevertheless, even the young trees in this part of the forest were hundreds of feet tall and over 50 feet in diameter. The vehicles were using a time-tested tactic. The middle of the column was taken up by enormous trucks with massive wheels, as well as another, equally enormous vehicle that was essential for any expedition to the fell forest, and the flanks and rear of the column were comprised of fast-moving, highly maneuverable armored vehicles and jeeps. "They're here," a scout reported, his voice thick with panic. "We need to break through, at all costs," the commander cried. "This quest is a suicide mission," he muttered quietly to himself. "Damn you, system!" The monsters, which had appeared to the left of the column, were bombarded with machine gun fire and explosions. The vehicles had opened fire with all their guns at once, but the forest had suddenly been flooded with tens of thousands of creatures. "Platoons 5 and 7, cover us, or we're all dead!" the commander shouted. Hundreds of soldiers with strange gear leaped out of the trucks. They were wearing leather armor covered in metal devices connected by wires, straps, and flexible pipes. Their arms were almost completely hidden in massive, bizarre-looking contraptions, and they had large backpacks made of something vaguely resembling metal strapped to their backs. The soldiers were armed with assault rifle-like guns attached to their hands and bandoliers full of grenades. They reached out toward a nearby tree, and small blades shot out from under their palms and plunged into the tree's bark. The blades were attached to thin wires. The mechanisms in their backpacks activated, and the wires were pulled taut, yanking the soldiers toward the enormous tree. Thanks to their equipment, they were able to adjust their trajectories in mid-air and land on the tree without issue. After hundreds of years fighting the forest, their equipment loadout had been honed to perfection. As they flew through the air, the soldiers peppered the countless freaks swarming the ground with hot lead from their other hand, or rather, the assault rifles attached to them. They didn't even need to aim. Given how densely packed the monsters were, it would have been extremely hard for them to miss. Once the warriors were perched on the tree, they reloaded and resumed blasting the monsters and tossing grenades, which acted as lures. This worked on most of the creatures, which were about 5 feet tall and 7 feet long, not counting their tails. The monsters started jumping from tree to tree, desperate to slaughter the soldiers. Their powerful arms allowed them to climb the trunks with ease. From a distance, it looked like an entire anthill had suddenly decided to climb the trees as thousands of creatures clambered up the massive trunks. "Change position!" the battalion commander ordered, and dozens of soldiers extended their arms. They aimed, and blades flew out of the devices under their palms and hit another nearby tree. If the wires connected to the blades weren't long enough to reach the trunk, they latched onto smaller branches. The original blades quickly retracted into the devices under the soldiers' hands as their backpacks hummed. The wires were pulled taut, and the soldiers were quickly yanked toward the second blade, leaving the monsters high and dry. As the soldiers flew through the air, they tossed incendiary grenades at the enemies below them. After taking up positions in the new tree, the soldiers started attacking the freaks again, but this time they used their left hands. They were all ambidextrous. It was a requirement for joining the squad. The creatures started leaping from tree to tree in pursuit of the soldiers, but the men just moved to yet another tree, attacking the enemies all the while. Meanwhile, the vehicles fired at the creatures on the ground. Despite the hordes of monsters that had been lured to the trees, the caravan was about to be overwhelmed, so the commander ordered some of the armored vehicles to lure the enemy away from the main group. The men in these vehicles knew that they were being ordered to their deaths, but none of them argued. They knew what they were signing up for when they joined the squad. All forest fighters were destined to die in the fell forest, fighting for mankind. The plan worked. Some of the armored vehicles slowed down. A few of them went left, others went right, and a handful kept going forward, but at a slower speed than the rest of the vehicles. The monsters took the bait, and most of the column managed to break free of the horde. "I'm done for, Captain," one of the soldiers said over the radio. "It was an honor serving with you guys." The warrior was out of power cores and almost out of ammo. He retracted the blade back into his device and flew toward the monsters waiting below with a smile on his face. He had no intention of being taken alive, however. Just before he landed, he blew himself up, taking dozens of monsters with him. The same thing was happening all over the battlefield. The forest fighters couldn't fight forever, so instead of being torn apart by the monsters, they blew themselves up so their comrades could hold out just a little bit longer. The armored vehicles that had lured the enemies away had already been destroyed, their thick hulls ripped open by mighty claws and their crews devoured. The creatures that had followed them left to pursue the retreating vehicles, but they'd already made it out of the forest. "Solomon asked me to tell you something, Lord Baron," a voice said over the radio. "You too, Annette?" the boss grumbled, interrupting the young woman. The girls had been giggling and calling him Lord Baron all day. "If you don't like it, why are you sitting on his throne?" Annette replied. "It's comfortable, that's why," Sergey replied grumpily. The throne really was comfortable. It was made of some kind of material that changed shape to fit his body. "What's up with Saul?" "The Norwegian op is going according to plan. There's gonna be a lot of loot, but he was hoping you'd give him permission to use the new recruits as fire support, as well as some of the civilian volunteers. Otherwise he'll waste too many men holding on to their current positions." "Fine. Tell him he can use the bug triplets if he wants. They seem kinda bored," the Lord Baron replied. "All right, I'll tell him." Annette was about to sign off, then changed her mind. "By the way, congratulations, boss. You're about to be a dad several times over. We were all so surprised when we heard the news." "Thanks. Imagine how I felt," Sergey chuckled. An alarm suddenly went off. It could be heard throughout the entire fiefdom, and it was deafeningly loud. "Warning! Warning! Large-scale invasion from the fell forest. All civilians must evacuate to the nearest fortress," a woman's voice said. It was hard to tell where the voice was coming from, since it seemed to be coming from everywhere all at once. "Tell the administrator to come see me right away," Sergey ordered, leaping out of the throne and changing into his retribution armor. "Lord Baron, an invasion? We're all going to die. Save us, I beg of you," the administrator cried, bursting into the throne room. He was panicking and didn't stop talking until Sergey finally shouted at him. "What do you guys do when there's an invasion?" the boss barked. I don't know. Our fiefdom hasn't been attacked in my lifetime, but I've heard that if the monsters make it over the wall, they usually eat everyone. They say an entire fiefdom was wiped out 10 years ago. Please save us. At least save my children, I beg of you," the man cried, still panicking. "Gotcha," the boss replied, then thought for a moment. He had no intention of bringing the whole fiefdom back to the shelter. What did he want with thousands of uneducated medieval peasants? He already had his hands full with the Cots and the Argonans, but at least they were good fighters. At best, the Irusians would make mediocre farmers. "Annette, tell Saul what's going on. I think we've got a pretty good opportunity here to show off a little and prove we're friends these folks can do business with," the boss said with a fiendish smirk. The administrator just stared at him, not understanding who he was talking to or what language he was speaking.
"Yes, boss," Annette replied.
The External Intelligence Department, i.e. the eyes, switched to full readiness. "Now you," Sergey said, glaring at the administrator so intensely he couldn't help but cringe. "Get all the guards and servants together. Tell them to run to town and tell folks to come to the castle. There's a safe place underground."
"A safe place?"
the man cried, his morale suddenly restored. "Uh-huh. Big enough for the whole city," the boss said with a nod. "So tell everybody to abandon all their property and hightail it over here. No property, you hear me? Otherwise there won't be enough room for everybody."
"Yes, Lord Baron."
A few minutes later, the servants and guards all ran to the city, but as it turned out, the city folk were already heading for the Baron's castle. They didn't know what the fortress was, but they were panicking, and they knew that the Baron's castle was the best protected part of the fiefdom. Chapter 29. The Shelterites immediately started cleaning up the bunker under the fortress and clearing paths to it. They also decided to expand it a little in case it wasn't big enough to fit everyone. Fortunately, there were plenty of earth mages sitting around the shelter with nothing to do. Solomon couldn't deploy any backup because all his forces were committed to the battle against the frogs, so Sergey was limited to the 100 soldiers assigned to him. Since he had so few troops to work with, the boss decided to focus on defending the fortress and nothing else. There was always a chance the monsters wouldn't even break through the outer wall, of course. The boss had no idea what was going on over there, but he decided not to take any chances with the local population. If they got killed, he would definitely end up getting blamed for it, and that would make it a lot harder for him to negotiate with the Irusian government. Meanwhile, on the wall, "We just got a message over the radio, Commander. The expeditionary forces were defeated and are on their way back," a young soldier cried, bursting into the office of the commander of Wall Section 29. "Damn it! They knew they didn't stand a chance. Everyone told them it was suicide. Ah, those fools!" the commander bellowed, knocking furniture over and scattering documents in a blind rage. He was a clean-shaven man of average height with a neat haircut and bags under his eyes from sleep deprivation. He hadn't slept in days because he'd been terrified of this exact eventuality, and now his worst fears had come true. "All right, I'm okay. Report," the commander said, sitting in a comfortable chair. "They came into radio range a couple of minutes ago, sir, and, well, the operation was a disaster. The survivors are hurrying back to the garden with the herd right on their tail, sir," the young soldier said hesitantly. He was extremely frightened. "They're leading them here? That son of a bitch! I knew it! The bastard just had to go on that bloody expedition, didn't he?" the commander exploded. You shouldn't talk that way about the first prince, sir," the soldier said quietly, afraid that they would all be hanged for speaking ill of a member of the royal family. "According to the protocol, they were all supposed to die. We can't let the herd reach the garden. Do you have any idea what'll happen if it does? There'll be an invasion. If enough freaks show up, they'll be able to send a signal to the head freak, and then the entire bloody herd will head straight here. You'll die. I'll die. Hundreds of thousands of people will die," the commander shouted. The soldier instantly fell silent. "But what about the 2 adjacent gate sections, sir?" the man muttered. "You idiot! An invasion covers 5 to 10 sections. I don't know who our imbecile of a future king aggroed out there, but I'll tell you right now, this isn't gonna stop at 10 sections, the commander barked, slammed his fist down on the table. So what do we do, sir?" the soldier asked, starting to panic. We fight, that's what. We fight, and we pray we can win." A few minutes later, the alarm started sounding throughout the wall section and the rest of the fiefdom, warning the populace of the impending invasion. Thanks to the commander's paranoia, the troops had been at full combat readiness for the last 3 days, so the moment the alarm went off, cannons in track-mounted carts started rolling out of emplacements along the walls. There were hundreds of them, and they were followed by carts full of weapons and ammunition. The cannons were mounted, and the carts were sent back for more cannons. Infantrymen took up positions in special embrasures that allowed them to fire at monsters as they scaled the wall. Other soldiers brought out ammunition and placed it in special compartments in the wall. Countless people were running around, doing a number of different things all at once. The soldiers still didn't realize how bad things were yet, so they were just performing routine actions they'd practiced hundreds of times before. The men quickly took up positions in a number of ramparts built into the wall. They jutted out slightly, which allowed the soldiers to attack the monsters from a safe place as they climbed the wall. The ramparts also had room for infantry to retreat to if the monsters actually made it up the wall. These structures were sturdy and designed to defend against infiltration by forest monsters. The toughest ramparts were located at the intersections of the walls dividing the various fiefdoms and military territories from one another. The wait was agonizing. The soldiers peered nervously into the forest, which was about half a mile away. The fell forest was truly enormous. Even from their perch atop the 300-foot walls, they still couldn't see the tops of the trees, and this was just a young section of the forest. There were trees in the older sections that reached all the way up to the heavens. At least that's what their stories and folk tales told them. "Where are the AA guns?" the commander roared as he inspected the defenses. We don't have permission, sir," an officer replied. "I don't give two shits about your permission. I want those AA guns armed in 5 minutes. Or do you want all our infantry to get ripped to shreds by flying rats? Or maybe you think we won't aggro them, huh?" the commander bellowed, grabbing the officer by the collar. "Of course not, sir. At once, sir." A number of heavy carts carrying dual-barrel anti-air guns soon appeared on the wall, along with enough ammo to appease the commander's paranoia. A few minutes later, another message came in. The survivors from the expeditionary force were on their way back to the garden and fighting the herd. The humans were winning, of course, since there were only about 5,000 monsters. "Yes, I mobilized the troops. Yes, I sounded the alarm. Yes, I'm using the AA guns. No, I haven't lost my bloody mind. Listen up, you moronic rearguard rat. A century without a full-scale invasion has made us soft. Do you hear me? That's right, you idiot. Read Godwin Cheer's memoirs. He describes this exact same... What? So I'm relieved of command, am I? Well, fuck you, you bloody twit!" The commander turned off the radio. A certain officer back at HQ was virtually foaming at the mouth, turning the place upside down and demanding that the commander be punished immediately. The commander couldn't have cared less, however. He knew that he and all his men were goners. The garden would endure, of course, but 10 or 20 fiefdoms would be completely gutted. That was why he and his men were there, after all, to distract the freaks during an invasion while the main troops regrouped. 10 minutes passed, and then more messages started coming in. The battle was still raging, and more monsters were coming out of the fell forest. In a few minutes the battle would spread to the 2 adjacent fiefdoms, and 20 minutes after that... "There they are," the commander intoned with a heavy sigh. "Cannons! Fire when ready! Don't spare the ammo!" The guns roared, and the half-mile stretch from the wall to the forest was filled with explosions as hundreds of projectiles struck the ground. Countless creatures were blown apart, but they kept streaming out of the forest like a tsunami. "It's an invasion! A real invasion!" a panicking soldier screamed. Actually, all the soldiers were panicking. The monsters were incredibly numerous, and despite the humans' concentrated fire, they'd almost reached the wall. Before long, the creatures started climbing the wall, completely covering it with their bodies like moss growing on a tree, but spreading at a speed of hundreds of miles an hour. The riflemen on the walls immediately opened fire. Corpses started raining down. The attack was slowed, but that was all. "Incendiary shells!" the commander ordered over the radio. "Already, sir? According to the protocol, we're not supposed to use them until the enemy reaches the middle of the wall," one of the officers objected. "Shut your pie hole and follow orders, soldier. If you survive this invasion, you need to reread the protocol, moron," the commander barked. All the soldiers started loading watermelon-sized black balls into special slots in the floor. The balls had to be inserted correctly, or the incendiary mechanism wouldn't work, so only people with special training were allowed to do it. There were 3 slots at each position. One sent the ball flying 15 feet from the wall, the other 30 feet, and the third 50 feet. The explosion timer could also be adjusted using special levers. The officers gave the order, and hundreds of black balls rolled out of the holes in the wall and flew 30 feet, then fell to the ground. Before they reached the 30-foot point, they exploded, covering the creatures in napalm that consumed their flesh as they roared in agony. The monsters still kept scampering up the wall. Despite the humans' best efforts, they were slowly but surely making their way to the top. "My gun's jammed! I need an engineer over here right away!" shouted a soldier standing on a small ledge. There was a hole underneath him with a tripod-mounted machine gun aimed through it. The soldier was surrounded by crates of ammo, and an ammo belt was being fed from one of them into his machine gun. "Mine's jammed, too!" cried a panicking soldier about 15 feet from the first. One after another, the machine guns in Sector 2 of Wall Section 29's 7 sectors jammed. The engineers started repairing them right away, but the delay was enough for the creatures to finally break through the assault. It wasn't long before the first monster reached the top of the wall. It was instantly shot to death by machine guns, but then another one appeared, and then another. 5 minutes later, the entire wall was swarming with creatures. As dictated by the protocol, the soldiers started falling back to the fortress, but then a large number of mysterious objects suddenly started rising up into the sky from the direction of the Baron's castle. "Mother of God!" muttered one of the soldiers, staring at the objects. There were at least 50 of them. They soared high above the wall, then came crashing down on the monsters, creating incredibly devastating explosions within the half-mile area between the wall and the forest. The soldiers had no idea what was happening. Some people suggested that it might be an ancient weapon, and the Baron had decided to use up the last of his resources. Less than 2 minutes later, more objects appeared in the sky. "We killed some of them, right?" Pyro asked. "I sure hope so. Them missiles cost—" Sergey began, then fell silent. You don't want to know." The shelter army had started attacking the moment they saw the creatures scale the wall. It would have been pretty hard to miss thousands of monsters infiltrating the city after all. "All the civvies have been evacuated, boss," a soldier reported. 5 multiple launch rocket systems and a handful of men had been stationed in the garden in front of the fortress, since it was the most convenient place to attack from. "Okay, how are the traps coming?" the boss inquired. "We're only 20% done. We don't have enough men." Gotcha. Let's fire 2 more volleys, then wrap it up, Sergey said, watching the soldiers loading missiles into the launchers. These missiles were costing him an arm and a leg, and no one even knew if they were doing any good. After the PC-30s fired all their missiles and were sent back to the shelter, the soldiers took up positions on the roof of the fortress. The freaks weren't in too much of a hurry to reach the castle, however. They just couldn't resist destroying the buildings in their path.
I see a target. It's about 10 feet long and 5 feet tall with powerful legs and a tough-looking green hide. It kind of looks like a mix between a lizard and a wolf. I see bullet wounds, but it doesn't seem too worried about them, reported a scout with a level 3 Eagle Eye skill.
Fire when ready, the boss ordered. He was itching for a fight and couldn't wait to try his retribution armor out on the battlefield. Hundreds of creatures suddenly came into view, all running right at the Lord's castle. Explosions rang out as they set off the mines and traps along their path. Sergey didn't know how many enemies were coming, so he'd decided to play it safe. The monsters easily scaled the 30-foot fortress wall, but as soon as they entered the castle grounds, they immediately started dropping dead, filled with hot lead from AK-15s and Yumi machine guns. You've killed a level 1 Goro and earned 3 XP. Sergey shot one of the monsters in the head and was instantly disappointed. He'd assumed these things were mutant animals, but they were actually just sentient monsters, so they dropped the same lousy rewards as the frogs. The monsters ran like mad, ignoring their injuries and their comrades' corpses. Explosive arrows started raining down on them, blowing their bodies to pieces. The first wave was repelled easily, but the other creatures in the city had somehow learned that their prey was in the Lord's castle, so they stopped destroying buildings and ran toward it. Just 5 minutes later, all the mines and traps had been set off, and the fortress was surrounded on all sides. The Goros battered the mighty metal gate. Most of them tried to climb the fortress's walls, but to no avail. The hail of bullets was so intense they died the moment they got close to it, leaving a pile of smoking corpses at the base of the wall. A black arrow fell from the sky, and a black dome formed in the middle of the Goro herd. A moment later the dome vanished, leaving over a dozen frozen bodies behind. The statues didn't last long, however. They were almost instantly obliterated by their kin. Rain pelted the freaks with one arrow after another, creating a forest of statues, but it did nothing to stem the tide. The onslaught grew by the minute, as did the pile of corpses at the base of the fortress wall. The gate was already covered in bodies, but the monsters kept clambering up the walls, digging their claws into the concrete. "Light 'em up!" the boss ordered. Pyro and 6 other fire mages created a ring of fire around the fortress. The flames weren't too close to the fortress, however, since they didn't want to damage the walls, and they were also lower than usual, so the gunners and archers could fire over it. When they saw the ring of fire, the monsters roared furiously and tried to extinguish it with their bodies, but it was a magical fire. It would keep burning until the mages ran out of MP. They were consuming mana at an alarming rate, however, using core after core, battery after battery. Fortunately, the enemy's numbers were quickly thinning. "Boss, the monsters have stopped coming from the wall," the scout noted. "Guess they're taking care of business over there. Keep it up, boys," the satisfied boss ordered. The Irusians had managed to take back the wall after the shelter's missile barrage significantly culled the Goro herd. This had bought them time to regroup and receive reinforcements. Unfortunately, all their mounted guns had been completely destroyed, although they'd already been replaced. Then another threat reared its ugly head. "Flying rats! Get to the AA guns!" cried the commander of Wall Section 29. A black cloud rose up from the forest and started flying toward the wall. The commander estimated that it would engulf 7 wall sections, including his own. "Item throwers! Fire bombs! Maximum speed! We need to give the infantry space to switch to the airborne targets!" A moment later, hundreds of dual-barrel machine guns opened fire on the cloud, which was about a mile from the wall. This was extremely expensive, since the ammo for these guns was in short supply and horribly pricey to manufacture, but the commander understood that dead men didn't need bullets. Wounded and dead monsters rained down on the Goros. The flying rats were about 3 feet tall and had a 6-foot wingspan. They were black, and they really did look like rats, albeit with stronger legs, tiny pink tails, and wings growing out of their backs. Their bodies and wings were covered in fur, since they lived in the canopies of the great trees where it was extremely cold. The AA gun's rate of fire was so high, it seemed like the soldiers were shooting beams from the wall that sliced the cloud to pieces, dousing the forest with black rain. Drawn to the food falling from the sky, the Goros slowed their approach a bit. This gave the soldiers a chance to catch their breath, but only in Section 29. The other sections hadn't been expecting to fight flying rats, so their AA guns weren't ready when they appeared. Unfortunately, it was already too late. "There are flying monsters now, boss," the scout reported. "Shit! Can't we get 5 minutes to catch our damn breath?" Sergey grumbled. They'd just finished off the last Goro and started clearing up, and now they had more enemies to deal with. With a wind mage's help, the boss leaped down to the ground. He cleared out an area near the fortress with a handful of fighters, then set up a siege barrier and 3 Shilka self-propelled AA guns. Unfortunately, no one was available to fire the other 2 guns, since all the other gunners were busy fighting the frogs. The soldiers manned their guns and activated an assault dome. The siege barrier was great and all, but it couldn't protect them against slow-moving targets. It was only there in case the enemy tried to bombard them with corpses. While the soldiers were getting their anti-air defenses up and running, the black cloud blanketed half the city. The flying rats started destroying the city, breaking into almost every building in search of prey. Chapter 30. The Shilka could attack targets over a mile away, and a gunner with a level 3 gunner skill could fire it pretty accurately, so as soon as the flying freaks reached the 1-mile mark, the sky lit up with explosions. The shells were enchanted to increase their blast radius. The 3 Shilkas literally melted the black cloud of flying creatures, creating a deluge of bodies that bombarded the city, covering it in blood and flesh. The flying creatures broke up into smaller groups in an attempt to reduce their losses, then flew at their enemies as fast as they could. They seemed to have no intention of retreating. The rats, as the system called them, quickly filled the sky above the fortress, blocking out the sun. Everything went dark. The creatures were everywhere, surrounding the castle, dive-bombing people, and attacking the guns. However, the rats were extremely afraid of fire, so mages and soldiers armed with flamethrowers had no trouble driving them away. The shelter didn't have a lot of flamethrowers, unfortunately, since the weapon was still in the prototype phase. When they realized that, instead of easy prey, the fiefdom was full of terrifying, dangerous humans, some of the rats flew to another fiefdom. However, by luring the rats to the fortress, the shelterites had bought the defenders on the wall the time they needed to prepare. By the time the rats got back to them, they were armed to the teeth and ready to blast the freaks right in their furry faces. But the battle wasn't over yet, of course. The fell forest was to the south of Lares, the fiefdom Sergey was in, and there were other fiefdoms to the north, east, and west. Lares was currently being attacked from the east and west. The Goro horde had scaled the wall, and according to the scouts' reports, there was no one there to stop them. "Balls! Don't tell me I'm gonna have to go back to the shelter and lose my friggin' reward," Sergey growled furiously. "You did this on purpose, didn't you, system? There's no way this is all just one big coincidence." "Sorry to disappoint you, but you aren't the center of the universe. Everything doesn't revolve around you." "Huh. How come I don't believe you?" "Because you're paranoid." "We're ready, boss." Sergey was about to curse a blue streak when Solomon suddenly contacted him over the radio. "Ha! Suck it, system," the boss chortled. A few seconds later, almost the entire shelter army appeared in the fiefdom and started taking up positions on the walls. The soldiers quickly installed the usual steel barriers, along with pit traps, basic mines full of incendiary compound, and more. While the infantry was occupying the walls, the artillery fought the enemies off and started pelting them with enchanted rounds. Unfortunately, there were still a ton of rats in the sky, so they needed extra troops to protect the AA guns, and this duty was assigned to the Shorgo. A small group of the most skilled Shorgo warriors were ordered to guard the guns. The shelter only had enough gear to arm 200 Shorgo. Human weapons didn't work for them, so the birdmen had to make do with the equipment they'd earned themselves. To everyone's surprise, especially the Shorgo, they'd turned out to be a technologically advanced race. Their level 1 and 2 armor looked like jumpsuits that protected them against cold wind and injury. Unfortunately, the jumpsuits didn't do anything against machine gun bullets. They'd tested one out on a mannequin. They also weren't well suited to the way Sergey planned to use the Shorgo, since they came with shoes, but they were durable and of high quality, so they decided to use them anyway. The Shorgo's level 1 weapons were bows and spears, but they were made of lightweight composite materials. Their level 2 weapons were a little more interesting. They looked like assault rifles, except they shot large needles instead of bullets and were powered by tanks of gas. They were designed for near to mid-range combat. 200 jumpsuit-wearing winged warriors armed with assault rifles roared with glee as they floated in midair, hunting the remaining rats. Their weapons were perfect for fighting airborne targets. The needles went straight through the rats, so they dropped like flies, falling to the ground one after another, and the warriors were earning experience. The Shorgo had their own system and belonged to a different archetype, so all they had to do was get the enemy to die. It didn't matter how they did it. While the birdmen conquered the airspace above the fortress, the humans on the ground were in the midst of a heated battle. The entire area around the fortress was full of Goros. The horde extended for miles in all directions, but the humans' defenses remained steadfast. Knights in power armor created an impenetrable aura barrier, meeting any freaks that made it through the hail of bullets with plasma and swords. The Cots tirelessly hurled one enchanted spear after another, creating thousands of explosions every second. The mages let loose with combo spells. The creatures from the fell forest were all level 1, but one of them was as strong as 3 or more level 1 frogs, so the soldiers stayed focused. What if their big brothers suddenly showed up? Fortunately, that didn't happen, although more rats eventually flew in from the west. There were a lot of them, a massive black cloud of creatures, but this time they were met by all 5 shilkas. The shelter had crafted a decent amount of ammo for them, which certainly came in handy. As time passed, the soldiers gradually got the hang of fighting these fast, agile monsters. The Goros didn't stand a chance against assault rifles, but they were incredibly stubborn. Once they picked a target, they would pursue it relentlessly until they were dead. If just one of their legs still worked, they'd use it to crawl back into the fray. Once the defense was going smoothly, the artillery was sent back to the shelter, although the mortars stayed, since they'd proved themselves to be extremely effective. A little while earlier, on Section 29 of the Great Wall, "Don't let them into the city, or hundreds of thousands will die," the commander shouted, holding his walkie-talkie in front of him. He was on the roof of a small fortress with an excellent view of Sectors 4 and 5 of Wall Section 29. Machine guns and assault rifles roared behind him as pounds of shell casings fell to the floor. The soldiers were barely able to haul crates of ammo to the guns in time to reload them. The entire sky was full of flying freaks. There were so many of them they actually got in each other's way, preventing them all from attacking at once. They flew in circles, floated in midair, or dive-bombed the defenders. A few of them even went after the Goros, trying to scale the walls. The rats assaulted the defenders relentlessly, sinking their claws and fangs into their flesh. Fortunately, they were too weak to lift a person up into the air, or the defenders wouldn't have stood a chance. The humans either hid behind cover or knelt down and fired assault rifles and machine guns into the air. There were so many rats they could fire without even looking, and every bullet would still hit an enemy. The only thing saving the defenders from complete and utter defeat was their flamethrowers. The flying monsters were extremely afraid of fire. Unfortunately, they didn't have a lot of flamethrowers, and there were so many rats. A lot of AA guns had already overheated and had their barrels replaced, some of them multiple times. The situation was dire. Try as they might, the soldiers just couldn't stop the cloud of creatures, and soon the city, which had already been torn apart by the Goros, would be flooded with black freaks. But then— "Commander! Look!" "What?" the commander barked. Thousands of little explosions filled the sky, and the rats started falling to the ground. "Mother of God! What's happening? Where could a borderland fiefdom get weapons like those? And what the hell are they, anyway?" Somewhat later, on the wall, "Commander! What?" the commander shouted. He'd barely managed to pull the defense back together after the rat attack. "The fiefdoms of Duas and Tyrians have been wiped out, and the Goros are invading Laris. They let them in without a fight," said an officer, pointing at the walls between the fiefdoms. "Mother of God! There are so many of them," the commander muttered. Even without binoculars, he could see that the wall was swarming with green monsters. A moment later, a series of explosions rang out. They were so powerful they could be heard from the wall. The commander was terrified, as were his men. "What the hell's going on in that fiefdom? What in God's name are they doing?" he wondered, utterly baffled. "This Yusashi meat tastes like ass," Sergey grumbled, roasting a chunk of meat over an open fire. Pyro and 3 other people were sitting with him. He'd wanted to try one of the dachshund pigs for himself, but their meat was tough and stringy and smelled like urine. "Maybe you need to cook it some other way," one of the soldiers suggested. "Maybe, but I saw folks roasting it like this in the city," the boss said. He sent the meat and spit to the pit. They gave all the good meat to the refugees and forgot all about their boss. "You ordered them to feed the refugees," Annette objected over the radio. She was eavesdropping. "That don't change nothing. They forgot all about their boss," the hungry man replied.
"They're coming, boss," cried Peepers, the shelter's best scout. He was standing on the roof of the fortress, scanning the area for the guests they knew were coming.
"Took 'em long enough," Sergey said, looking at the setting sun. It had been a long and difficult battle, but also a lucrative one. Including the flying freaks, the shelter had killed about 800,000 monsters, earning 3.5 million coins and 41,000 white rewards. The creatures' bodies had already been collected and recycled. A few of them had been frozen for Siri. There hadn't been any casualties, just 36 Shorgo with minor bite wounds, but they weren't complaining. The 200 winged warriors had become heroes to their entire race. They'd proven to everyone that the Shorgo were warriors, or so they said. Nevertheless, Sergey wanted to boost their morale as much as possible, so he'd ordered his people to make a propaganda video and play it for all the Shorgo. It showed the mighty warriors slaying hordes of flying rats as they defended the shelter army from the air. A large column of military vehicles, about 50 in total, was making its way toward the fortress through the city, which had been utterly demolished. It had the Earth artillery to thank for that. Of the 50 vehicles, 30 were trucks full of soldiers and 20 were APCs with heavy machine guns mounted on them. All the vehicles were designed for driving off-road, so they had no problem making it over the rubble. The vehicles drove up to the castle's external wall and stopped. The area had already been cleared, and the pits had been filled in. The gate was open, but the Irusian delegation seemed reluctant to drive through it, so the boss had no choice but to get off his lazy butt and hoof it over there himself. This was their land, after all. It would have been rude to make them come to him. "Hey there," Sergey said with a big smile. He was wearing his high-tech retribution armor, which was as enormous as it was intimidating. The soldiers' eyes almost bugged out of their heads when they saw it, and the officers instantly started running through a mental list of all the king's sons, legitimate and otherwise. Who, other than a member of the royal family, could have such high-tech armor? Unfortunately, the leather bag hanging from the man's shoulder spoiled the effect a little. Hi," the officer replied hesitantly. "You're probably wondering what I'm doing here, huh?" the stranger said, flashing him a grin. "I'm curious, yes," the officer replied with a nod, trying to decide if there was some way he could have offended this royal personage. "The name's Sergey," the man said. The officer tried to remember if there were any royals with that name. Could this man be some unknown royal bastard? "You don't know me, so don't bother racking your brains," Sergey said with a chuckle when he saw the officer's face. "I ain't from this world, but I ain't your enemy neither. I'd like to trade with you guys." "You're not from this world?" the officer asked with a puzzled expression on his face. The gears in his head were turning so fast, smoke almost started coming out of his ears. "You're from the realm of the gods," he gasped. "Not exactly. I'm from another planet," Sergey said with a shrug, chuckling at the officer's confusion. "If you don't got the authority to talk to aliens, maybe you ought to go get somebody who does, huh?" Yes. Please don't leave the fortress," the officer said, then ran back to the APC without waiting for Sergey to reply. The boss felt genuinely bad for the guy. He had a difficult conversation ahead of him. Needless to say, Annette overheard everything and reported it to the boss. While this was going on, the shelter army had gone back to fighting the frogs in Norway, so Sergey was also receiving occasional reports on the combat situation there. It was a tough battle, but the rewards were impressive, including a seemingly endless torrent of coins. The shelter was also earning a nice chunk of change healing soldiers and recharging power cores, not to mention repairing equipment and selling extra AK-15s. The Allies were eager to spend all the coins they were earning on more guns. "I apologize, but I'm not authorized to negotiate with you. An envoy will be sent to you shortly," the officer said once his long conversation was over. He'd been ordered to be polite and avoid provoking this supposed alien, while also reporting on the size and armament of his army. However, the soldiers had nothing to report on other than Sergey, since his 100 men were all taking it easy in the fortress. "All right, I'll wait for him inside," the boss replied, strolling back to the castle, where a proper dinner was waiting for him. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the Great Wall had been very busy. The cannons were now aimed at the Baron's castle, and the paths to it had been fortified and filled with soldiers. Sergey knew all of this, of course, but he wasn't particularly worried about it. He could level the entire megalopolis if he wanted to, and besides, he was more concerned about Turgai and making money. This city could have saved up a fortune over its hundreds of years of existence. The envoy showed up 2 hours later, accompanied by a small army of systemers and a much larger army of regular soldiers, about 20,000 men and 100 heavy tanks, to be exact. Mr. Bigwig refused to enter the castle grounds, and Sergey was busy stuffing his face and didn't feel like moving, so they were at an impasse. The wolfman sent to summon the alien was sent packing. When he saw the almost 12-foot-tall mechanical warriors standing near the large table in the castle courtyard, the shapeshifter gulped and did as he was told. "Your Majesty, Third Prince, the messenger said, transforming from a werewolf back into an ordinary man in level 3 gear. "Is he with you?" barked a guy who looked to be about 25 years old. He was wearing level 4 system armor, but only the standard variety, which was very similar to what they had in the shelter. "Forgive me, Your Majesty. He and his men were dining and said they were busy. They demanded you come to them," the man replied, hanging his head. "How dare he mock me? How many of them are there?" the prince shouted. "I counted 100 men and—" the messenger began, but was interrupted. "Just 100? Ha! We'll simply take them prisoner and The prince suddenly fell silent and froze in horror, as did everyone else. 10 men had just materialized in front of them. 4 of them had plasma shotguns aimed right at the prince's face and body, while the rest stood nearby. "Our boss has invited you to meet with him. If you agree to come of your own free will and not on a stretcher, he's willing to forgive you for what you just said about attacking him," a voice said from the speaker on one of the men's suits. "Your Majesty!" the Systemer guards cried, surrounding the strangers. "Stop!" the prisoner shouted. "I'll go! Don't interfere!" he added when his guards froze. "Please allow me to accompany the prince, gentlemen," said a dark-haired old man in level 3 magic armor carrying a level 4 staff. "Bring whoever you want," replied one of the strangers, lowering his weapon from the prince's face. The others did likewise, then disappeared. The guards instantly filled all the space around the prince, but couldn't find the invisible men. Not even by feel. "Let's go, Your Majesty," the old man said, walking toward the castle. "Have you lost your mind, Norn? You can't go. They're dangerous," the prince objected. "Yes, but they're also reasonable, unlike you. So let's go," the old man replied, still walking. The prince hesitated for a moment, then followed the old man. His bodyguards did the same. "Only the prince will come with me," the old man objected, striking the stone road with his staff. The prince hesitated for a moment, then turned around and gestured for his men to stay behind. Chapter 31. "This place wasn't damaged at all in the invasion," the prince cried, staring at the still intact castle grounds. "Your Majesty, if you were a tad more observant, you'd have noticed that the external walls weren't damaged either. And yet, according to our reports, this area was invaded by hundreds of thousands of Goros and even more rats," the old man said, shaking his head. The two men eventually made it to the Baron's castle and saw a large table with 40 men sitting at it. The rest were busy in the fortress. They couldn't help but notice the 2 rows of level 1 mechs, of course. "What are those, Norn?" the prince exclaimed, looking at the mechanical warriors. "As far as I can tell, they're bipedal combat vehicles of some sort. These visitors from another world appear to be more advanced than we are," the old man added. "Please try to be polite and sensible, Your Majesty. We don't know who these people are or what they're capable of." "I know!" the prince cried in irritation. Norn just shook his head. A minute later they found Sergey, who was wearing a red uniform with a leather shoulder bag. His retribution armor was standing next to him. "Have a seat. Let's chat," Sergey said, gesturing at the table. All the other soldiers reluctantly stood up and wandered back to the fortress. "Thank you kindly," the old man replied, glad to finally have a seat after all that walking. "You're in charge here, then?" the prince asked, choosing to remain standing. "Help yourselves. It ain't poisoned or nothing," the man said, ignoring the prince and pointing at the few remaining morsels of food. "Thank you again," the old man said. "It smells wonderful. I started salivating unintentionally the moment we approached. There was no time to eat during the invasion, I'm afraid. My God, this is delicious. Is it chicken? Why is it so good? According to my scientists, your world's out of life force, so all your food's lost most of its nutrition. To be honest, it tastes like crap, too," Sergey replied, watching the old man slowly devour a chicken leg with an expression of unconcealed delight on his face. "How many centuries ago did the system come to your world?" the boss inquired. "That's a good question. Unfortunately, I can't answer it. Much information has been lost. All I can say is that it's been at least 3 centuries, the old man said frankly, reaching for the apples. "My God, what incredible apples! I can actually feel myself getting younger," he murmured. "It's entirely possible," Sergey said with a shrug. "All this food is jam-packed with life force." "Is that so? Fascinating," Norn said with a satisfied smile. "I now believe that you are, in fact, not from our planet. Would you mind telling me why you've come here?" "The system lured me here and tried to ice me," Sergey said. The old man was clearly surprised by this news. "It lured my friends here, too. They ended up falling into a trap, and a bunch of them got killed by monsters. You don't know about any active volcanoes, do you?" "Volcanoes? Ha! So they're the ones the system ordered us to destroy," the prince exclaimed. Until then, he'd just been standing there listening to the 2 men talk with an insulted expression on his face. "It ordered you?" Now it was Sergey's turn to be surprised. "A few weeks ago, the system gave the royal family a quest." "Norn!" the prince cried, interrupting the old mage. Norn just looked at him. then resumed his tale. The quest was to eliminate certain aliens residing in the area around Mount Oni, a volcano located about 500 miles to the southwest, the old man said frankly. I think I know the place you're talking about, and I really appreciate the info, Sergey said. This was great news. Now there was nothing other than money, of course, keeping him in this backward city-state. Then there's nothing else keeping you in our garden? The mage asked. Not really, although I wouldn't mind trading and making some money. I sell weapons, skills, ammo, food, and equipment. I also offer transportation services. In theory, I could link all your cities into a single transportation system, Sergey said thoughtfully. Just to be clear, by other cities, do you mean other gardens? The old man asked. He was so shocked by what Sergey had said, he was almost shaking. That's impossible! We're the last people on Iris, the prince shouted, but no one paid any attention to him. Of course, I mean, why bother linking up all your fiefdoms or whatever you call 'em, Sergey said, looking at the prince as though he were a moron. Could you please tell us how many gardens are left in our world? The old man asked, barely able to hold back tears. Well, I looked at a map of your planet and only found 10 spots where the forest had been cleared out. When he heard this, Norn could no longer stop himself from weeping with joy. The prince didn't believe Sergey, so he just glared at Norn as though he were an idiot who believed in fairy tales. There's also something else in the desert, but I didn't look at it too closely, the boss added. So the desert of Isuda still exists? The mage asked, drying his eyes. I don't know if it's that desert or not, but it's pretty big, and it's all red and stuff, Sergey said, sipping his tea. Yes, Isuda is red, and it's where the very first garden should be, the old-timer cried, overjoyed. That's just a bedtime story for babies, the prince grumbled. It's okay. I'm calm now, Norn said, smiling awkwardly and almost dancing for joy. Aside from the good news, he was also full of energy from the shelter's food. You said something about trade, yes? Could you please show me your wares so I can report to the king about them? But first, allow me to introduce myself. The old man stood up and bowed. I am Royal Advisor Norn, and this is His Majesty Third Prince Zyram Mioro. Sergey, the alien said with a nod. A moment later, an AK-15 appeared in his hand. He gave it to Norn. We sell these for $2,500. 2,500 coins? The prince said, almost keeling over from sticker shock. It costs us 2,100 coins to make 'em, Sergey said with a shrug, then looked at Norn. Am I right that one can earn coins and rewards by killing the fiends of the forest with this weapon? The old man asked after a moment's consideration. Sergey nodded. Norn turned to his dim-witted protege and handed him the gun. Your Majesty, please read the description and tell me if you really think this weapon is overpriced. It's a system weapon! 2,500. If we got the maximum drop of 5 coins from each Goro, that's 500 monsters, so— the young man muttered to himself. A small metal object appeared in his hand. Yes, I can craft bullets. This will go a long way towards solving our ammunition problem, and it'll pay for itself in a year at most. Also, our weaponsmiths can repair it and craft ammo even more efficiently. More! What else have you got? The prince spent the next hour almost foaming at the mouth as he perused the shelter's goods. Sergey had a lot to offer him, since he had access to not just his own products, but also those sold by Tillion's bastions and Earth's camps. The meeting ended up taking so long, the prince's people eventually came to check on him. "How about a cup of coffee?" Sergey offered, summoning a coffee pot and some dessert. "Thank you kindly," the old man said, pouring himself a cup. The prince followed his example. "It's very good," he said, sipping the hot drink. "You're right. I feel reinvigorated," the prince added. "Indeed, but I'll explain everything to you later," Norn said with a half-smile, then went back to talking shop with Sergey. The boss had explained his position and offered his goods, so there was nothing else keeping him in the garden. There was the reward box, of course, but its timer was about to run out. "Just one more question," Norn said, getting up from the table. He and the prince were about to leave so they could pass what they'd learned on to the king. "What happened to the people of this fiefdom? We didn't see a single dead body on our way here." "They're all in a bunker under that fortress there," the boss said, pointing at the baron's castle as he stood up. "Is that so?" the old man said, looking at the city with a number of complex emotions on his face. "Those people have a hard road ahead of them." "You got that right," Sergey replied with a shrug. His troops had basically turned their city into a parking lot. The prince left soon after. He took his army with him, although the troops stationed on the walls and in the passes between fiefdoms stayed. Sergey wasn't too worried about them, however. As soon as the timer ran out, he was going to collect his reward and teleport to the volcano. He still had to do something with the refugees, however. He wasn't about to bring them back to the shelter with him. What did he want with hundreds of thousands of uneducated peasants? The Irusian survivors were packed into the bunker like sardines, so he couldn't leave them there overnight. They'd have to sleep standing up. He decided to build a tent city outside the fortress and move 100,000 of the survivors there. The rest of them could stay in the bunker. Its ventilation system still worked, so it was warm and comfortable. Thanks to his skill, Louis had been able to fix most of the fortress's systems with ease. The old mechanic could just lay a hand on the fortress and consume a ton of MP to fix any metal object. He could patch holes in pipes, get rid of rust and grime, fix cables, and a whole lot more. None of this was free, of course. He had to spend coins to do it. To Sergey's surprise, the people in the bunker were extremely positive. They weren't glad their homes had been demolished, of course, but they'd been fed food from the shelter and given medical attention. Many of them had been cured of ailments that had ruined their lives for years. In most cases, all they'd needed was to eat and drink their fill, but a few of them had required a nuclear dose of life force. The professor had been studying the people of Iris with great interest, as well as its soil and flora. It'd probably be best not to mention what he did to the dachshund pigs. After conducting enough research and surveys, Curie had confirmed his theory. Iris was drained. All the life force had been sucked out of it, and this was affecting the health and well-being of all its creatures, especially humans. They'd managed to adapt over many centuries, however. To make a long story short, they'd been saved by the system and the dachshund pigs, as well as other domesticated mutant animals. All Irusians were systemers, which gave them greater strength and endurance and allowed them to live on a planet where the food contained very little nutrition. But even then, they were lucky to make it to 40 and got sick all the time. So in order to become as hale and hearty as possible, they leveled up and invested all their stat points into vitality. Solomon and the professor took an interest in the boost in strength the Irusians received from the shelter's food, but they assumed that the effect would wear off once their bodies adapted. A lot of the survivors wanted to see what had become of their homes, and no one stopped them. Most of them came back to the tent city afterwards. No one knew what happened to the others. Some of them probably found their homes still intact, while others probably started looting and scavenging. Everyone was given food and water. They'd figure out the rest in the morning. Right now, Sergey had an important conversation ahead of him. So, 4 girls, huh? 4 girls, the boss stammered in amazement, looking at his sweetly smiling wives. Alice glanced at him. "It's still too early," she said, patting her belly. Sergey nodded and looked at the redheads. An irritated scowl appeared on his face. "So you guys went through the trial and all them battles while you were knocked up?" he asked, trying not to lose his temper. "Well, are they all right?" he asked after taking a deep breath. He already knew the answer, of course. The twins nodded. "Good. But now I'm going to go talk to the doc and get this sorted out." The girls nodded again. "Right now, I've only got one question," the father of an increasingly numerous brood said, looking at his wives. "What if all 4 of them end up being completely identical?" On Sultan's Ark, in the Spacetime Ocean, an insect burst into the vast subterranean space. "Father!" The creature looked humanoid, but had 4 legs and a terrifying bug-like head. Its chest was covered in armor made of chitin, but it was clearly handmade. A spear was slung over its shoulder, a system weapon crafted by shelter weaponsmiths. "Report, 65, said a creature that looked very much like a human being. He was 6.5 feet tall, with rather pale skin and insect-like antennae poking out of his short black hair. Aside from the antennae, his only other non-human trait was a pair of black eyes with at least 10 pupils each. Each pupil was responsible for its own kind of vision, from infrared to night vision. The creature was none other than Sultan, a space-time lord and Siri and Sergey's 4th child. Siri had used an old sample of Sergey's semen to create him, as well as a bit of his blood in order to update the DNA. Sultan was sitting on a comfortable couch with 2 beautiful humanoid insect girls. "We've cleared out the shard, Father, but we found living creatures. No one told us what to do with living creatures. We don't know. Please tell us, Father," reported 65. He was speaking telepathically, but the link only worked at very close range, so he had to actually walk up to his father in order to use it. "Living creatures?" Sultan asked, raising an eyebrow. A sinister smirk appeared on his face. "Excellent. We can always use more workers for our fields. Show me the way." Sultan kissed the bug women and left via a stone hallway. The Ark had once been inhabited by vampires, but it was now the insects' home. The hallways were pitch black, but the insects didn't mind. The darkness was swarming with life. Worker beetles were running around performing various tasks, and there were several guards on patrol, as well as warriors returning to their lair after an exhausting battle. Sultan eventually emerged from the underground maze and found himself in a fortress. Well, it wasn't really a proper fortress yet. It was still under construction, so it looked more like the ruins of a fortress. Sultan had decided to borrow his father's tactic and defend his territory with walls in order to reduce casualties. The bugs had already been through a number of very difficult battles against the undead. Minor beetles were running around this way and that with stones on their backs. Sultan had captured a shard full of rocky cliffs that had been broken down into chunks, moved to the fortress, and fashioned into stone blocks. The Lord could have used his laptop to build a wall, of course, but it would have been wasteful and expensive. Beyond the fortress were fields full of farmer beetles tilling the soil. From a distance they looked like short, scrawny people about 5 feet tall, using shovels to dig up dirt and plant potatoes. They seemed weak, but their arms were surprisingly strong, and they could use level 1 earth magic, so the soil was always soft and yielding for them. After the fields was an orchard, but the fruit trees were still small. They'd just been planted a day ago. Other farmer beetles were watering and tending them. Insects loved sweet things, so the farmers, as well as the warriors and workers, couldn't help but cast expectant glances at the trees as they walked past. Sultan's arc had grown quickly, so the only way to reach the shard in a reasonable amount of time was to run. However, the Lord was planning to build roads and grow riding beetles in the near future. His 4 favorite wives could create all sorts of creatures, but they were limited to a specific set of genes. One of them produced warriors and humanoids, another made smaller beetles, and so on. Siri and Sergey had been careful to provide the Ark with a number of different avenues for future development. The newly captured shard contained the ruins of a city, and a very modern one at that. There was a pipette of death of Sultan's own design leading to it, guarded by 3 dozen large, powerful humanoid beetles. The warrior beetles were covered in chitin shells reminiscent of power armor and armed with various system weapons, mostly level 1 maces and level 2 swords. In order for Sultan's bugs to earn and use human rewards, Siri had made them members of the Hyri archetype, just like humans. This limited their insect abilities, as well as their combat effectiveness, but it also provided them with the traits they needed most to survive: intelligence and adaptability. "Father, please take this," a warrior beetle intoned in a raspy, sing-song voice. The beetles struggled with human language, but they were willing to make the effort for their lord's sake. They could also communicate telepathically. "Thank you," Sultan said with a nod, accepting an apple-sized piece of white fruit from the warrior. "You've received temporary immunity to level 3 viruses. The immunity will expire in 3 hours. Sultan had his own fruit-bearing beetles. They were also humanoid, and they were tended with great care. The young lord entered the shard and carefully examined the ruins. He found them fascinating. "My father must have grown up in a city like this," he muttered, looking at the lofty buildings made of concrete and glass. He walked up to a rusted-out car. "And this is an automobile. Humans travel in them at high speeds. And this—" Siri had passed a lot of Sergey's knowledge on to their son along with his genes, so he was very intelligent and had been born knowing quite a bit. He was also extremely curious, which had already led him into trouble on several occasions. "What a lovely girl!" Sultan cried, spotting a poster on the wall of a building. It was an ad for some movie. The poster showed a busty babe in a revealing dress aiming 2 pistols at a 12-foot-tall monster with lots of long arms, all of which were reaching for her. Sultan ordered it to be carefully removed and hung in his chambers. The young lord eventually came to the large 15-story building where the survivors were hiding. There were 50 of them. The bugs had left them alone because they didn't know what to do with them, but the building was surrounded. Sultan scanned the reinforced building, then confidently walked inside. He was escorted by 2 heavy warriors and 2 four-legged light fighters. There were barricades in the entryway with a number of people behind them. 30 of them were armed with firearms and system weapons, and the rest were civilians. They all stared in shock and horror as the creatures entered the building. "Greetings, humans," Sultan said loudly. He had a level 2 translator, so the survivors were surprised to realize that they could understand him. They started talking, but the young lord wasn't listening. There, among the crowd of humans, was the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. Chapter 32. Alert! 48 hours have passed. You may open your reward. Finally! Sergey cried. He was bored out of his skull. He pulled the box out of the bag, placed it in front of him, looked at it for a moment, and opened it, hoping for some fat loot. Rare treasure map. Shows you where to find a treasure that is roaming the Spacetime Ocean. You're shitting me, right? What the hell am I supposed to do with this? You're just leading me into another trap, Sergey grumbled, then sent the map to the shelter warehouse. Waste of friggin' time. Once he was done grumbling, Sergey teleported to his house in the shelter. His wives were all working, so he was home alone. He'd demoted the redheads from his bodyguards to Alice's assistants, so all 3 of them were working in the administrative department. The girls hadn't complained. After taking a nice hot shower and changing his clothes, Sergey paid all his wives a visit, kissed each of them, and teleported to Norway, where his men were still fighting the frogs. The Allied base was so big, it looked more like a city than a base. Half of it was made up of structures cobbled together from various metal components, so it almost looked like it was made out of Lego. The other half was covered in barricades, sculpted out of earth and stone. Wherever Sergey looked, he saw pavilions made out of animal hides, camping tents, and even RVs. There were people everywhere. Some of them were just lying there half dead, regenerating MP, while others were loudly living it up. An endless string of explosions could be heard rumbling in the background. They sounded like they were about half a mile away, a mile at most, to the north. "Boss!" cried the surprised soldier guarding the vending machine Sergey used to teleport there. "Tell Solomon I'm here, and I want to take a look around," the boss told the soldier, then went for a walk. He quickly ran into Louis, arguing with some American mechanics. They'd apparently done a lousy job fixing a tank engine. About 100 people were tinkering with things in what was nominally a workshop, but looked more like a junkyard full of mutilated vehicles. Louis was using his skill to repair the tank's hull, while the other mechanics were trying to get the rest of the machine up and running again. After that, Sergey found himself in a large cafeteria. There were plenty of tasty dishes available, which was hardly surprising since the cafeteria belonged to the shelter. The boss was feeding the entire Allied army on his own dime, and he was only getting 2% more of the loot to make up for it. However, if he hadn't volunteered, his soldiers would have been eating edible biomass. Frog corpses were excellent raw materials, after all. He'd actually rented out all 3 of his edible biomass factories to the Allies, so the entire UK would be eating frogs for months after this op. The other camps would get their share of corpses too, of course. Even the French had joined the battle since they were enjoying a temporary respite from the red zombies. The military operations in the south of France had forced the Reds to concentrate all their forces there, giving Lille some much-needed breathing room. All medical treatment for wounded soldiers, or whatever was left of them, was being handled exclusively by the shelter. The camps were also using their own healers, however. The shelter had been selling healer skill books for a while now. Healers could get lightly wounded soldiers back on their feet in seconds, and they'd already prevented multiple epidemics, since they were pretty good at curing disease. "Whoa! We got a whole red light district here," Sergey said, surprised at the sight of various establishments where soldiers could blow off steam and relieve stress. There were RVs, cobbled-together shacks, and even tents, all forming a little town where beautiful women could be seen beckoning to tired soldiers. The men emerged from the makeshift brothels more tired than before, but at least they were satisfied. The boss eventually reached the edge of the defenders' camp, which was blocked off by a modular steel wall designed and manufactured in the shelter. "Boss!" Sergey heard a roaring engine, then Solomon's voice as he zipped toward him on a dagger. The motorcycle looked a little different, however. "What'd you do to that dagger?" the boss asked, pointing at the high-tech hog. "This is a Dagger 2.0, Solomon replied, surprised. But then it dawned on him. "Right. You've been on Iris for the last 4 days. You should go talk to Anne or stop by the weaponsmith's workshop. A lot of cool stuff has been dropping since Earth hit difficulty level 3. "Level 3. Right. I totally forgot about that," Sergey said with a dumb grin, walking up to the beefy bike. Type 2 Dagger, Level 4. The Type 2 features a more powerful shield and battery. Despite its larger size, the vehicle is lighter than its predecessor and has more durable armor. Its primary feature is still its ability to transform into a suit of highly mobile power armor. Armament: 4 laser guns, 2 small missile launchers, plasma shotgun, 2 blades, only in power armor mode. Upgradable. The Type 2 Dagger has a maximum speed of 180 miles per hour and can go from 0 to 60 in 0.7 seconds. Its maximum speed while airborne is 120 miles per hour. Hidden stats detected. Battery capacity, 2,000 of 2,000. Shield capacity, 1,000 of 1,000. Defense, 45. "Huh. Not too shabby," the boss mused after reading the description. He skipped most of it, since it was too long. Whoever had designed this miracle of modern technology couldn't stop bragging about how great it was. "It's amazing on the battlefield," Solomon added, patting the side of the dagger. "Are you here to do some fighting, or is this an inspection?" "I wanted to look around and see how things are going here. I ain't got time to fight right now. I got orcs to save. Rain's freaking out. She says they had another battle and a bunch more of 'em are dead." "Understood," Solomon replied with a nod. "Come on, I'll show you the front line." The two men drove up to the so-called front line, which was basically just a half-mile of scorched earth full of frog corpses of all shapes and sizes. Tens of thousands of soldiers were holding back a seemingly endless flood of freaks. The artillery was firing non-stop, arrows filled the sky, and spent shell casings littered the battlefield. The first barricade was designed like a staircase, with soldiers stationed on every step. The mages were on top, with archers just below them. The other 4 steps were manned by riflemen and machine gunners. The area in front of the staircase was guarded by Argonan knights and heavy infantry from the camps. The entire battlefield was also covered in pit traps, but they were already full of corpses. Every now and then the soldiers would mount a counterattack, forcing the frogs back so people could gather corpses, coins, and rewards. As a rule, this job was done by cots. They'd gotten much stronger. Many of them had reached level 10, which significantly increased their combat effectiveness, especially when it came to the so-called Warriors of Fire. No one else wanted to fight with those guys anymore, by the way. They were basically just a few hundred pyromaniacs who loved setting fire to everything around them, including their allies. The Shell, the sentient bears, were also fighting in this battle, and they couldn't stand them. Their chief, Miranoromi Shell, had brought over 5,000 of his best warriors and shamans. Realizing that there was nothing interesting to see in Norway, Sergey went back to the shelter. The frogs may have been sentient, but they weren't exactly the smartest tribe in the world. Their strength was in their numbers and their variety. However, they'd expanded their territory so quickly they had no one else to fight, which meant that they had no way to get the power cores they needed to evolve. As the boss put it, they'd really shit the bed and wasted their second major advantage. Sergey resisted the urge to stop by the treasure room and decided to stay focused on saving the orcs. He wasn't worried about the new equipment. The weaponsmiths had been ordered to upgrade everything they could, no matter how much it cost. Meanwhile, in the Taru camp on Mount Oni on Iris.
"Warriors are coming!"
roared Turgai, clad in his combat gear. The Orc Lord watched as a massive torrent of the creatures the system called Goros came pouring out of the forest a mile from the foot of the volcano.
"To arms!"
a herald cried.
"Warriors, to arms!"
shouted another. All the orcs quickly heard the battle cry and ran to the fence. The Taru had built a camp on a small plateau about 1,500 feet above the ground. They were protected from the Goros by a primitive palisade fence and a number of traps they'd learned from the humans.
"Rocks!"
Turgai shouted. Hundreds of enormous boulders rolled down the hill, claiming the lives of thousands of Goros. The stones crushed the creatures and knocked them off the hill, then rolled to the forest, leaving a trail of blood behind.
"Archers!"
the great chief cried once the rocks had completed half their bloody trek to the forest. The orcs began bombarding the enemy with exploding, enchanted arrows. Thousands of arrows rained down on the foot of the mountain, forcing the Goros to scatter like needles from a Christmas tree in February. However, the monsters would not be deterred and continued to assault the Taru's position at any cost. They were just as stubborn as the zombies. The Goros quickly reached the plateau and ran into the fence, which prevented them from reaching the flat and more or less smooth surface beyond. They tried to scale it, but there were small gaps between the massive logs that were too small for a Goro's claw or mouth, but large enough for a spear or sword. The Taru started attacking them through the gaps, sending green corpses tumbling to the ground. The felled foes dragged their brethren down with them, leading to a landslide of living and dead creatures as the Goros continued to be pelted with arrows. The great shaman Tur-O has used his skill on you. Your strength and agility have been doubled for 2 hours. The great shaman Tur-O has used his skill on you. Your endurance has been tripled for 2 hours. The great shaman Tur-O has used his skill on you. You are now immune to level 1 to 3 viruses for 2 hours. The great shaman Tur-O has used his skill on you. The speed of your reactions and thoughts has been doubled for 2 hours.
"Impressive, as always,"
Turgai pronounced with satisfaction, standing beside the ancient shaman.
"This old Taru's still good for something,"
the ancient shaman said. He'd begun looking much younger in recent months. It was almost as though he'd regained 20 years.
"Ha ha ha!"
The Orc Lord laughed. looking at the old Taru.
"Don't sell yourself short,"
Turgai said, taking a deep breath.
"Without you, we would have lost at least half our warriors in that forest."
Turgai looked at the fighting warriors, then the camp. The Taru were holding their own, fighting furiously, but the number of wounded was steadily increasing, as was the number of fallen. They'd been fighting almost every day, and they couldn't go on forever. It was just a matter of time until they were wiped out. These thoughts tormented the Taru lord. The battle was going according to plan, but as always, the enemies kept coming and coming. Predictably, the Taru ran out of arrows, and the onslaught grew even more intense. The monsters gradually started to break through the fence. When this happened, the shamans usually got involved, creating rivers of acid that flowed down the mountain, destroying all living things in their path. An extremely foul-smelling lake of acid had already taken shape at the foot of the mountain. They'd also soaked the rocks in acid, making them smooth and slippery, which made things even harder for the mountain-climbing monsters.
"Grrrr!"
A thunderous voice roared as a large creature emerged from the forest. It was very different from the other Goros in terms of both size and shape. It was 12 feet tall, 6 feet wide, and 30 feet long, with a thick brown hide and a long, powerful tail with a mace-like tip like an ankylosaurus. The creature had an elongated muzzle and a horn on its nose, as well as 2 mighty horns growing out of its forehead. There were limb-like appendages coming out of its back, but they were twisted into spirals and dangled along its sides. If Sergey had seen this creature, he would have been immediately reminded of Princess Leia's buns.
"Something new,"
Turgai said in surprise as he began transforming into the nightmare of Zoran. The Orc Lord's body started to change. He went down on all fours and grew larger. His weapons and armor were absorbed into his body. His skin was replaced by durable scales. His legs became tougher and much longer. A tail sprouted from his spine, and his face stretched out into an enormous wolf-like maw. He was now what Sergey called a dragon wolf. He was 12 feet tall and 15 feet long, not counting his tail. Turgai's beast form had grown even larger as his stats had increased. The dragon wolf roared furiously, leaped over the fence, and dashed to the foot of the mountain. His mighty claws sank into the rocks without slipping, but there were Goros everywhere, and they got in his way, until Turgai created yet another avalanche of corpses. Needless to say, the Goros tried desperately to attack the dragon wolf, but most of them failed, and many of them missed him entirely and fell off the mountain. However, a few of the creatures actually managed to hit Turgai, leaving gashes in his thick hide. The dragon wolf didn't even turn around. He was running downhill at breakneck speed and knew that any false move could lead to dire consequences. Despite the countless distractions around him, the Taru Lord ignored the horde of Goros, reached the bottom of the hill, and lunged at the enormous creature. As soon as Turgai got close to the monster, which had been carefully examining its new enemy, it bellowed in rage, and the appendages on its back straightened out. They looked like scorpion tails, but they were 20 feet long and could twist and turn like snakes. The flexible limbs were tipped with sharp stingers and studded with razor-sharp growths. The creature tried to stab Turgai with its tail arms, but the dragon wolf was incredibly agile. He dodged all the monster's attacks and dashed forward, quickly closing the distance between them. The creature tried to headbutt the dragon wolf, but Turgai just roared and dodged the attack, then swiped at the monster's face, destroying one of its eyes. The enemy bellowed in pain, and its limbs started attacking the dragon wolf with incredible fury. Turgai leaped backward, filled his lungs with air, and belched a gout of flame, hitting the creature in the face and singeing the limbs on its back, as well as a few Goros that happened to get in the way. The monster roared in agony, but only for a moment. Turgai immediately sank his teeth into the freak's neck, ripping out an impressive chunk of flesh. You've killed a level 3 Goro and earned 9 XP. The lifeless corpse fell to the ground. Turgai clutched the resulting reward in his teeth, spun around, and dashed back up the mountain. Now that their leader was dead, the Goro's assault lost some of its intensity, giving the Taru a chance to catch their breath. After 2 more hours of fighting, the torrent of monsters finally stopped, and the Taru started collecting their loot and rewards. They also gathered all the dead Goro that hadn't been burned by acid, so they could eat them. It was yet another magnificent victory, and the warlike Taru were elated. However, Turgai's way of thinking had been changed forever by his time with Sergey. He took a longer view now, and he was despondent. They'd lost 24 young red Taru, as well as 5 warriors. This was a drop in the bucket compared to the tens of thousands of orcs who were still alive, but within enough time, even a drop can cut through stone. There was a lot of work to be done after the battle, so the Taru had no time to celebrate their victory. They had to drag the enormous boulders back up the mountain, reset the traps, craft and enchant arrows, and fix the palisade fence, which had been almost completely destroyed. Once all this was done, they performed a funeral rite for the dead, then feasted. They had plenty of meat, after all, and they'd also started gathering tree sap. If they left it in the sun and added poisonous berries to it, it fermented and became decent, potable alcohol. Chapter 33. After the sun went down, the Taru lit an enormous bonfire and burned the bodies of their fallen comrades. Artisans played their peculiar musical instruments, and young females in revealing outfits started dancing around the fire. Warriors sang, primarily the strongest and most respected of them. There were too many warriors who wanted to sing, so the honor had to be earned with great deeds. The lyrics were the same as the song the Taru had sung in the shelter. They went like this: "You are night, you are darkness, you are Bati Ra." Untranslatable refrain. In the darkness of the night we are born, in the darkness of the night we end. Untranslatable refrain. We live brightly so that, when our end comes, you will come for us once more, and we will give you a bit of our light. Having earned your smile, we hope to begin our path once more. Untranslatable refrain. The dance became more and more frenzied as the music grew louder and wilder. The campfire went mad, twisting and turning like a snake. The Taru seemed to be in a trance, but then a loud voice suddenly pulled them out of it, and it came from the middle of the bonfire. "Son of a bitch!" A moment later, a burning warrior in high-tech armor leaped out of the flames. Muttering a string of Russian obscenities, he quickly patted the flames out, then froze. Before him stood tens of thousands of Taru, all staring at him, their mouths agape. Then they emerged from the flames, shadow orcs, great warriors who had sworn to follow and protect Bati Ra. They were followed by Black-Eyed Rain, wearing a bright black dress and riding a black steed. The fire didn't harm her. On the contrary, it seemed to make way for her. "Bati Ra!" one of the shamans cried, and tens of thousands of voices shook the mountaintops as the Taru shouted the name of their goddess. The music played again, the warriors sang their song, and the girls resumed their dance. But this time the Taru put everything they had into the performance, filling the music, the singing, and the dancing with all the passion they could muster. "Huh, didn't see that coming," Sergey murmured, retracting his helmet into his armor. He looked at Rain, who was just as surprised by the orc's reaction as he was. "Care to dance?" he asked her. Rain just smiled. Her steed transformed into black mist and placed her down carefully on the ground. She offered the boss her hand, and they both started spinning and twirling. According to Taru tradition, only females were supposed to dance, but Sergey didn't know that. While Bati-Ra danced, her shadow warriors mingled with the tribe, visiting their loved ones. No one cried, not even the women. The Taru just smiled. They were proud and happy. Their husbands, sons, and fathers had become great warriors and brought glory to their people. They had become the goddess's bodyguards. The Shadow Taru told tales of the battles they'd fought. Unfortunately, only a few of them had much to boast of, including Tur-Shil and Tur-To, the great warriors who had fallen protecting their tribe from the Overlord on the island. Accompanied by the raucous song and frenzied dance and lit by the wild flames of the bonfire, the warriors praised their goddess to the heavens, as well as the great battles they'd fought for her. Meanwhile, Bati-Ra found herself a little overwhelmed by an endless stream of system messages. "The warrior of the Tur tribe, Tur-Lin, has recognized you as his goddess and become your disciple. The warrior of the Tur tribe, Tur-Omo, has recognized you as his goddess and become your disciple. The warrior of the Tur tribe..." Alert! You have amassed over 50,000 disciples and unlocked level 4 of the Bati-Ra skill. Increase the skill to level 4? "Yes," Rain replied calmly. Her heart was filled with a sense of tranquility unlike anything she'd ever known. She was filled with her disciples' happiness, but her emotions were also tempered by a sense of responsibility. "Yes, what?" Sergey asked, confused. There was no response, however. Rain suddenly transformed into a cloud of black mist that blanketed the plateau. The entire tribe, even the slaves, found themselves in a black space, cold and alone. Then everything started lighting up. Green grass and flowers appeared, and tens of thousands of colorful butterflies flew up into the air. A moment later, glowing yellow orbs rose from the ground. They spun around in an enchanting dance, flying above the Taru, then froze in place and floated slowly down to them, coming to rest at eye level. The orbs began transforming into Taru. Some of them looked just as they had in life, but made up entirely of yellow light, while others were only partially restored. The weakest souls were barely able to regain their heads. These were the souls that had been granted oblivion, as well as those that had earned rebirth. They were just incomplete fragments, however, merely the Taru's final words and emotions. They'd only appeared because they still had something to say to their loved ones. Otherwise, there would have been many times more of them. Some of them were only able to speak their final parting words, while others shared advice and wisdom. Either way, once they had used up the last of their strength, the soul fragments dissipated forever. Meanwhile, Rain was still receiving system notifications. Alert! You are undergoing a transformation. Your body is changing. You are transitioning to a semi-material state and are no longer human. Alert! The bond skill is no longer in effect because you are no longer a humanoid life form. Your bond with Sergey has been deactivated. Your bond with Annette has been deactivated. Your stats are no longer valid. New stats: faith, magic power. What happened to our bond? Sergey cried, trying to understand what was happening. Don't tell me her skill changed again. Don't you think you're overdoing it a little, system? I mean, with the goddesses and all that crap, you must be wasting a ton of energy on this stuff. This skill came to be following a series of coincidences. It was not anticipated and represents a flaw in the system's design. Flaw my ass. Rain ain't even human no more. You're gonna compensate her for this, right? The boss asked irritably. Please wait. Yes, according to the rules, she has been compensated for her loss, even though it has made her incomparably more powerful. The system assistant was clearly confused, if not panicking, which really made Sergey's day. Another flaw in the system's design, eh? Sergey snorted. Yes. Meanwhile, Rain, who was still trying to come to grips with her new self, received one more message. Alert. Error detected. You have been awarded compensation. You no longer need to expend mana to maintain a physical form. A physical form? So, this isn't me? Rain wondered. Where are you, Rain? Come back already. We got a ton of shit to do today, Sergey shouted. The black space started clumping together, forming an orb that floated down to the boss's level, where it assumed the form of a young woman. Yes, boss, Rain said with a smile, appearing in her ordinary clothing. No regrets? Sergey asked, looking her in the eye. Rain's eyes were as black as night. The whites of her eyes, the irises, they were all perfectly black. Nope, she said, shaking her head with the same enchanting smile. She could feel her disciples' intense emotions and sensed that tens of thousands of beings now stood by her side, all entrusting her with their hopes and beliefs. Okay then, Sergey said with a nod, although he didn't really understand what the point of all this was. Want to go say hi to some old friends? Uh-huh, Rain replied. However, those old friends were already walking up to them.
Sergey, you sure know how to make an entrance, Sergey declared with a loud belly laugh. Tell me about it. I picked the perfect place to set a gate, right in the middle of a friggin' bonfire, Sergey replied with a wry grin as he shook the orc's hand. How did you get here? The orc lord inquired. Rain told me about you guys, the boss chuckled, pointing at Rain, who was standing next to him. Also, the system led me here. Looks like it was a good thing I decided to be an invader. Indeed, the Taru replied, looking downcast. I have lost access to my ark. Sergey told Sergey about what he and his people had been through. After building and fortifying their camp in the forest, their patrols had run into a horde of the local monsters, the Goros. The creatures were clearly the dominant species in the forest, since the Taru hadn't found any other enemies with similar numbers. Then the planet had blocked Sergey's access to his ark, and the Taru had found themselves trapped there. This had been followed by a series of difficult battles. Losing hundreds of warriors in each battle, the Taru had retreated from the forest to a mountain their scouts had spotted after climbing to the tops of the great trees. They'd had to fight their way there, leaving hundreds of thousands of dead Goros in their wake, but the Taru had endured plenty of casualties as well. Half of them were due to the forest itself. As they fell back, the orcs had encountered poisonous and carnivorous plants, exploding mushrooms, and enormous flowers that could swallow 3 Taru at once. Acid-filled fruit had fallen onto their warriors' heads, splattering them with acid and seeds that sank into their flesh. If not for the shamans, the forest would have inflicted horrific losses on the tribe.
After wandering the mountains for a few days, the Taru had found a decent plateau large enough for their entire expedition. Prior to this, they'd tried to make camp in a network of caves after exterminating all its inhabitants, but then the Goros had counterattacked, almost choking all the passages with their dead. Sergey had set up defenses on the plateau, and the Taru had been forced to endure near-daily attacks. Then Sergey had appeared, and, as previously mentioned, he'd made one hell of an entrance.
But how can it be that our goddess is one of you, a human female?
The Taru chief inquired. He was breathing so frequently, Sergey felt like he was talking to Stevie from Malcolm in the Middle. It's a long story. I'll tell you all about it later. How about we get the hell off this planet first?
Good idea, the Taru replied with a nod. I concur, said Tur-O. The party was quickly wrapped up, and Sergey started sending the Taru back to the shelter. He wasn't afraid that Turgai might play some kind of dirty trick on him or try to take over the shelter. Without Sergey, the humans' shelter and the orcs' small shelter would become ordinary arks, and the Taru would lose the ability to earn rewards. They'd also signed a contract, so their alliance was enforced by the system. The Taru were sent to an empty area near the fields, where they immediately started building a camp. Turgai had taken almost the entire population of his ark on the expedition, leaving most of the artisans and women behind to run the place in his absence. He'd also left some warriors there to keep an eye on the slaves. Some of the slaves had come with him, but most of them had been killed in the forest. There were over 50,000 Taru in the new camp, so it was unbelievably noisy and full of activity. As it was being built, Turgai and his under-chiefs, who had once been chiefs of their own tribes, met in the Citadel conference room. Sergey was joined by Alice, Solomon, Uber, and Turmar, the leader of the orc mercenaries. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you, great lord of the orcs. You've got a pretty decent army here, Sergey declared. Orcs?
An under-chief asked, surprised.
That is what the humans call the Taru. In their culture, there is an imaginary race similar to ours,
Turgai explained. Now we gotta figure out how to get your guys back to your ark and decide what to do next, Sergey said. A clump of darkness suddenly appeared in the room and took the shape of a young woman cradling a large metal disc in her arms. Everyone in the room fell silent and looked at Rain. Without saying anything, she carefully placed the device, which turned out to be a teleportation platform, on the floor. It was about 60 feet in diameter and 2 feet high, and, somewhat importantly, it weighed 150 pounds. I teleported to Turgai's small shelter and installed a platform there, Rain replied to the mute question in the eyes of everyone in the room. You can do that now, huh? Okay, we'll talk about that later. Phoenix, how do we find the Orc Ark near this planet? Phoenix! Earth to Phoenix! What the hell? Sergey didn't understand why the World Heart wasn't responding. This is your doing, isn't it, system? Nothing, huh? Lousy, no good son of a...
Is there a problem?
Turgai inquired. Looks like it, but we'll deal with it later, Sergey replied, looking at the orc chief. We'll try to sort it out ourselves, but first we'll send you back to your ark. It'll take half an hour for the platform to start working, though.
Allow us to try the device first, my lord,
one of the under-chiefs interrupted. Knock yourselves out. It teleports things to a place and back again. Send everybody if you want, Sergey said, looking at the yellow-skinned Taru. By the way, Sergey, Sergey flashed the orc a sly grin, then waved his hand. A red-skinned Taru female appeared in the room. Her long, flame-colored hair instantly got the orc's attention. Her face was incredibly beautiful. Her bust was pretty modest by orc standards, C-cup, but her figure was so impressive the Taru in the room couldn't help but stare at her with hunger in their eyes. She also had nice long legs and a delectable backside, with a toned, well-defined waist. There was a necklace of engraved fangs around her neck. Her clothes were made of fabric rather than leather, like ordinary Taru clothing, but it really brought out her beauty. The stunning female walked silently up to the orcs. They all dreamed she might be approaching them, but she walked right up to Sergey. "Hiya, guy," the Taru female said. Compared to the orc lord, who had a mighty 10-foot frame, she looked tiny at 5'8", if still incredibly cute. She embraced Sergey, although her head poked him in the belly thanks to the difference in their heights. She craned her neck upward and gazed at him with love in her eyes, but the orc lord just stood there, utterly baffled. "It's time to do the right thing," Sergey said with a smirk, further confusing the orcs. "Boss," Martha said, looking at him. Sergey nodded, and the girl disappeared. Sergey was about to say something when she suddenly reappeared, now holding a child. He was a tiny little Taru with crimson skin and a menacing scowl. The boy was big, even by Taru standards, at about 3 feet tall, and had intelligent eyes. The resemblance between him and Sergey was obvious, even to Sergey.
But when?" the stunned orc stammered.
"This is Martha. She used to be a human, remember?" Sergey explained.
"Martha!"
the Taru exclaimed. He could never have forgotten that human female. No orc could compete with her.
"So this is my son?"
"Ain't it obvious? Just look at that mug," Sergey chuckled. "This is your son, Al," the young woman said with a smile, setting the child down on the floor. "This is your father, honey. He's Sergey, the high chief of the tribe of the Taru people." The boy nodded, then greeted his father by holding his fist to the middle of his chest, where the Taru's hearts were located. "His name means uniter in Taru, but you knew that, didn't you?" Ter-O said, nodding in satisfaction. "It's a good name. A very good name." They spent the next half-hour discussing Sergey's son and whether or not the Orc Lord would take responsibility for him. The answer was eventually yes. Sergey had thought about Martha a lot, so he was very glad to see her again and vowed to make her his wife once he returned to the Taru Ark. The Orc Lord already had 4 wives, so Martha would be the 5th, although she would be his favorite and assume the role of head wife. Sergey also showed him an interesting little gadget called a contraceptive ring. The Taru couldn't use it since it was made for Hyri, but Martha could. The orc's eyes blazed like never before. As a rule, the Taru only engaged in omo, literally baby-making for procreation. It didn't last long, just a minute or so, and no one got all that much pleasure out of it. But with Martha, the scion of elite courtesans, things were different. During their first, and unfortunately for the Orc Lord, only night together, Martha had completely worn him out, revealing a wonderful new world of lovemaking he'd never known existed. Since then, none of his wives or concubines had even come close to her. Chapter 34. The Taru underchiefs teleported to their ark, made sure everything was okay there, and returned to the shelter. Then they started installing teleportation platforms on a huge scale. Otherwise, it would have taken forever to send the enormous orc horde back to their ark. Sergey paid the Taru's home a visit too, and he was pleasantly surprised by what he saw. It had transformed from the tiny little patch of land that had attacked the shelter into an impressive ark with a total area of almost 40,000 acres. Just 200 yards from the border was a 50-foot-tall stone wall with fields and animal pens on the other side of it. To Sergey's surprise, the ark had the same selection of crops and livestock as the shelter. Sergey explained that all these items had just appeared in the store. The boss had to tell the naive orc how the items had gotten there. He also mentioned that it might be nice if the Taru started adding more items to the store themselves. This seemed unlikely, however. The Taru were only interested in 3 things: fighting, fighting, and fighting. The less they had to think about anything else, the better. There was another wall on the other side of the fields, but it was only 20 feet tall. It was basically just there to stop the few enemies that managed to get past the main wall. The Taru city had been completely transformed. Sergey didn't even recognize it. The orcs had proper roads now, and instead of tents, they lived in multi-story apartment buildings made of wood and stone. Sergey explained that, thanks to the skyrocketing population, their tent city had eventually expanded to the point where it took up almost the entire ark. By building broad streets and multi-story apartment buildings like the more advanced races, Sergey had cut the city down to a fraction of its original footprint, while also making it easier to defend and providing easier access to its infrastructure. And most importantly, the change had freed up space to plant fields and build animal pens. The Taru had also become industrialized. Sergey had a lot of slaves, almost 10,000 in fact. He'd bought some of them at harbors and enslaved the others himself. The Taru tribes had a lot of enemies and a lot of scores to settle. The Orc Lord wasn't shy about showing off one of his tribe's bitterest enemies, a race that had destroyed one of their arks, enslaved their people, and raped their women. Sergey was led to a group of humanoid creatures. On the outside, they looked just like humans. Although their skin was so pale it looked like they never got any sunlight at all. They were dressed in bright red uniforms and black jackboots, all covered in mud and hiji manure. The 6 men looked like they'd been through hell, and their lifeless eyes didn't even respond to Sergey, his human guest, or the ancient shaman.
"We showed mercy on them in order to present them to the other chiefs," the Orc Lord explained. "They call themselves the Great Gumashir Empire. They're Hyri, and they're considered one of the great races, but no one takes them all that seriously," Tur-O said, looking at the slaves. "They're haughty and aggressive, but also cowardly. They only attack the weak. Their entire empire is built on slavery."
"Never seen 'em before," replied Sergey, who'd seen plenty of different races in the harbors.
"They're from the central part of the Spacetime Ocean. Only their expeditionary arks come out to the borderlands. They go there to engage in piracy and enslave lesser races, then return home with the booty," the shaman explained.
"Gotcha. In other words, attack 'em on sight," Sergey said, looking at the slave owners who had become slaves themselves.
"If you don't mind my saying so, you should be wary of them. They're very good at defense. They have strong walls, and their rifles can create explosions," Tur-O added.
"Is that so? I think I can handle 'em, Sergey chuckled. After that, the Taru showed the boss their forges, workshops, and even a wizard's stand. Turgai had spent a fortune on the wizards at the Hog Harbor just before landing on Iris. They could enchant weapons and armor. The enchantments were expensive, but they were definitely worth it. Toward the end of the tour, the Orc Lord showed the boss his main fortress, where he could evacuate the Ark's population in an emergency. It was also where all the space-time structures were kept, including a sail, a beacon, a teleporter, and more. He even had a harpoon. The Spacetime Ocean, a former Ark of the great Gugshorotum race. Present day. In a cave, deep underground, dozens of lights suddenly flickered on. Footsteps could be heard. They were rushed, as though someone were running. A tall woman appeared. She was about 6'6", with a trim figure and an ample bosom hidden under leather armor. Her skin was pale, but that was its normal color. Her shoulder-length hair was disheveled, and her clothes were dirty. The woman's side was swathed in bloody rags. A terrible wound could be seen beneath them, and there were even more wounds under her armor. She was moving quickly because her gut told her something had happened in the cave. As soon as she reached her destination, she heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was fine. Hundreds of eggs the size of 50-pound watermelons were suspended on spider webs, hanging throughout the entire cave. "Thank the Great Mother! They're okay!" the woman cried. She smiled happily, revealing 2 long, very sharp fangs, and her red eyes filled with tears. She'd imagined all sorts of horrible things. "Mommy's here. And she always will be," she mumbled, hugging the nearest egg, which looked like a cocoon. "Ah!" She jumped back, jostled by something. "Could it be? Great Mother, please say I didn't just imagine it," the woman gasped through a torrent of tears. But she wasn't imagining things. The cocoon really was moving. She could see it quite clearly, and it wasn't just this one. All the others had started twitching too. "It was worth it! It was all worth it!" the ancient creature who had lived for centuries shouted joyfully. The eggs had to be carefully tended if they were to grow properly. It was tremendously difficult for her, especially given the state they'd been in after she fled the harbor. 6 little black claws suddenly poked out of a nearby cocoon, accompanied by a sound like fabric ripping. The claws tore the cocoon apart, allowing the happy mother to see her baby at last. It was a humanoid creature, curled up in the fetal position, with 2 arms, 2 humanoid legs, and 6 spider legs sticking out of its back, tucked around its tiny body. The baby's entire body was covered in dark gray fluff. Its head was more or less human, but it had a terrifying, spider-like mouth. But to Malara, her babies were the most beautiful creatures in the entire world. When it saw her, the baby came to life and started squealing happily. It crawled out of the cocoon and scampered across the spiderweb until it reached Malara. "My son," the happy woman muttered, hugging her 2.5-foot-tall baby. Then the other cocoons started hatching. Hundreds of them. "You sure we ain't gonna run into some freaky-ass monster or something?" Sergey grumbled nervously as he floated in the space-time ocean. There was white mist everywhere, so the boss, who appeared as a silhouette of light, couldn't see anything. "I'm sure," Siri replied in a playful tone of voice. "I can't shake the feeling a space-time demon's gonna bust out of this mist and gobble us up." "You're such a scaredy cat," Siri giggled. "Hey, I'm cruising through a bunch of spooky-ass mist with a chick behind the wheel. Who wouldn't be a little freaked out? Sergey muttered.
I've seen human females driving automobiles before. What's so frightening about that?
Siri asked, surprised. Ask Annette. She'll show you some interesting videos. Hold up. I see it, Sergey cried happily, spotting the outline of an arc in the mist. Sweet. But what if it ain't the Taru arc?
It definitely is.
Alrighty then. Go ahead and dock.
Alert. You've docked with a small shelter. Your arcs are now in a state of synergy. All buffs are combined. Alert. The atmospheres of the shelter and the small shelter have been combined. Alert. The shelter's atmosphere has a higher life force and has thus become the dominant atmosphere, adapting climate and terrain. Life force combined. Alert. The small shelter has had the following effect on the shelter. The growth speed of all living things has been increased by 500%. Alert. The small shelter's matter conversion cost has been reduced by 40%. Expansion cost has been reduced by 70%. Error. This effect cannot be applied to spring water or living things in specialized pens. Alert. The space-time detection radii of both shelters have been combined and now equal 0, 210.
Yup. It's the Taru arc, all right, Sergey said with a nod after reading the messages. Siri just giggled. The Taru camp was quickly broken down, and the horde of green-skinned, yellow-skinned, red-skinned, and other color-skinned orcs was sent home. Now it was time for some serious trading. First off, the 500 orc mercenaries sent their lord the rewards they'd earned during their time in the shelter. There were a lot of them, of course, but compared to what the 50,000 orc warriors had amassed, it was a drop in the bucket. Then Sergey gave them various skills and equipment made for Taru. Sergey did the same, sending the boss black powder guns, similar to the ones the shelter already had, although they were superior weapons crafted by artisans. There were about 3,500 level 2 guns and almost 800 level 3 guns. They were complete junk compared to the shelter's AK-15s, of course, but according to Sergey, when loaded with enchanted rounds, they became deadly weapons with excellent stopping power. Needless to say, Hubert and Solomon would put them through their paces. There were all sorts of other equipment, but it was all low-quality, handmade garbage. On the other hand, Sergey was thrilled by the skills the orcs had found. One of them was alchemy, and it was an original, not a copy. Sergey could make a pretty penny selling it to the camps along with recipes from the Argonans and former slaves. And then there were the Mizuru recipes. They could start selling ingredients and herbs.
Ha ha ha! I see it in your eyes! A river of coins!
Sergey grinned, handing Sergey another book.
I think you'll like this one even more.
Skill book. Pilot. A rare skill. You can merge with and control any complex vehicle, exploiting all the resources the vehicle has to offer.
The description don't make no sense, but my gut tells me it's a badass skill, Sergey muttered, looking at the Taru. Where'd you get it from?
We found a stash on a shard,
Sergey said, baring his fangs in a satisfied grin.
But that's not all. Here, take this.
A cube appeared in the orc lord's hand, and he immediately gave it to Sergey. It turned out to be a space-time bridge. Are you sure? The boss asked with a serious mien.
I have no planet. You need it more than I do,
the massive orc replied with a shrug. But I already got one. Sergey smirked as an identical cube appeared in his hand.
Then could we install it on Iris?
Tur-O suggested. There's an idea, Sergey said thoughtfully. The planet's life force has been drained. There's almost nothing left. What if we filled it back up again? Would the planet stop seeing you as evil and unblock you? From what I can tell, that big-ass forest seems like one hell of a hunting ground.
Indeed, Turgai said with a nod. If I could use shelter functions, it really would be a decent place to hunt. It's got millions of enemies. Lures work well on them, and they have no strategy or tactics whatsoever. They're easy to kill and drop plenty of coins.
I got another pretty good spot in mind, the boss replied with a sly grin. Explosions shook the ground as artillery, archers, and tanks fired non-stop. The battlefield was covered in several layers of corpses, with fields of mutilated bodies stretching as far as the eye could see. Millions of humanoid frogs had given their lives trying to destroy the humans who were invading their territory. It hadn't worked, but the freaks refused to give up. Scouts had reported that frogs were gathering from all over the Scandinavian peninsula. This made it possible for human paratroopers to attack their defenseless villages and incubators throughout the northern part of the region. Troops from St. Petersburg were attacking from the east. After retaking their city, they'd resettled dozens of smaller camps back into it, freeing up their army and navy. Footage of battles had finally convinced the city's reluctant leader that it made sense to join the operation after all. Tens of millions of monsters constantly conquering new territory was clearly a threat to more than just the coastal camps. A squad from the shelter went with them just in case. If anything went wrong, Sergey would show up and save everyone.
Northern Front! Ceasefire! Attention everyone on the Northern Front! Ceasefire!
The order was broadcast to all the radios on the battlefield.
Ceasefire? We'll be wiped out!
A confused soldier muttered, but he still did as he was told. A Type 2 dagger piloted by Sergey flew overhead, then landed on the battlefield. The boss sent the vehicle back to the shelter. Needless to say, the frogs were thrilled that no one was shooting at them and quickly started approaching the defenders. Then the boss turned around, waved his hand, and they appeared. They didn't all appear at once, of course. Sergey's teleportation range didn't allow him to summon that many living things at once, but they all appeared eventually. Tens of thousands of Taru warriors. To be exact, there were a little over 40,000 of them. The rest were either injured or stayed to guard the small shelter. When they found themselves on the battlefield, the orcs froze. They'd never seen a blood-drenched hellscape like this before. The ground was covered in millions of corpses, and the torrent of enemies charging at them seemed utterly endless.
Grrrr!
Turgai roared, his eyes blazing with murderous rage.
Kill!
The warriors bellowed. The Taru were intoxicated by the overwhelming stench of blood and the sight of so many enemy corpses. They ran headlong at the frogs like madmen. Shamans started casting spells behind them, and they weren't alone. The great shaman Tur-O has used his skill on you. Your strength and agility have been doubled for 2 hours. The great shaman Tur-O has used his skill on you. Your endurance has been tripled for 2 hours. The great shaman Tur-O has used his skill on you. The speed of your reactions and thoughts has been doubled for 2 hours. The great shaman Tur-Shai has used his skill on you. Your vitality has been doubled for 2 hours. The great shaman Tur-Shai has used his skill on you. Your regeneration has been significantly increased for 1 hour. Alert! You have heard the song of the goddess. All your stats will be increased by 30% for the next 30 minutes. Your stamina regen has been doubled.
Infantry, cover the Taru, but stay the hell out of their way. They're going apeshit, Sergey barked.
The cots soon appeared, followed by shelter-heavy infantry, including beastmen and knights. The entire armada started hacking and slashing the frogmen as they ran toward them, plowing through the freaks like a bulldozer through snow. But it didn't end there. All 500 soldiers with shape-shifting abilities joined the fray, as well as aliens with unique skills. There were enormous creatures that were bigger than the dragons or Solomon, as well as small ones, slightly larger than a man. Even the Kraken came to the party, mounted on an enormous alien that looked a little bit like a turtle.
"What's going on, Captain? Those aren't humans, are they?" asked a confused ally soldier. "Beats me. HQ says they're allies of the Russians," the equally confused captain replied, watching the three-ring circus of monsters, aliens, and other bizarre creatures. His men weren't quite done yet, however. They were ordered to advance and gather corpses and loot. "The Russians? Where'd they get allies like those? I mean, the bears are weird enough, but these things," an officer muttered with a baffled shrug. "Maybe those are the Russians, and they just drank some bad vodka," another officer chuckled.
Sergey stayed on the battlefield to make sure nothing too stupid or ridiculous went down. Mostly, he just wanted to make sure his dumbasses didn't kill each other. And then, alert! You've earned a title, Father of Nations. You've created over 5 new species of which you are the father and progenitor. You've created the following species: Human Moo Gyar Spider Tribe Hybrid, 322 members. Human Insect Unnamed Species Hybrid, 4 members. Mermaids, 7 members. Homo Perfectus, 5 members. In Utero. Unknown Species, 6 members. Unknown Species, 24 members. Unknown Species, 37 members. As a reward for this achievement, your offspring now have an increased chance to inherit some of their parents' skills. Also, all your offspring, including those that have already been born, have obtained the status of Earth inhabitants and been linked to the Earth system. There are plenty more lonely spider ladies, beetle ladies, cockroach ladies, and even ant ladies out there in the Spacetime Ocean. Go get 'em, Tiger.
Son of a bitch. I mean, this is a friggin' joke, right?
This concludes Father of Nations by Dmitry Dornichev, narrated by Kevin T. Collins. Copyright 2025 by Dmitry Dornichev. English translation copyright 2025 by Nathan Klausner. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Magic Dome Books and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.